181. Chapter 181. EP 181. Snow falls from the black sky. The snow that falls was not white, as there was no light source over the sea. Crew members holding torches, port workers lighting campfires in place of the extinguished lighthouse, and nobles holding lanterns and staring at the sea all blankly gazed at the dark snowflakes obscuring their view. And beyond that, an aerial battleship descends like snow. Whoosh quang. Quang kujik. The sound of the battleship crashing into the surface echoed, faintly amidst the rough winter winds. With every battleship sinking beneath the waves, the turbulence grew. The vessels that sought refuge in the harbor rocked violently. The foam of the waves crashing against the breakwater splashed across the cheek of an elf noble. The end is coming. Once the most powerful beings of this world, and among them, those who held the greatest power, lamented as they gazed at the end of an era. This was happening simultaneously across the 13 associated islands of Kallian. From that day forward, the elves lost air superiority. However, what Kallian lost would not end with that. Tsunami, portside. Speak properly, exact measurements. Shouts exchanged through the sleet. They had been battling fiercely for 6 hours now. Ivan was using all his strength to manage the sail ropes. He saw Rundies rolling around on the deck. He quickly grabbed a rope and threw it to tie it up. Turning his gaze, he saw Oswald flying through the air. He had been flung off the deck. Ivan gritted his teeth, holding onto the sail ropes with one hand and reaching out to secure Oswald with the other. Thank you, Yoik. Oswald politely began to vomit. Since he was at least polite about it, they decided to overlook it. This was the behavior of a wizard who had lost his magical power. Crew members scurried back and forth, struggling through the waves. Knowing nothing about navigation, Ivan decided to just focus on his task quietly. His role was to support the sails instead of magic. Considering the tension pulling on the sail ropes, it was beyond what a person could manage. Lighthouse, northwest. UAF. They slid past gargantuan waves larger than the vessel itself. 2 crew members tumbled beneath the deck. A crew member sucked into the night sea never showed his head again. If navigating from Black Tower to Idrenhill, it would take 3 hours. Using traditional navigation methods would have taken about half a day. However, Ivan was someone who could measure time down to the second, so he was able to determine the exact duration of the journey. It took 4 hours. This means he arrived 3 times faster than a typical ocean voyage. He could say it was due to a favorable wind, though it was a problem since it was excessively favorable. Ivan raised his gaze and looked at the snowflakes. In the stormy sky, the snow drifted helplessly in the wind. They were heading towards Idrenhill. The wind, the snow, and the sea currents. A storm was gathering. Prepare to anchor. The port that came into view in the blink of an eye was engulfed in flames. 3 days after departing, the port of Idrenhill was engulfed in flames. Humans were swarming, driving out the elves, and the sight of them laying siege beyond the burning barricades was visible. The elves holding torches looked haggard. The Eternal Palace has been blockaded, Senior. Fortunately, the leader of the humans who had occupied the port was someone Ivan recognized. A blockade. Yes, of course, right. In cases of national disaster, frightened authorities lock up the vault and warehouses first, and angry workers set fire to seize key facilities. The man who had incited the working-class humans to take over the port replied with a grin. Are you saying the Queen was frightened? No way. She was far too bold to be frightened. The current Queen was. And this situation was indeed a national disaster, but is there anyone who gets scared after committing to something? Why, yes. The moment Ivan's words reached him, Dimitri's eyes widened sharply. Surviving the war against the magical beasts, and even surviving as part of the cleanup unit, was an achievement in itself. Especially considering he had returned alive after facing the 7 dragon lords. And the homeland he returned to was a hellish domain embroiled in a succession crisis. It was a precarious situation where a single misstep could lead to a purge at any moment. Surviving through all that solidified Dmitri's competence beyond any need for elaboration. Thus, he could perceive the profound implications in Ivan's words. Who did you ally with, the demons? Ivialgrin. If it was that guy, he could certainly do something like this. What's the reason? We need to find out. Ivan scanned the surroundings with tired eyes. The port of Idrinhill was engulfed in chaos. What's the damage report? There are no casualties among our forces. The man standing next to Dmitri quietly bowed his head and answered. Ivan nodded and asked, what about the occupation status? The 4 ports, including this one, have been perfectly secured. There's really only military facilities there. A defensive line has been established along the street leading to the Noble District. Local elf resistance is fierce, and the route leading to the Eternal Palace is blocked. What about the riots? We started it, but it was only a matter of time. To be honest, there's a pile of treasures behind the elves who have lost their magic. Do you think they can just endure that? Most of the workers were humans, and most humans of this era had direct experience of war. Those who were healthy enough to engage in primary labor and belonged to the impoverished class, living under conditions akin to slavery in foreign lands, even more so. Most of these individuals were likely conscripts who had fought on the front lines. The only system that governed such rough manpower was magic. It would be a miracle for elven society to maintain itself at the point when magic stopped. Given that the labor population of the city likely outnumbered the noble population by more than 10 times, the wealth accumulated by the elves would be glaring before their eyes. Oswald. Yes, Ivan. Leave with Evelyn. You need to contact the Privy Council and find a way to calm the situation. The issue in Idrinhill can be resolved. With the 30 or so agents present at this moment, it would be more than enough. It would be enough to occupy the major facilities and incite the humans. The incited humans would naturally wish to join the armed human group. Gather as many Privy Council members as possible and surround this city. Here, the Queen surely wouldn't have entrusted Vialgrin with full authority. If the Queen were sane, she would have surely set up a means to control Vialgrin. Stopping the milestone would be a major undertaking involving the fate of the race. Therefore, we must now occupy Idrinhill and detain the Queen. The fact that the Queen has sealed the Eternal Palace hints at this reality. If the Queen and Vialgrin were the ones who caused this situation, there should also be a way to restore it through the Queen. At the very least, a solution should exist. We need to check what they are hoping for by closing the doors and laying siege. Rundies, Lucia, you two are the only available forces at this point. Those filthy elves, as expected. Rundies replied with a grin. It was a disaster that fell within unimaginable boundaries, but Ivan had no choice but to acknowledge that this party composition was a mistake. Most of the party comprised elves, which resulted in a severe power gap against the terror directed at elves. However, with Lucia and Rundies, they could respond. In a disaster situation without explicit enemies, there was little chance for the party to get involved in direct conflict. Rundies was an engineer who had fully inherited the dwarven engineering skills. He was the most competent at the time when magic had vanished. And Lucia was an immediate power that could take Ivan's role under any circumstance. Although her direct combat ability might be somewhat lacking, with the two of them together, they could fully perform scouting roles. When the Privy Council is convened and the response begins, gather information. There's a high chance of there being a traitor within the Privy Council. It was clear that this situation was a collaboration between Vialgrin and the Queen, but there was something that remained undisclosed, a fragment of information that had not yet been confirmed. Alexander. In the first place, the reason Ivan headed towards Callion was that intel indicating someone among the Privy Council had teamed up with Alexander. Even now, Alexander still existed in this country, and what he hoped for and what actions he might attempt in this situation had yet to be confirmed. "Yes, sir, I'll be back soon." "Elder, please wait just a moment." The party quickly led the crew and departed. After a simple loading operation, the ship immediately set sail towards the dark night sea. Ivan briefly looked back at Lucia, who was waving her hands energetically from the rear, before turning his head away. "Dmitri." "Yes, Senior." "Will interrogating a foreign queen become a diplomatic issue?" "Well, if it becomes a problem." "What was the last operation you were deployed in?" "The Northeast, at the Alega of the Great Rift." "Survivors?" "5 of us survived, including myself." Ivan turned his gaze. He could see the men surrounding him. He knew all the men present here. He knew each of their names, lives, hobbies, and even the most trivial details. They were the ones who had received orders to assassinate the 7 dragon lords and returned after burying over 90% of their comrades in the field. "Senior, I received a message from His Majesty. If there's something that must be done, do not consider the future. Now, the personnel has been arranged directly by Your Majesty. The survivors of the cleanup unit have been gathered and sent off. It was Elizabeth herself. This decision comes from a commander who once operated the cleanup unit. This signifies that even the warlord of the 7 dragon lords can be a part of this force. In this era, it is the most secret and sharp weapon owned by Krasilov. All armies of civilization take this symbol as their shield. It indicates that they were established to protect their ethnicity and nation. However, from its inception, the cleanup unit has taken only one phrase as its symbol, the dagger held in reverse. It carries the meaning that it is a military branch solely for offense. "I will issue the orders." "Yes, Commander." The last high-ranking officer of the cleanup unit opened his mouth. "The final objective is the normalization of Callion. The immediate task is the occupation of the Eternal Palace. The subsequent tasks are the capture and interrogation of the Queen and understanding the situation. The secondary objective is the incapacitation of Idrenhill. As an alternative in case of failure, we will gather intelligence after joining with the forces of the Privy Council that will arrive later." Ivan continued, making eye contact with each person. "The grand strategy involves active intervention in the reorganization of Callion. The minimum requirement is the securing of Krasilov's haven. The maximum requirement is the acquisition of the source technology for airships. And then, we will strengthen the capture of Alexander." "Can I ask one question, Senior Ivan?" "Go ahead." "Can I include emotions in this?" The fact that everyone present here are survivors of the cleanup unit means, simply put, that everyone here has crawled back to life after burying their comrade before the warlord of the 7 dragon lords. By the command of a madman. The reason the cleanup unit grasped Elizabeth's hand and established the counterintelligence command was only for one reason. The reason why agents betrayed by the state once again placed their bodies in the hands of state power was solely one: revenge. With Dimitri's question, around 30 agents simultaneously looked at Ivan. "We can't just let our limbs go back to normal. Revenge is meaningless." Ivan quietly gazed into Dimitri's eyes and concluded his words. "So, it seems appropriate to offer a tribute for the brothers who died meaninglessly. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here." (182) Chapter 182. EP 182. The capital of Callion Idrenhill, is respected more for its emotional significance than for political reasons. Kalyan's political system is organized as a loose federation that guarantees complete autonomy for each of its island regions. Therefore, one cannot expect a unified administrative power. The affiliated islands were closer to feudal warlords. Thus, the term capital seems ridiculous. It is merely a nominal island with no administrative institution wielding any influence within the country, except for the Eternal Palace. In reality, its history does not extend to eternity. If one accounts from the mythological era, it's about 4,000 years. The oldest record from the times when history was kept mentions approximately 2,500 years. The reason the Eternal Palace is called eternal lies elsewhere. It is due to the inner garden, the most strictly guarded interior. The inner garden, as it is called, consists of a vast expanse. A magnificent basin fills the center of the island. Rising above it is the forest Silmerian well, which is called the Forest of Stars in human language. Each tree in the forest represents ancient ancestors. It is where elves, who have become shrubs over the millennium, take root. All those trees have intertwined and bound beneath the earth over time, so it would not be an exaggeration to regard the forest itself as a single life form. Therefore, the colloquial name for Silmerian well is as follows: World Tree. Since the time these trees lived and breathed, dating from the era of great ancestors, the passage of time surpasses a millennium. Hence the name Eternal Palace, and every moment deposited in this forest aligns with the world. Hence it is referred to as the World Tree. Thus, Idrenhill is called the capital not for political reasons, but for emotional ones. Because it is a sacred place where all elves' ancestors rest. And so, since history began, when the first winter faced by Kalyan arrived. Senior Ivan, this seems like a familiar sight. In the landscape of this sacred ground, the cleanup unit felt a strong sense of déjà vu. Now, let's rewind for a moment to when they infiltrated the Eternal Palace. Scaling the outer wall of the Eternal Palace was not difficult. Following Ivan's signal, the agents simultaneously threw their grappling hooks. Clang, thud, the hooks lodged securely into the parapets of the outer wall gallery. It was accomplished without a single miscalculation. As Ivan clenched his fist in the air, the agents silently ascended the ropes. The sound of their small footfalls was drowned in the storm. Clad in dark clothing, the agents moved like shadows. Wow! Elphira, who was carried on Ivan's back, quietly marveled. The wind fluttered the coat. The wildly flapping coat stood like a flag. 30 military standards were arrayed against the Eternal Palace. After the last member reached the wall, he reached out and shook his hand twice. Position secured. Confirmation. A brief signal passed, and Ivan struck the ground. He did not fix a hook. Instead, he wedged his fingertips into a tiny crack in the outer wall of the palace and began to climb. Huh. He exhaled deeply, allowing his breath to form a white cloud. His breath trailed behind him like a trace. One long breath formed a deep line as Ivan stepped onto the edge of the gallery. Squad 3. At Ivan's gesture, 6 men raised their heads. Keep the retreat secure. Squad 2, take the outer palace and search. Squad 4 will cover 3 o'clock, and Squad 5 will cover 9 o'clock. And Dmitri. Yes, Senior. Follow Squad 1. Support is on the way. Kalyan Standard Time 2100. The operation limit will be set at 360. The retreat assembly point is Kalyan Port 1. There was no response. Those present were all capable beings. Trained agents could hear the flutter of a butterfly's wings even amidst a storm. And all the agents here were trained sufficiently well even by Ivan's standards. The agents dispersed silently as soon as Ivan finished speaking. Elphira, who was watching the scene with fluttering eyelids, whispered softly. Don't you do that. Give luck. You know, like saluting the agents just before a special operation. A trained agent doesn't believe in luck. If an operation is going to be influenced by luck, it should never have been established in the first place. The objective must be clear, the goal must be simple, and the process must be resolute. Upon hearing Ivan's answer, Elphira exclaimed, "Oh," in admiration and hugged his neck tightly. "Is the meditation over?" "I have a rough idea now," Elphira replied as if whispering in his ear, and then closed her eyes. As they approached the Eternal Palace, it felt as though a stone was pressing down on her chest. It was difficult to breathe, let alone the mana. The concentration of mana in the atmosphere was already unprecedentedly dense. It felt almost as if she were swimming in water. However, the mana that she could exert had dwindled to almost nothing. The atmospheric mana was rejecting her, no, rejecting the elf. She opened her eyes slightly and scanned the surroundings from Ivan's back. The sanctuary built for the history of the elf was rejecting elves more intensely than anything else in this world. It was almost to the point of feeling a hatred, an obsessive intensity. Thus, like a boat with torn sails, she was left clinging to the only warmth in this cold winter. Ivan's back was broad, warm, and solid. She buried her face in it with all her might. The road to the temple was empty. Even when she strained her ears, there was no sign of life. This was strange. It was impossible that there wouldn't be a single attendant in such a vast royal castle. Including Ivan, the agents moved their steps while keeping an eye on different directions. In the dark night, the castle without a light restricted their vision. The stormy sky, with hail pounding against the windows and walls, restricted their hearing. The flow of dense mana also limited their magical perception. Ivan suddenly felt that this situation was somewhat familiar and furrowed his brow. It felt like he was entering the heart of a demonic territory. Meanwhile, an agent scouting ahead raised a fist and drew a gun. He extended 2 fingers and drew a horizontal line. Movement detected. Ivan nodded and quickly gestured. Following his signals, the agent spread out. "Commander, I think we should check something." The agent exploring ahead returned with a serious face. Ivan nodded briefly and followed him into the darkened corridor. Soon, a writhing silhouette came into his view. His grip tightened on the gun. The agent beside him shone a light. The military magic lantern illuminated the front. And, ugh! Elphira, who was on Ivan's back, hurriedly turned her head and covered her mouth. Fortunately, she didn't throw up. Ivan fixed his gaze on the writhing thing on the floor. There was a corpse. Judging by its attire, it was an attendant and the race was elf. Female. Height, 168 cm. Ivan quietly pulled a dagger from his cloak. He used it to pierce through the writhing things and simply examined the body of the corpse. Judging by the rigor mortis, the estimated time of death was around 3 hours ago. The cause of death. It drowned. Water filled her lungs. "Isn't this a deep-sea leech?" "That's right." "Why is that?" The black creatures devouring the corpse were deep-sea leeches. They were nearly the size of forearms, squirming in unison as they voraciously chewed on the body. One of the leeches turned its head toward Ivan's foot. Ivan quickly drove his dagger down into the creature's head and got up from his spot. At the same time, all the leeches turned their heads towards Ivan in unison. Who is controlling them? I can't be sure, but this isn't exactly a good environment for magic to be used. The concentration of mana in the air had exceeded a suitable level. The saturation of mana meant that the use of magic was limited as a result. Ivan wasn't adept at magic. However, he was used to understanding it within a tactical context. A wizard could be seen as a kind of internal combustion engine. It was a delicate machinery that needed the appropriate fuel to operate. Wizards capture the mana in the atmosphere and manipulate it within their bodies to obtain their output. So, in this environment, it wouldn't really be a problem unique to elves. Human wizards would also be unable to control their magic in such conditions. It was dense enough that even a small spark could easily lead to an explosion of fireballs. Amid all this, casting a complex summoning spell to command magical beasts, especially stealthily beyond Ivan and his agents, perception, well, that would be similar to surfing on a tsunami. If balance were to falter even once, they would be plunged straight into the deep sea. Ivan quickly organized the leeches looking at him and turned his body. Following his gestures, the agents trailed behind him. "Are you okay?" "Yes, There's no need to force yourself to use magic." Ivan comforted Elphara, who was panting and clinging tightly to his back. Her usefulness lay more in interpretation than in magic. In a situation where magic-related disasters were unfolding, they just needed someone knowledgeable about magic. That was why he had brought Elphara along to explore the ruins of Krasilov. However, Elphara shook her head slightly. "Don't say that, I am Greikenko's." "Excellent." With that, Ivan moved forward with satisfaction. As they approached the inner chamber, more and more corpses came into view. The size and number of leeches covering the corpses increased. Elphara was now almost choking him with how tightly she was clinging, sniffling. Ivan looked at Dmitri, amidst the storm raging solely from the mana, without any wind. "Sir." Dmitri was also anxiously looking at Ivan, tightening his fluttering coat. This is a sight we're somewhat familiar with, isn't it? The door leading to the rear was encased in ice. The entire corridor felt like it was inside a freezer. The corpses were frozen, arms outstretched towards the rear. There was a crunching noise as the leeches were gnawing at the iced corpses. It was audible from all directions. Between the frozen corpses, the agents glanced at Ivan with anxious eyes. Ivan met their gaze and nodded. "Yes." The oversaturated mana blocked the magic of everyone except for those he allowed. The twisted weather, regardless of seasons and climates, caused disasters merely from the mana itself. It's like the warlord of the 7 dragon lords. Are they even leeches of gods? We'll have to find out. Ivan tightened his grip around the axe. The tendons in his arm twitched like snakes, and then a flash burst forth as the axe grazed the frozen door. Boom! A shockwave echoed down the corridor as if an earthquake had occurred. Frozen corpses shattered like statues, and leeches rolled across the floor. Brushing off ice shards, Ivan raised his axe once more. Boom! "Look over there." At Rundy's shout, Oswald coughed and looked up. They had barely escaped the Idrenhill Sea area. The giant waves that had been crashing powerfully against the ship calmed down in an instant. Although they were still in a storm with snow swirling around, the state of the sea was much more bearable than before. Following Rundy's gesture, Oswald turned his head. "What is that?" At his low groan, everyone in the party turned around. Soon, they could see the same scene. Far in the distance along the path they had passed, there was Idrenhill, beneath the faintly blinking lighthouse of the harbor. The waves are frozen. The enormous tsunami that seemed ready to smash the harbor was frozen still, as if it were a still life. Lucia shook her head and narrowed her eyes. The vampire had keen night vision. In this darkness, it was no trouble to grasp objects by small lights. She stared blankly at the frozen tide, letting out a small moan. "The sea has frozen." In an instant. The entire Idrenhill Sea area. Oh no. She quickly ascended the watchtower. After slipping several times on the snow-covered tower, she managed to get into a position like a performer. With a half-praying heart, she gazed at Idrenhill. Below there, she focused on the dimly glowing seawater. The direction of the waves has a bias. The sea is gathering, centered on Idrenhill like a whirlpool. It almost seemed to be part of a gigantic magic circle, frozen in a radial range centered around Idrenhill. The lumpy waves stopped, creating a bizarre shape in the blue. "Let's get out quickly, hurry." "But what about the elder?" "Are you out of your mind? What are we supposed to do by ourselves? Don't you remember what the sir said last?" Gather the troops of the Privy Council and surround Idrenhill. Recalling those words, Rundi's expression hardened. Everyone move quickly, Evelyn. Yes, yes. You need to report this to Lord Ruspitz properly. How long will it take? If we head to the sea, it'll take about half a day, that much. Half a day. If they gathered the troops and moved again, it would take at least 2 more days. Watching the giant glaciers expanding moment by moment even now, Lucia bit her lip. Hoping that the city center of Idrenhill, within those frozen tides, would still be in a habitable state. Already a betrayal, how quick. Vialgrin smiled bitterly. Did you really think I would trust you, Vialgrin Greikenkos? Betrayal is a term that would typically be used within a trusted relationship. Their relationship should have been more economic than that. They had joined hands based on utility, not faith. The tips of Vialgrin's fingers were freezing. The powerful mana of Milestone was converging into a single point. Thanks to you, half of the Privy Council was deceived by your reputation, and the grand plan to utilize Milestone would not have succeeded without you. Your mistake was merely underestimating how much more vile your race could be. My condolences. Vialgrin was covered in frost, still wearing a smiling face. In front of him, who had stiffened without a response, Alexander burst into laughter. Such a shabby end for the most powerful wizard of this era, ha. Vialgrin was far too powerful, so powerful that even his own kin had to be cautious around him. He deceived the Privy Councillors at the behest of the Queen. He secretly contacted each one to add more subordinates to Milestone. When all the councillors began to find Milestone useful, Alexander had merely lent a hand. If Vialgrin harbored other intentions, he could demand accountability for the sin of owning Milestone, and Vialgrin was someone who could easily purge them, like cutting off tails. If permitted, he would personally put a leash on Vialgrin. All Milestones were used differently in each of the various schools. They made unreserved use of the technologies accrued over thousands of years, testing the limits of their race's potential. Thus, the ideas gathered were 12. Methods for commanding other races, including magical beasts. Methods for generating divine power by compressing souls. Methods for manipulating time against opponents by forcefully accelerating their nerves. Methods for reducing mana through the destruction of elemental winds. Methods for performing memory manipulation and mental domination on a racial level. And the winter we have postponed for millennia. The raging storm gradually grew colder. The breath rolled across the deck, freezing in place. The souls of a race that withstood a millennium and became one. All these converged into a single point. The fifth god descends upon the earth. Not an incomplete god who is sealed and scattered, but a true god created wholly from the ground up in the essence of concepts. With this, the pendulum tips, the balance breaks, the most powerful force of the United Kingdom collapses. It's your merit, Vialgrin, so watch closely. Forever confined in the frozen depths, witness the end of your race with your own 2 eyes. Alexander kicked Vialgrin, trapped in ice, sending him down. The ice pillar quickly sank beneath the surface. With a frozen smile, quietly. Click. As a hand moved the queen in the darkness. Click. Vialgrin moved the knight without hesitation. The author's note, author's afterword. The accidental mistake of the god who created the race, the essence of evolution that has continued for thousands of years, the greatest product created by the fate of this world. The most powerful and the greatest entity of an entire race. In wartime, humans referred to them as the 7 dragon lords. Those who obtained the name of God in the body of a mortal. Concepts that manifested in the world, representatives of each race that make up the demon races. If considered among humans, perhaps equivalent to a hero. No, that's not right. Even that hero was not the most powerful individual among humans. They became beings who could represent their entire race by themselves, literally becoming the god of the race. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (183). Chapter 183. EP 183. The portal, covered in blue ice, was spiderwebbed with cracks. Before swinging the axe, Ivan instinctively realized that he could destroy it with one more strike. He slowly controlled his mana, extended his arm, and opened his mouth. Dmitri. Yes, Senior. Immediately after opening the door, if a Type 1 situation is confirmed, retreat and regroup. Inform headquarters of the situation and abandon Callion. Yes, Senior. The worst-case scenario the cleanup unit could face in the Demon King's territory, a Type 1 situation, meant only one thing: a direct encounter with the 7 Dragon Lords. During the process of establishing response doctrines for nearly all combat situations, there was truly no way to respond to just that situation. This was why the tactical orders for the unit always specified a regrouping point. The areas where the cleanup unit was deployed were always behind the enemy lines and deep within their territory. In the worst-case scenario, there was a possibility of actually encountering a Dragon Lord. The principle was that the highest-ranking officer would remain during an encounter with a Dragon Lord. This was the only way to maintain the unit's survivability. While the most competent agent bought time, the juniors had to escape along the route. Someone had to relay the situation at the front line to the Operation Command Center. Information, such as the current location of a Dragon Lord, was classified as top-secret intelligence. And right here, the highest-ranking officer of this unit was Ivan. Elfira. Yes. Don't worry. Lastly, Ivan covered Elfira, who was on his back with his coat and tightly secured his waist. You will definitely return alive. Ivan brandished the axe. The mana that had been held back for a moment surged like fire, heating his nerves. Muscles enhanced to their limit writhed roughly. Akwayanji. The noise was so loud that Elfira's response couldn't be heard. However, the warmth digging into the nape of his neck was comforting. Snow swirled like a canopy. Visibility was extremely restricted, and the storm muted all sound. Ivan tried to shield his face from the snow, but paused and quickly turned his hand behind his back. Though tightly wrapped, he wasn't sure. If he could use his mana, maintaining body temperature wouldn't be difficult, but Elfira wasn't in a state to do so right now. He quickly untied the rope around his waist and pulled the shivering Elfira into his arms. Ere. Her voice was drowned out. The moment it escaped her lips, the sound was swallowed by the storm. Ivan soon gave up on trying to communicate and tightened the hem of his coat. He could feel her trembling body beneath it. Ere. Elfira shouted something. Perhaps he should have taught her sign language. Ivan clicked his tongue at the situation where he couldn't even perform a spell to communicate. She placed her hand on the nape of her neck and poured magic into her. For a wizard, magic acts similarly to an electrical current. Just as each machine requires different voltages and power levels, one cannot simply use another's magic indiscriminately. Of course, under normal circumstances, it would be an unthinkable act. A delicate magic circuit could easily become overloaded. Normally, Elfira was capable enough to dismantle and absorb external magic in an instant. But right now, this is the best option, so all that remains is to trust. Eria. Elfira's urgent shout was felt beneath his hand. The tremor in her nape was vivid. Since it was unlikely to be understood anyway, Ivan ignored Elfira's words and surveyed the surroundings. This isn't indoors. It makes sense since a snowstorm wouldn't rage indoors, but considering the structure of the Eternal Palace, this phenomenon should be impossible. The courtyard of the Eternal Palace was covered by a massive glass dome. It was an effort to always provide perfect conditions for the ancestors, to consistently maintain humidity and temperature, control sunlight, and block beasts and pests. Ivan barely turned his body to look behind him. The door he had just passed through wasn't visible. No door, no building. He narrowed his eyes and cautiously surveyed the area. It was a snow-covered wilderness, flat with no elevation changes. In the darkness of night, the pure white ground continued to the horizon. Again, he looked more carefully, to see if there might be any other presence. It's certain. There was no sign of life. Besides Elphara, who had been close, all the agents present had vanished. A hallucination spell. No, if that were the case, Elphara wouldn't have come through with him. It's the Dragon Lord. Ivan was well aware of this phenomenon. He bit his lip and gripped the axe. There was no denying it anymore. It was a Type 1 situation, not just a chance encounter, but an invasion level of the Dragon Lord. A place belonging to those who have become divine by living as mortals, gaining immortality through their souls. It is the territory of beings who have become incarnations of ideas. The Dragon Lord was akin to another world. All the Dragon Lords he had encountered had been such. It does not merely refer to a well-built fortress or dungeon. It is a space where the concepts of the world become distorted. To put it simply, yes, it is the world of gods, a world of those who referred to themselves as gods. So right now, this place is. Huo. The Eternal Palace, where he had just set foot, was nowhere to be found. And in this space, only the snowy expanse and storm existed, resembling the Dragon Lord's domain. Then there must be inhabitants. What a god needs most are worshippers. One reason Ivan does not believe in gods is that those tribes cannot achieve perfection on their own. All 7 Dragon Lords had their own worshippers. As representatives of their respective races, the worshippers were the very embodiment of their entire ethnic groups. But now, who had been nurtured in this space? Idren Hill, the city of elves. What kind of magical beast could possibly thrive here to the extent of creating a god? At the edge of the horizon, something was writhing. At first, it seemed like an optical illusion caused by the rough snowfall, but upon closer inspection, it was growing larger. Ivan moved towards the writhing forms, carefully adjusting his steps to avoid startling Elphara. Soon, he could confront the moving things directly. It was a deep-sea leech, a grotesque mass made up of creatures frozen in the snow and smaller ones devouring it was wriggling. I see, so it's the sea. Ivan looked around with fresh eyes. He stared at the flat, featureless horizon and the thick layer of snow accumulated on top. Suddenly, he swept his foot across the ground. The solid ground shifted smoothly. Beneath it lay dark ice. The sea is frozen. Techniques for controlling magical beasts, enhancing intelligence, extracting divinity by compressing souls, quite clever. Ivan gazed at the leeches with an icy stare. The leeches had turned their heads towards Ivan, as if obeying someone's command. No, as if they were listening to his words, like they possessed intelligence. They've enhanced the intelligence of the magical beasts and instilled faith in them. Not the god of the elves, but the god of the magical beasts created by the elves. Were they trying to control a god? One of the magical beasts writhed. Its mouth, resembling that of a remora shark, gurgled, making a bizarre sound as if metal was twisting. Tick, tick, tick. Such noises began layering over one another. Each entity started to produce different sounds, following different patterns. It was an assembly of sounds. Like when an orchestra plays, the distinct characteristics of each instrument blend together to elevate into a single piece of music. Sounds that were but mere noises converged to create a melody. The sporadic sounds emitted by the leeches began to stutter words. Eternity, high prosperity it shall be. That phrase was endlessly repeated. The leeches swayed their heads as if in a trance, mumbling. Suddenly, a light flickered beneath his feet. Ivan brushed the snowfall aside with his foot to examine the ground. The dark sea's glacier. Below, a cluster of light shimmered faintly, as if it was unfolding from far away like a galaxy. As he squinted his eyes to take a better look, a vague outline became discernible. It was a city, and sunken city, no, there were cities. Unusual ruins and flowing magical currents illuminated the space vividly. This is a first-time seeing of the terrain. Ivan does not forget the terrain he has seen once at the unit level of military maps, so the city he is looking down upon is clearly taking on a strange shape. No area of the United Kingdom has that kind of shape. A fragment like a piece of trash was floating below amid the current drifting over the city. 42 islands, huh? A military flag, emblazoned with Callion's insignia, fluttered beneath the glacier. Eternally, blessed be the cold. The maggots began to squirm and intertwine. Ivan tucked Elphira to one side and grasped his axe. After gently patting her trembling shoulders, he steadied his stance. The tangled mass of maggots took on a human form. They had pointed ears and were dressed in attire he had never seen before. The maggots formed a bizarre shape, taking up the place where hair should be. From just the silhouette, it resembled an endlessly growing tree. Yur Sir Yurimov. Elphira whispered softly, her frozen lips moving. She was gazing with terrified eyes beyond the horizon. The wriggling shapes were beginning to gather more and more on the horizon where snowflakes were swirling. The maggots were forming a silhouette. Each individual soon took on the shape of an elf, standing like a tree. The horizon looked like an endlessly sprawling forest. Leave me behind. You can find a way to live right alone. Yeah, I can find one. Ivan pressed down on Elphira's head, hiding it inside his coat. I've done this before, stay close to me. This was not Ivan's first visit to the Dragon Lord of the 7 Dragon Lords. He had the experience of being a scout for a hero party, surveying the Dragon Lord and returning alive to guide the heroes. Thus, doing the same for the contemporary party was not a particularly grand experience. And a trained agent should not find it difficult to repeat what they have done once. The ancient souls of elves sealed in the deep sea. The magical beasts that have accumulated by gnawing at those souls. Raising those magical beasts and bestowing them with intelligence to awaken them as a demon race. Creating faith in those demon races and condensing them into a singular entity. It's theoretically possible to directly produce a Dragon Lord level. Vialgrin quietly smiled and gestured with his hands. When the knight moved, the opposing hand pushed the phone away. But should we call that a god? Vialgrin's question echoed in the darkness. I would rather call this a vessel. His hand grasped the knight and moved. With a snap, the pawns that had come out first were trampled and burst like maggots. Is it the cold slicing through my flesh, the penetrating mana of this other world, or is it fear? If the reason my hands shake is due to fear, then it isn't the fear of my death. Elphira cautiously touched Ivan's cheek with her pale, trembling fingertips. Crack! An elf made of maggots was crushed beneath the axe. The maggots scattered quickly, dwindling beyond the snowy field. Soon, another elf rose from the horizon. Lord Yurimov. Barely prying her frozen lips apart to speak, Ivan swung his axe without even looking at her. The burst bodies of maggots lay scattered across the snow. Do what you must, Elphira. Aye. You can do it. Until then, don't think about anything else. Even in this situation, his voice remained unchanged. Heavy, solemn, and unwavering low tone. Breath not even slightly roughened, firm yet not cold, it was reassuring. Don't fall behind. Elphira bowed her head at his words. What needs to be done? The wizard of the hero party, the wizard who lost her magic, the powerless wizard panting in fear, must do something. Under the mana of this other world that entangles the magic circuit, the wizard of the hero party must do something. A click. The gears of the circuit turned. although it trembled, overloaded, and became hot, twisting its configuration. It felt as if nerves were being burned by electricity under extreme pain, but still. The wizard of the hero party has something to do. Because the heir of Greikenko's has something to do. Right. Ivan chuckled quietly, pressing Elphira's head down once, then struck down the head of the oncoming elf with his axe. Crack, the foul liquid soaked the hem of his coat. A word from the author's note, delayed thoughts, sleep. I fell asleep right after getting off work and woke up late. I'm sorry. This week's serialization will continue until Saturday. View next chapter. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (184). Chapter 184. EP 184. Human. The worm in the shape of an elf mumbled. Ivan twisted the spear that was thrusting towards him and swung his axe. Crunch, the elf's head that had been mumbling burst open. Regardless of its form, this creature's weakness is not its head. It was a swarm made up of numerous magical beasts. However, the form that had lost its head soon scattered and spilled onto the ground. Keh. As he frowned at the change, a sharp alertness surged within him. Ivan quickly turned his head and avoided the arrow that was grazing his cheek. Looking straight ahead, an elf dressed in clothing was knocking an arrow. Both the arrow, the bow, and the clothing were all made of magical beasts. His cheek burned. He had clearly dodged, yet in that moment, the arrowhead opened his cheek and bit into the skin. It's getting more sophisticated. What? Those guys. Ivan briefly responded and swung his axe. One of the approaching elves was smashed again and scattered. He gradually started to feel out of breath. He couldn't gauge how long or how fiercely he had been fighting. The space, as well as time, seemed to be twisted. Human in the sanctuary, why? Kill him, lowly. The elves approached, mumbling blankly. The ones who had been charging recklessly were slowly mixing in skills, clutching worm-made weapons. Cacking. This was the first time an attack had been blocked. Ivan watched as the spear, blocked by his axe, opened its mouth with teeth and grinded against the blade, quickly twisting his body. Crunch, the axe blade crushed the spear, bursting the elf holding it. Slimy bodily fluids splattered onto the hem of his coat. Sentience was emerging. New techniques and tricks were being revealed from these creatures. Elphira. Yes, Sir Yurimov. Do you recognize that clothing? Wait a moment, it's too fast. Just a moment, please. Elphira peeked out from the hem of her coat and cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Startled by the writhing forms, she gradually narrowed her eyes calmly. She soon nodded and replied. It's an extremely old traditional attire. Indeed, those things, No, this looks like it's the ancestral forest. Anger rippled in Elphira's eyes. They've defiled this forest and planted the souls of our ancestors into a body of magical beasts. The ancestors who were here. Having killed the ancestors turned into trees, they extracted their souls and embedded them into the horde of magical beasts. The creatures, beginning to gain sentience, ravenously devoured the souls of the ancestors to enhance their own flesh. Those are not your ancestors, Elphira. I know that the beasts merely devour and imitate them, but still this is. It would be the most horrific insult one could inflict upon an elf. Ivan nodded at her words. The dead should remain dead. There is no greater insult than forcing the deceased to walk again. For elves, the most beautiful death was in the ancestral forest. They were desecrating the noble tradition that had been passed down since ancient times in the most dreadful manner. Creating the 7 dragon lords at the heart of the elves who hated demons. Do you see any possibilities? Magic, I'm not incompetent. Really, I've been recognized as the best genius in the astronomy faction throughout history, you know. I know. How much your father bragged about you. Ivan tucked Elphira's stumbling head back into the hem of his coat and took a deep breath. Take your time. If time is the only thing lacking, it's not difficult to buy some. Ivan firmly gripped the axe handle with fingertips that were slowly losing sensation in the bitter cold, and finished his words. Elphira nodded slightly inside the hem of her coat and tightly grasped his sleeve. Please buy me 1 hour, no, just 2 hours. I will finish it no matter what happens. Ahem. Elphira glanced up slightly at Ivan, who was visible through the thick coat. His skin, soaked in the bodily fluids of magical beasts, was glistening and cracking in the freezing cold. Nevertheless, he was channeling most of his magic to her to maintain at least a minimal body temperature. Even though he himself was gradually freezing and becoming slower in movement, the flow of magic that entered her remained steady. The number of enemies is increasing. Elphira looked around with trembling eyes. Are they getting more accustomed as time passes? The swarm of magical beasts disguised as elves was gradually increasing. Each individual was now using techniques. They were thrusting with spears, shooting arrows, and occasionally swinging swords. Ivan was slaughtering them all like a lion among a flock of sheep, but there seemed to be no end to their numbers. What started as a dozen or so quickly grew to 100 or more. There is no time. The only way to secure both Ivan's and her own lives against the infinitely increasing enemies is to restore magic. Fortunately, this place is filled with magic. Although it's a type of magic that cannot be used immediately, it does mean that there is sufficient latent fuel. Then she must find a way, even if it requires altering the body. She must derive a magical formula that can be optimized for this magic. Theoretical realms are her specialty. Elphira tightly closed her eyes and sat down. She could feel Ivan standing in front of her. Even as she began her meditation, she couldn't let go of Ivan's sleeve. A skyborne battleship fell from the heavens, and amidst the chaos where elves who had lost their magic screamed in the darkness, there was only one place that showed the least damage and the fastest response. Iberendon, the island ruled by the swordsmanship faction. This was not originally a place governed by a school of magic. It was land that had always been far from magic engineering. Moreover, the ruler of this place was the sharp-eyed Adelplat, a legendary swordsman who had come back alive after buying time for the retreat of his forces against the 7 dragon lords. Even if a handful of magic disappeared, there was no one who dared to defy her and the swordsmanship faction to incite a riot. It's been a long time since we've come to Idrenhill via regular navigation. Adele tightened his grip on the anchor line on the stormy deck as he squinted his eyes. The battleships of the swordsmanship faction were crossing the sea, cutting through the waves that swelled like castle walls. 11 battleships, each carrying over 700 elves who had entered the realm of the superhuman and dedicated their long lives solely to swordsmanship, were traversing the Callian inland sea. Are you saying we can't set sail immediately? Calm down, you're being unsightly. Islif pressed his weary eyes as he looked at his daughter and her group, who were shouting loudly. Which island has the capacity to set sail right now? We can hardly maintain the harbor facilities. What about maritime navigation? Most of those who can do that are humans. If it's the operation of the airship, he might not know, but when it comes to maritime navigation, most crews are human. Labor costs are absurdly cheap, plus there's little risk of onboard rebellion. Important cargo is transported by air. Most trade can be entrusted to airships. So maritime navigation refers to situations where humans are needed to pull the ship to Callian out of necessity. Even if it were not the case, the captain merely used elves while actually commanding humans. After all, humans were as numerous as goblins. Therefore, at this point when all transportation systems, including airships, had come to a halt, The elves who could navigate the seas were refusing to board the ships. Do you want to be surrounded by humans in the middle of the sea? Isn't that too dangerous? Prophet. The elf sorcerer, unable to use magic, was nothing more than a scarecrow laden with gold. While they could exert authority on the island, they daren't defy it, knowing this situation wouldn't last forever. What does it matter at sea? Whatever happens on that tiny ship, who could control it if it was disguised as an accident and fled? Then are you saying we should just watch this unfold? Are you serious? I need to think of a better way. First, we need to protect the island. Excuse me, may I say something, chairperson? Islif turned his gaze to the man clinging to his daughter. The firstborn of the Eastvelpen family, who was the fiancé his daughter had broken off the engagement with. The Eastvelpen family was a prestigious ancient noble house. Oswald politely opened his mouth towards Islif, who nodded. This commotion will be temporary. You must know that too, chairperson. This disaster is a result of the malfunction of the milestone. Yes, my disciples are still clinging to the milestone, sweating profusely. So, if we assume we have identified the cause of the situation and that its effects are temporary, shouldn't we act like elves? Oh, like elves. It is not our role to prepare the solution. We are the great race standing on the shoulders of giants, looking down on distant valleys, are we not? Islif couldn't help but smile at the audacity of the young man's words. What do you want to say? I want to discuss what happens after the crisis. You're in no position to make such claims, do you understand? Even if my father were here, he wouldn't disagree with me. Oswald continued speaking with a serious face. After swallowing a dry gulp, he slowly opened his mouth. We must depose Her Majesty the Queen. Why is that? The cause of the milestone incident lies with each family's use of the milestone. The authority over the milestone rests with the royal family, which has the legal right to curb the aristocracy. So you're saying we should shift the blame? Yes, having management authority also means bearing the responsibility for mismanagement. Why are you saying this now? Any sufficiently discerning members of the Privy Council must be thinking this as well. They are merely startled by the commotion, it's just a matter of time. Oswald carefully continued as he faced Islif, who regarded him with interest. Thus, the family that first reaches Idrenhill will become the symbol of the next government. They can also claim credit for deposing the queen and stabilizing the situation by protecting the new king. So you mean we should set sail now? It may already be too late, chairperson. In a situation where magic has disappeared, which family would logically move first? The swordsmanship faction, Edelplat Kohenolf S. Yes, and the families that have realized this must be eager to act now. At this point where communication has broken down. Islif smiled broadly and followed his words. If the Privy Council convenes again, it will be in Idrenhill, and those representatives who could not participate even remotely will be excluded from the discussion of the next agenda. Yes, so we should head to Idrenhill this moment. That sounds reasonable, ha ha ha. Islif burst into laughter and patted Oswald on the back. Istvalfin's head of household has raised a fine son. Indeed, he was a spirited child from a young age. I had momentarily forgotten about that. You're being too kind. Once this situation is resolved, I'll calculate my own share of the contributions. Islif congratulated Oswald and left the room. The elves, who were leisurely preparing for the winter measures, began to gather their numbers and hasten the preparations for their voyage. Lucia, who was watching them with wide eyes, cautiously spoke up. Mr. Rustpits, are you serious? What do you mean? Deposing the queen and taking hold of the next regime, saying that resolving the situation is something beneath lessers. Something like that, elf-like? An elf-like statement. Lucia's eyes were filled with disbelief. Oswald was one of the humblest among all the elves she had encountered. Sometimes he felt as if he was just a human in an elf's body. Even though he had a playful side, he was polite and kind. It was as if she was facing a new side of such a person. The idea that he was pulling the wool over everyone's eyes with such elf-like political acumen sent chills down her spine. Oswald forced a wry smile at her words. "I've given it some thought." "A thought?" "Yes, everyone here has their own strengths. Miss Lucia is the disciple of Lord Enrique, Miss Rundies has exceptional craftsmanship, and Miss Elphara stands out among her peers. People like Miss Isabel, Miss Ectasis, and Mr. Oscar are talents that need no further mention." Yes, but Eugen, or Yenijub, has heard the word of God directly, and Miss Yuri, despite being a commoner, is the top of the knight's department. I doubt Miss Isabel or Mr. Oscar could defeat her in swordsmanship. Everyone displayed a significant talent in one way or another. They were positioned in the most suitable roles to complement each other. And Ivan would organize such companions into a party according to their roles. In that situation, what would Oswald's own role be? His magic was focused solely on mind sorcery. It didn't seem particularly helpful in battle, and when it came to gathering information, Eugen's status screen or Ivan's potion were more useful. What about now, with magic having disappeared? Elphara excelled at magical interpretation, so she could act directly with Ivan in this situation. But what about him? "Right now, I'm just a burden." He couldn't use magic and was not a person of this world, so he wasn't familiar with its culture or history, and he couldn't excel in academic fields either. He needed to demonstrate his usefulness in other ways. His distinction was that he was an elf, and that he had possessed the creative work of a villainous noble obsessed with a genius wizard. In other words, it meant he could receive the full support of the villainous noble. And in this world, the villainous noble was Evelyn Rustpits, the favored one of the Privy Council. As long as he could receive her support, his role could only be this: political support, to enable the hero and his companions to act to their fullest, from behind the scenes, to become a solid force that would never betray them under any circumstance, and rise to a position that could project all possible support. That was the role he had found as a party member, and now was the time for that debut. Uniting the elves was not about ideals, legitimacy, or authority, but rather about schemes, profit, and political power. "This is the best I can do right now. It doesn't look very nice, does it?" Oswald chuckled self-deprecatingly. It felt like ants were crawling in his head. Elphara was struggling to calm the chaotic mana that was bursting forth as she coughed up blood. She had improved the magic circuit. No, it would be better to say she had made it worse. It was deviating from the superior elven magic system and was instead mimicking that of magical beasts. The efficiency was plummeting, and the leaking mana was wreaking havoc on her entire body. It felt as if her brain was being cooked alive. She had to endure both the precision of a surgical operation and the pain akin to torture simultaneously. Concentration had hit rock bottom. Yet, in the end, Elphara succeeded in moving a thin thread of mana according to her will. "Irmav, I did it, How much time had passed? In this space, even the sense of time was distorted, so Elphara could not gauge how long she had devoted herself to meditation. When she lifted her head, wiping the blood from her eyes, "Yurimov." She saw Ivan, half-eaten, looking down at her. "How long?" 3 days, 13 hours, and 21 minutes. Ivan answered with a faint smile. His right arm was grotesquely dangling, muscles torn here and there, and his back and chest were filled with gaping, lacerated wounds. She couldn't see where his outer robe had gone. It had turned into tatters, revealing bare skin between the rips in his shirt. On the spots where congealed blood had frozen and fallen away, old scars clung like an ancient mosaic. Scattered over them were new wounds, and I told you, if the only thing you lack is time. Making up for that was not difficult. What he could do was ultimately just this, using his body. Ivan, with lips trembling from mana exhaustion, strained to respond. Opposite his tattered right side was his left. So, from the left sleeve, he held onto to his forearm. At the position where Elphira was, there were no injuries or wounds whatsoever. I'm better now, us. Don't cry. This happened because of me. Because she had to keep half of her body still to protect him. Because she had to continually transmit mana to ensure she didn't freeze to death. And because she hadn't moved a single step, fearing it might break her concentration. She was sure that without her, he could have tolerated 3 days. No, even longer without injury. Elphira couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed, rubbing her face against Ivan's hand. Such excessive self-awareness. Ivan quietly removed his hand from her face and lifted her up. With his sleeve, still relatively clean, he roughly wiped her tear-streaked eyes. Your ancestors did well. So, it wasn't that he was injured trying to protect her. The opponent was simply strong. Having answered that, considering you're an elf, he added with a joking tone and a faint smile. Unintentionally, Elphira wrapped her arms around the back of Ivan's neck. When Ivan, momentarily losing his balance from mana exhaustion, slightly bent his knees, she stood on her toes to meet his gaze. Swoosh. Their breaths mixed at the tips of their noses. If you go out, you'll be responsible for this. Saying that with that face is unfair. A moment later, Elphira whispered tearfully as she pulled away. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (185). Chapter 185. EP 185. Ivan looked down at Elphira without saying a word. She avoided his gaze, rolling her eyes around, before finally letting out a grunt and punching him in the chest. What are you looking at? I was pondering whether I bear any responsibility here. Are you really insane? What are you trying to avoid taking responsibility? It seems that usually the perpetrator is told to take responsibility towards the victim. That was my first kiss. You took it all away. I'm not any different, you know. Elphira's ears twitched madly. She twitched her toes and bit her lip once. Then, how about we do it again, just to confirm. This isn't really the time for that conversation. Ivan turned his gaze away from Elphira. It was a complex issue that had to be resolved. Yet, honestly, wasn't it an utterly trivial matter at this moment? Ivan pointed towards the horizon with his chin. There are no corpses. And look at that. What a mountain. Look a little higher. All there was around were splattered bodily fluids proving 3 days of battle, but there were no actual corpses to be seen. The magical beasts in elven shape, made up of maggots and leeches, had all disappeared from view. As Ivan lifted his gaze to the direction he pointed, only a faint outline of snow-covered mountains stood tall on the horizon. Look, X. Yes, that. As he followed the ridge of the mountain with his gaze, a faint silhouette revealed itself under the dark night sky. It looked exactly like a tree. It kept growing as it killed your ancestors. It seems to have stopped growing, so it must be fully grown now. Then that. Right. Ivan nodded at the stammering Elphira. It's the 7 dragon lords of that era. Elphira gazed blankly at the sky. The enormous tree that tore through the clouds drooped its empty branches. The maggots that Ivan killed had all gathered and stuck to it. A massive tree made of magical beasts, but why a tree? She could instinctively realize it. That was a being created by twisting the milestone. No, it was the milestone itself that had gained self-awareness and begun to act. The god created by the elves had taken shape after encountering its worshippers, the magical beasts. Therefore, Its orientation mimicked the cultures of the ancient elves. The name of that which has grown by devouring the souls of the elves who have turned into a forest, if one must be assigned, is World Tree. Elfera lamented. The winter that Callian has postponed for millennia, the years that have accumulated upon Callian for millennia. In this moment, it gazes down upon Callian with malevolence. Elfera, having regained her mana, lifted her gaze to the massive branches. The sky is visible through the branches that have torn apart the dense clouds. It is a sky where red stars sparkle. As the daughter of the head of the astronomy faction, she also possessed the knowledge to read the stars. Muttering while gazing at the galaxy, full of malevolence, spread across the sky. The Millennium Winter, seen as Gamru. All the sky within her sight is ominous. The spirits looking down upon her, backed by that sky like a halo, are also ominous. Under that overwhelming celestial spectacle, Elfera felt suffocated. As long as that thing lives, there is no future for the elves. As a member of the elves, she realizes it in the realm of survival instinct. It whispers that it will devour your kin and prosper forever. A god created by elves, growing while gnawing on the souls of elves, was murmuring thus. Blood trickled from Elfera's eyes. She coughed and lowered her head. At that moment, a hand was placed upon her hair. It's warm. When Elfera flinched and looked up, Ivan was standing before her, blocking her view. As always, he stood tall, firm, and unwavering. Do not bow your head, Elfera. At the very least, you are in a position where you should not despair even when facing a god. Yes, Sir Yurimov. So look straight ahead. In those times, your seniors lived facing such things. Ivan gently pushed Elfera. As a senior of the hero party of that era, and as a scout of the present, he always had the obligation to illuminate the way forward. It is tiring. That is only natural. They fought for 3 days straight. Furthermore, thoroughly excluding evasive maneuvers and focusing solely on defense. However, the strange thing is that there was no life response like hunger or thirst. No matter how much they fought, even if they were exhausted, their stamina never drained. Is it the power of this world? Or the bizarre power of the 7 dragon lords, which continues to grow without consciousness? If one is a capable agent, they do not get mired in questions that cannot be solved. Ivan was a realistic person, so he decided to find a solution instead. Sometimes if despair covers the sky. One foot stretched back to maintain balance, the other foot grounded firmly on the earth. Creak, a prickling sensation numbing the nerves. The sense of hearing, taste, smell, and touch are eliminated. What is enhanced is entirely the sense of time. The space is depicted. Time is segmented. Between seconds, the snowflakes falling from the sky seem to freeze midair, as if preserved in the atmosphere. Not even the wind blows. It is undetectable. Even the flow of magic seems to have swallowed its breath. The malice of that being, even now, the malice pouring over the entire world is the same. Only silence, that alone remains truly. The distorted winter, a winter that has been liberated from confinement after an eternity, has stilled in the quiet. And in that moment, an axe dances. A killing. The hand gripping the axe handle is devoid of sensation. The right arm, nearly necrotic, is supported by the left hand behind, as a precaution against lacking strength. There is only one posture remembered, the strongest strike he can recall. The trajectory of that moment, which reached out for hope amidst despair. The hero party cannot despair. They must not despair. Their duty is to be humanity's hope. They had no right to give up. So, in an era when despair overshadowed the sky and engulfed humanity, the hero party instead is sliced through the clouds. Maximilian's sky-splitting. Iquazic. With the severing, time flows. The sky glowed red. The clouds tore apart. In Elfera's eyes, there was still only a dreadful celestial omen, yet she stood up, refusing to kneel, taking one step further. Iquazijijijic. Once again, a strike weaves through the gaps of consciousness, tearing the clouds and clawing at the sky. Equaling. A branch piercing through the clouds fell. Did you just slice that? Elphara muttered in disbelief. Even when receiving her gaze, Ivan maintained his stance in silence, holding his composure. Unshaken even by that mighty strike, he stood there with the demeanor of someone who had completed an ordinary task. Yes, indeed. In this era, excluding our fathers. In other words, excluding the heroes and their party. The man standing before her now was the only one who had killed a warlord and returned alive. Can you use magic? Yes, Sir Yurimov, I can use it. Can you escape from this space? Escape? Yes, theoretically it's possible, but what threw them into this space was the power of that. But now that some of that power can be manipulated, it seems an escape can be attempted in theory. That's a relief, Ivan nodded. I will issue the operation orders. Operations, yes. The ultimate goal is the establishment of that. The immediate task is survival and escape. The subsequent task is to gather the elf forces and supply them with your method. After that, we will empower the elf forces. Ivan continued without looking at Elphara. The grand strategy is to rescue the elves. The minimum condition is to establish the next regime in Kalyan. Why are you saying that? Why is he saying this at this very moment? With a puzzled look, Elphara looked at Ivan. Everything he was saying now was something he could accomplish if they worked together. However, Ivan still did not look at Elphara. Someone needs to buy time. It would be problematic if that escapes this space before the preparations are complete. What? Hoping that she had misunderstood, she asked, but Ivan remained silently standing. Go. Sir Yurimov, but I've done it before, go. Ivan did not wait for her to finish. Instead, he loosely tied his limp right arm to his body and walked forward with a limping leg. Elphara extended her arm to his retreating figure, but soon lowered it again. Someone had to do it, and it was something she could not do. Each of them had to handle what they could do. So, if she respected his judgment, she had to act according to his judgment. Spark. Magic wrapped around her hand. The pawn crushed by the knight burst like a maggot, surrounding the queen. The queen is looking at the knight. The knight will die with the next move. The board collapses. In the distance, the white pawns are gathering, but they will not be able to keep up with the timing. Nothing could be seen in the darkness beyond the game board, but it felt as if the darkness was laughing. Vialgrin fiddled with a game piece for a moment before shaking off the dust and standing up. Are you giving up? It was not a sound he heard. It was merely an empty darkness where nothing existed. But in response to some will question, Vialgrin shook his head. I need to make the next move. Is there a next move left? Of course. Vialgrin set down the game piece he had been touching. It was a completely different direction, a totally mismatched move. The bishop stood, facing the king. This violates the rules. From now on, this will be our rule. How dare you enforce the rules? If you wish to play in the mortal world, you must follow the rules of mortals. Vialgrin reached out into the darkness. The gods do not typically speak to their followers. Depending on their whims, they occasionally only extend a hand. Then, can't one grasp that outstretched hand and pull it down? If a vessel is complete, can it not be filled? Thus, Vialgrin firmly gripped the captured hand and pulled with all his might. The world of gods belongs to the gods. The world of man belongs to man. Ash returns to ash, dust returns to dust, and particles return to particles. Therefore, if a god stands in the world of man, they can no longer be called a god. As the age of myths passed, the age of civilization began, and the gods that once walked the earth disappeared. Long ago, it is said that a religion sought to hunt down the gods. Though the methods and history remain unknown, the ancient ruins from a distant past still lurk beneath the ground. A god that falls to the earth follows the rules of mortals, and the only rule granted to mortals is mortality. Nothing in this world can live forever. Ash returns to ash, dust returns to dust, and particles return to particles. The world of gods belongs to the gods. The world of man belongs to man. The whims of the gods can no longer sway the fate of the earth. Pulling on the captured hand. Finally, the world will truly be free. This is the only way to kill the gods above. Aurora, the sailing elves muttered as they stared blankly at the blue curtain stretched over the rough storm. In the distance, a massive aurora was unfurling over the faintly glowing skies of Idren Hill. Under the northern lights on the frozen sea, the silhouette of a colossal tree swayed, encompassing all of Idren Hill. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (186). Chapter 186. EP 186. Vialgrin Greikenko's remembers. The impression of that day, 723 years ago, when he first read the heavenly signs in his childhood. When he stepped beyond the bizarre skies of Kallian, always made up of auspicious signs, outside the influence of Milestone. He couldn't help but laugh at the truth that no one in this world had taught him. The Astronomy Society taught that the flow of the heavenly signs was the capriciousness of the sky. From the moment one steps out of the Kallian Sea area, the fate of all mortals is said to depend on that capriciousness. However, Vialgrin possessed an eye that the professors of the Conventional Astronomy Society lacked. He was among those with the best vision throughout the history of the astronomy faction. Therefore, when he first read The Will of the Sky, it is not capriciousness, but malice. He realized that this world was filled with malice. The rise and fall of many heroes, the prosperity and decline of great nations, and the fate of tribes are all merely a cruel joke mixed with malice. A vast will was casting threads across the world in the shape of a hand. Some succeed, some fall, some are destroyed, and some rise again. All flows are read one by one. It would have been a scene that would have driven an ordinary human to madness. For the world itself was frivolously toying with everything, independent of human will. However, instead of kneeling before madness, fear, or awe, Vialgrin raised his head and grasped the mana. For about 600 years afterward, he secluded himself in the inner sanctum of the society, beginning his research. No one knew what kind of research he was doing or what he was preparing. When the madman, Vialgrin, finally stepped out of the society's doors again, the elven nobility paid respects to the birth of the greatest wizard of their race. 3 things are needed: a vessel, a hammer, and determination. Brother, you always complicate things unnecessarily. The determination is ours to bear. I have already solidified my determination. How about you? Can you betray your God? A priest once told me this. If the omnipotent Lord of all exists, our every action cannot be evil. Our misdeeds are part of the great plan orchestrated by him, so how could there be apostasy? It is merely my purpose. The priest who conveyed these words to her faced formal excommunication from the papacy, along with one of the rare grand excommunication ceremonies in church history. Is it obedience or cunning? It is faith, brother. Even when she spoke of heresy, the daughter most cherished by the human god did not lose her divine power. Vialgrin realized the principles of the god through this. The god does not judge humans. It merely sees them as toys or trading objects. To all those who harbor faith, it shares divine power, showing no interest in whether such acts contradict doctrine or ethics. The vessel can be prepared. In this era, there has been no vessel superior to the milestone. What is now needed is a hammer. It will be used to break the vessel that contains the god. This is the most challenging part. Vialgrin was secretly considering the human known as the hero at that moment, joining the United Kingdom. The journey to slaughter the Demon King was not something new, but one man was different. Vialgrin has a daughter, Elphira Greikenkos. She was the most outstanding wizard among all the elves he had met. Thus, he did not teach her astronomy. Instead, he taught her magic interpretation. He laid the foundations of magical power. Unlike him, who started from the bottom, Elphira was able to complete the basic groundwork well before she turned 20. Old elves tend to develop certain tendencies. One could call it a habit, an inflexible rigidity of thought like a twisted old tree. Elphira did not possess such characteristics. Thanks to her young age and overwhelming talent, she had the qualifications to be appointed a full professor in semantics and structure long before she turned 20. Even when the milestone's magic was distorted and all elves lost their magic, becoming engulfed in chaos, she could still boldly extend her hand to optimize the magic circuit. This was his determination, his resolve to use even his own flesh and blood as the first button of the plan he had prepared. The moment she disappeared from the demon army's territory, Vialgrin found himself uncharacteristically flustered. Until a week after her disappearance, when she reappeared on the back of a man. "Thank you for rescuing my daughter." "It was my duty." "No, I truly mean it." Vialgrin quietly bowed his head to the man who had collapsed in the ward. The man, with a bewildered expression, tried to rise but screamed in pain and collapsed again. He was in a state barely recovered, deeply soaked in the terrible healing potions of humans. Vialgrin smiled quietly and spoke. "If it was something you needed to do, wouldn't it have been to support your wages? To be precise, this was beyond your scope of duty. The great king has already sufficiently congratulated me for this, so you needn't do so." "Ha ha, no. Rather, if you want to say you'll take good care of me from now on, you have to come here in person." In the middle of the demon's territory, a place where the 7 dragon lords could possibly appear at any moment. He had ventured alone into an area that all humans deemed dangerous and had given up on to rescue his daughter. A mere royal guard of the human king. He claimed it wasn't out of admiration for elves, but simply something that had to be done. Just thinking that if a foreign noble went missing in the military outpost his lord managed, it might cause trouble for him, he had entered the danger zone, risking his life. So he was envious, that unwavering spirit, the will to survive, his talent at such a young age, having studied directly under Edelplatt. "You will act together with our party from today." "What?" "Feel free to speak casually. There's no need for comrades to use honorifics with me. Regardless of age, we are all working towards the same goal together." "No, wait a minute, Lord Greikenkos. Are you saying where I'm going is?" "It's a grand journey to decapitate the Demon King. Additionally, it's an honorable step towards freedom and peace in this world." "What about the Great Kings?" Upon seeing the shocked man, Vialgrin reached out and laughed. He said, "Can you raise a lion in a zoo?" He was quite a thrilling person, truly. "Now, I look forward to working with you." He firmly shook the hand of the man, who was hesitating and spoke softly. "Kujiwer, let's go kill the winter of this world." "Did Petrovich die? Is that true?" Yes, brother sniff, Huh. He hadn't anticipated this. He died after just 4 years, and by the mere civil war of the human kingdom. Vialgrin consoled the weeping saint as he returned to the academy. He had prepared everything, but the hammer had broken, even before he could swing it. But instead of despair, he picked up the pen again. If one plan failed, he could just prepare another. He had successfully recruited one of the ambitious human royals who was somewhat recklessly meddling in the world, watching them intervene appropriately and attempting to prepare another hammer. Maximilian was no good. It was already shattered. If it were either Jill Burr or Einar, one of them could at least meet the minimum conditions. Thinking that way, he decided to assist that royal's plans. Couldn't you have at least let me know you were alive? Isn't our connection strong enough for that? When he met him again in the skies over Prichinkaya, Vialgrin was able to genuinely smile for the first time in a long while. Come, it's been a while since I've shown my skills. The hammer I thought I'd lost has returned even stronger. There's nothing to do but smile. The hammer, the vessel, and the determination have finally gathered in one place. It has been over 700 years since I first prepared this plan. For an ordinary elf, it is about time to consider death. It's a long time that would span an elf's entire life. Half of the nations that existed when he first drafted the plan have disappeared. The last king he remembers is now referred to as the founder of the human kingdom. That's how much time has passed, a nation appearing and disappearing. For that long time, it is a dagger crafted for a single moment. A creak. Cracks began to form in the ice like spider webs. Through the twisted mana enveloping the entire sea area, a familiar mana contacts him. Even in this deep abyss where all magic is blocked, even through the seals wrapping around his body, it is clear. Trapped in the ice, Vialgrin looked at the sunken city and smiled. Did you know that Kallian is said to be made up of 42 islands, Ivan? Cracking. Cracks are appearing in the ice. A hand is released from the restraint and raised. No, that's nonsense. Kallian was a continent made up of 13 mountains. In ancient times, the artifact embedded in the sacred 13 mountains is the milestone. So, it's not the islands that have sunk. Only the highest 13 peaks remain, resembling islands. If the reason the once great distant tribes, whose entire infrastructure has sunk deep underwater, became imprisoned was merely whims. Isn't there only one thing a wizard who realizes that must do? They must realize. It is not revenge. Such a base sentiment does not apply. Only self-cultivation. Polishing his skills on the ladder ascending to the heavens, reaching out toward those distant celestial grips. To seize them. To ensure that the whims of great beings would no longer determine the resurgence and demise of countless lives in this world. For that purpose, to produce and nurture his own daughter for use. To abandon the deaths of countless kinsfolk and the chaos of the mortal world. Even if he were to stab his loyal companions and friends without reservation, he would only look at the results. And even knowing that in the end he would perish himself, he is determined to reach out and seize the heavens. When young Vialgrin looked up at the sky, it is not that he felt fear, awe, or despair. However, he simply did not kneel. It was a world where even looking up at the sky required madness. Now, no one will despair while looking at the sky any longer. The astronomy board answered the heaven's response. Ascending to the heavens with a mortal body, heaven's step. Vialgrin's outstretched hand stirred the sky, heaven's turmoil. Outside the eternal palace, Elphira sat on the ground and looked up at the auroras dancing in the sky. There was no time. At this very moment, it was uncertain what might befall Ivan. What could one possibly do against such an overwhelming presence? Yet even in such circumstances, Elphira's gaze did not leave the sky. A sky filled with ominous omens, the clouds parted. Red auroras swirled in the heavens as cracks were drawn across the celestial realm. Numerous fractures spread like spider webs, shattering like ice. Father. In between, the auspicious sign shines. Ominous and auspicious signs mixed, scattered, collided, and reattached. Within that, the morning star shone brightly. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (187). Chapter 187. EP 187. I blocked all senses except for sight. I took steps without touch, relying solely on my sense of balance, even eliminating the pain that restricted my actions. Without hearing, there was no noise. The last sound I heard was the roar that ripped through the presence, so it was better this way. The pain from that roar had also vanished. The sensation of my skin tingling faded away. I was finally free from the pressure caused by the presence. Fighting against an immortal being with a mortal's body has always been like this. Removing the inadequate, giving up the unnecessary, moving just one step forward. One step further. In this moment, someone who has laid down all unnecessary things becomes a dagger. A dagger aimed solely at piercing the heart of the god. I know that dagger. Ivan still remembers it. Although the scenery and situation were different, I knew the daggers that had moved forward to confront such an existence. There are none now. The fact causes irrational pain. Since all sensations of pain have been removed, this is phantom pain. Yes, I have been suffering from this phantom pain for a long time, so I am familiar with it. So it's okay. Ivan swung the axe down once again. Since it was an attack without sensation, it was a strike that ordinary swordsmen could never complete. The weight felt at my fingertips, the sense of balance at my toes, all those sensations had been eliminated. What I did was solely imitate the posture of that day, which I remembered clearly. It wasn't my own martial art, so instinct was unnecessary. Only reason was required. It was about perfectly replicating another's skill as if taking a photograph. The angle of the arm started at 87 degrees. The wrist extended to 110 degrees. The weight distribution from the index to the ring finger was 1, 1, 1, 2. The direction was perfectly along the midline. A creak. The broken right arm screamed, but it's okay anyway, because I can't hear it. Because I can't feel it. Pain is an unnecessary factor in this strike I am currently mimicking. Step the right foot 23 cm forward again. Place your weight on the toes and slightly lift the heels to face forward. The pose reminiscent of a shooting arrow. An arrow shot toward the sky, tearing through dark clouds. And finally, hoping for the morning star, towards a beam of light shining through the darkness of that night sky. When the distribution of weight has become perfect, in that fleeting moment that crosses through time, align the flow of mana. One strike. Quang. The strike shot straight ahead slices through the pillar. Each fragment that breaks apart is larger than a person's body. Eyes and ice scatter, and when the silhouette reappears at last, about 1% maybe. Compared to that massive form, it's merely as small as a fingernail. A scar of that extent emerges. The gigantic tree-like existence begins to twist its body toward him. The gazes around him scattered in an instant. His body was pushed back 2 steps. Did it roar? Even if his hearing was blocked, it didn't mean that his sense of hearing was completely lost. Only the nerves of cognition were severed. The eardrum and sensory organs still existed, beyond his perception. So, perhaps if he had faced this amount of noise head-on, he might have lost his hearing. In front of him, everything suddenly turned a fiery red. Blood tears flowed, momentarily obscuring his vision. He quickly wiped it away and regained his stance. It's coming. He quickly kicked off the ground and twisted his body. A small branch protruded and struck the spot where Ivan had been standing. The atmosphere around it froze, creating a chaotic scene. All sorts of spells scattered like fragments. Thunder, fire, cold air, as well as occasional explosions and sometimes powerful telekinesis. All kinds of spells used by the elf factions swirled indiscriminately. The movement from a small branch was 3 times larger than that of a human. About 3 days, since Elfera has escaped from the space. He could measure time in seconds, but that made it even stranger. Even if this space was the warlord of the 7 dragon lords that twisted the usual space-time, it was still odd. Hunger, thirst, and mana exhaustion no longer existed. He was constantly dodging attacks and pouring all his mana into delivering a single strike without any loss of energy. No, rather. The more he fought, the stronger he felt. Every time he landed a blow, vitality surged throughout his body. He didn't feel fatigue even if he didn't sleep, and although his whole body screamed in pain from injuries, he still had the strength to move. A well-trained agent knows how to quantitatively assess the performance of their own body. The body is the most reliable tool that guarantees minimum performance. And Ivan was an exceptionally well-trained agent. Thus, he was more accurately aware than anyone else of what his body could and could not do. From that perspective, the current combat endurance was beyond expectation. And there was also a pale blur flickering in his line of sight, sticking close by. Over the past few days, that silhouette had become clearer and had now begun to take on a human shape. It annoyed Ivan so much that he finally turned his head to look. Finally acknowledging me, how disappointing. The familiar voice spoke to him from the silhouette. Ivan quickly wiped the blood from his swollen eyes and turned his head back. There shouldn't be any sound. Even though the wailing of that being must still be echoing around, the voice was distinctly audible amid the silence that dulled his hearing. Oh, ignoring me again. Ivialgrin. That's right, our scout. How have you been? Are you dead? Me, or are you? Enough with the wordplay. At Ivan's words, the silhouette swayed. It was probably smiling. What a bothersome fellow. Ivan grumbled and jumped sideways again. A deep groove formed where he had jumped. Telekinesis was twisting and tearing up the ground. He was becoming more and more skilled at using magic. That being was like a newborn creature. Frightened and reckless, it was rampaging without even knowing what it could do. It was becoming sharper and more refined. This meant that it was gradually realizing its own power. How much time had been bought? Had Elphira succeeded in escaping? Had she managed to gather the elves? Had the other agents safely retreated? Would this be enough? It would be better to hold on a little longer, just a bit more. His arms and legs still moved after all. Fortunately. Just until that guy started moving a bit more efficiently. You are alive, dying but alive, I am the same, dying and living. What about the elves? 5 of the 12 factions have gathered. The other 7 are conserving strength and gathering forces. Once this situation ends, a civil war will break out. The factions that conserved their strength will prevail, and the elves will be composed of the 7 factions, privy councils. Even if he won this battle, even if he dealt with that beast in front of him, even if he thwarted the 7 dragon lords reaching Callian, there would be no victory. At Beogrin's words, Ivan unconsciously smiled. The hero party that had been discarded after eliminating the 7 dragon lords and the demon king looked just like that. Ultimately, elves were not so different from humans. I wanted to apologize to you. Go ahead. Oh, you're not going to ask why. I'm not interested. At Ivan's words, Beogrin gave a bitter smile. It was a reply from someone who knew that no apology could resolve anything. If a wrongdoing had been committed, an apology was merely a regret for something that had already passed. What was needed was prevention of recurrence or resolution of the situation. That's all. Therefore, Ivan is not interested in anyone's apology. He only cares about dealing with what has happened. He was incredibly efficient. I have brought you here, to this place. To the eyes of the 7 dragon lords. My apologies. It is safe to say that all the hardships you have endured are ultimately caused by me. What is the solution? What? If you needed me, wouldn't you tell me to kill that thing? I cannot deal with it with my own strength, so tell me the solution. Still, he shows no interest in apologies. Vialgrin briefly lowered his head. After a moment, he spoke calmly. There was help from Patricia. Everything in this world can be recreated with magic, so wouldn't that also apply to divine power? And so, I have confirmed that it is possible to recreate divine power. However, a wizard should consider not just potential, but also practicality. Conclusion. Divine power is essentially a fragment granted by the gods. Compared to the real gods, it is undoubtedly lacking and trivial, but its origin would still be with the gods, wouldn't it? Conclusion. At Ivan's urging, Vialgrin smiled bitterly and said, "If divine power can be created through magic, and divine power is a fragment of the gods, then based on the syllogism, it means that one could manifest the gods through magic, wouldn't it? Are you saying we can create a god?" As Ivan pointed at the distant monster with his chin, Vialgrin shook his head and reached out his hand towards Ivan. "Your soul structure has been twisted. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here." (188). Chapter 188. EP 188. Your soul structure has been twisted. What? Oh, it doesn't mean you've become a god. I don't know any magic that turns mortals into gods. It's just that I was able to make it possible for you to absorb fragments of the divine. Did you feel anything unusual? Back then, everyone who had been with me died, and everyone who attempted the same thing failed. Was it because I kept moving until I could finally kill Abaditas? And now, even in a state where my body is being torn apart, even when I could collapse and close my eyes at any moment, why am I still not tired? Why can I still move? Yes, even at this moment, you are inhaling fragments of the divine, so I have no choice but to apologize. Apologize? Why? To apologize means there's something wrong, but just based on that statement, isn't it a good situation? Just looking at the fact that I can continue fighting without getting tired while slaughtering the 7 dragon lords. You know about the curse you get when you kill the 7 dragon lords, right? Because you've done it. Yes. That's not a curse. Ivan, to be precise, it's closer to a blessing. The mortal body cannot withstand the divine blessing, which is why it appears to be a curse. Since it wasn't a curse, it couldn't be healed by the saint's baptism. It was a type of blessing bestowed by a god. A blessing that shaves down human souls and transforms them into conceptual beings. In other words, anyone who kills the 7 dragon lords steps onto the first stairway to divine status. Given that Yes, it's only the first step. After achieving an extraordinary feat and soaking your body in divine blood, you ascend that stairway. You become a conceptual being and finally strip away the remaining mortal part of your soul. Yes, you can become such an existence. Or perhaps you elevate your achievements by killing the 7 dragon lords. The stature of a soul. Once it rises, it can no longer maintain the form of a mortal. Therefore, I forced you up that stairway. Your soul will gradually draw closer to divinity. What if I defeat that one? Perhaps that will solidify it even more. How do I defeat it? At Ivan's blunt words, Vialgrin was taken aback, which was unlike him. Are you not angry? I have just made you time-limited. Is that not clear to you? Was it necessary? Yes, but that's all that matters. Ivan looked straight ahead again. With Vialgrin's appearance, the movement of that was gradually slowing down, as if wary of him right in front. He had bought some time to catch his breath. But Ivan Petrovich, I must reveal that I have used you and your companions, even my daughter. Was it guilt? He hadn't expected to see this side of the old elf. Ivan looked at Vialgrin with fresh eyes. Could it be yet another proof that even elves could not escape dementia? The sane Vialgrin was someone who would never apologize or feel guilty. I have used your daughter as well. Your relatives, yes. Our companions too. What? I wanted to go back to my hometown. That thought alone consumed me. Perhaps these guys might show me the ending of this story. Perhaps they could take me out of this hellish world and send me back to my hometown. He thought that if a hero killed the Demon King, he could return. So, he willingly took on the role of the hero party's vanguard, risking his life to defeat the warlord of the 7 dragon lords. When that ended in failure, he remained in this world. When the hero's children form a new hero party and complete the new story, could he return then? If he taught these guys well and finished the remaining stories in this world, would that be possible? He made many attempts, he saved many people, and as many died. He still remained in this world. Kim Sun-woo finally gave up. He no longer said anything. He did not scream, nor did he comply. He wanted to go back to his hometown, but still, he remained in this world. Yet, would he give up? No, he had learned many things, but he had not learned how to give up. So he decided to use them again. He would save them when they were in danger. He would teach them when he felt they lacked knowledge. When the journey began again, he would willingly perform the role of the vanguard. And at times, he would assist them to be prepared for the approaching threats. So, I have no right to blame you, Vialgrin. Ha 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 ha, you're making me feel ashamed, really, really. How do you foreigners who have fallen into this world manage to make me so pathetic every time? Maximilian too, you as well, why? Vialgrin covered his face and sobbed. Soon, when he lowered his hands again, there was a sense of determination shining beneath his eyes. My last determination has been made. I am also but a mortal, unable to resist the temptations. Please forgive me. Just the conclusion. Defeat that, I will handle the aftermath. Ivan silently gazed at Vialgrin. In his gaze, Vialgrin lightly smiled and shrugged. With this body, I can no longer engage with the material. I am also pushing myself quite hard right now. But... Vialgrin trailed off, raising his head. He reached out towards the sky. A morning star shines through the rift in the sky. The celestial mechanism twists. The aurora descended, rippling. What he looked at was beyond the sky. Among the constellations, the flowing magic encompassing the whole world, the movement of the celestial bodies, the rotation of the heavens and the grasp lurking above them. Reaching out over it, grasping it, pulling it down again. Crushing the omens of disaster, stirring them into auspicious signs again. Now the whole world was in a chaotic mix of great disaster and great fortune. So turbulent that those grasping hands could not dare to reach for the world. Now listen. Vialgrin slowly faded away. Behind the dimming silhouette, the stormy snow gradually calmed. The night remained harsh, but no snow fell anymore. Startled, the foot that was about to step forward halted. No, the foot moved onward, but the body stopped, as if someone was pulling it back. With the sense of touch gone, Ivan couldn't immediately perceive the anomaly. With the sense of hearing vanished, Ivan couldn't hear the noises around him now. But with sight still remaining, Ivan turned his head to look beside him. Senior. Dmitri, you're alive. Well done. I could see a man gripping his shoulder and shouting. Other men were lined up behind him. The emotions in their eyes were vividly apparent. They were the men of Krasilov with no fear. Everyone here had once invaded the warlord of the 7 dragon lords and returned alive. The intimidation of the 7 dragon lords couldn't bind them. A trained agent should have no difficulty repeating an action once done. All of them were sufficiently trained, even by Ivan's standards. What is the total number? Therefore, the last senior officer of the cleanup unit prepared to relay the operation again. 31, no total strength loss. No, it's 732. Ivan turned his head again and looked at the group of people walking from afar. At the forefront, with black hair fluttering in the rough wind, an elf, glaring directly at him with one shining eye like a hawk, was grinning fiercely. That glance was proof of the achievement of facing the Dragon Lord, alone and surviving. Under Elfira Kohanulf, the total number of the swordsmanship faction is 694. We are participating. You're bad with numbers, then why 732? Because we are here too. Elfira responded with a tired smile. The hero party is originally one body. We won't leave anyone behind again. I see. Ivan nodded calmly. The snow cleared, revealing the frozen landscape of Idrenhill. A massive branch burst out, smashing a pillar of the Eternal Palace, towering like it was stabbing the sky. Finally, the warlord of the 7 Dragon Lords had been unleashed upon the world. But yes, the current hero party, along with all the members who faced the previous Dragon Lord, were gathered here. This should be doable. Ivan nodded at the gaze of Vialgrin felt from somewhere in the sky, and said, "The immediate task is the death of that thing." Somehow, I felt a little cheerful. The top priority is survival. So don't die, Ivan finished with a faint smile. The grand strategy is the end of winter. Kujiwar, yes, let winter die, for there is no eternal season. Vialgrin looked down at his increasingly fading form and smiled. Now the harsh season of the gods will come to an end, and the season of man will arrive. That is enough. That is all. Is that really so? Did you truly devote your whole life for such a noble ideal? You, mortal who greedily consumed wisdom, is that truly enough? Whether it was an echo or the whisper of his own desires, or perhaps a true trial set upon him by the gods, none of that mattered. Vialgrin nodded with a smile. Indeed, would a great elf be inferior to a human? You all will meet your end in solitude. No god will help you now. All your prayers will be disregarded. You will perish lonely in silence. The gods have never answered our prayers, and we have never hoped for their help. Vialgrin concluded as he gazed at the shimmering sky. Moreover, does solitude not signify standing alone? Those who can stand and walk on their own legs are, in essence, their own gods. Now the mortal realm shall finally be free. You will perish. Your soul will be torn apart and scattered as dust. That's a pitiful last will. As parents, should we not bless our children's independence? Now be silent, you forgotten ones, just watch. The first sight of your child gaining independence. With a smile, Vialgrin looked down at the earth, at the people scurrying about fondly. Finally severing all the desires that almost clung to him grotesquely, he smiled. Yes, act. That burden I shall bear, and then. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (189) Chapter 189. EP 189. Indeed, that's something on the level of the 7 Dragon Lords. Edelplat adjusted her stance by turning her sword half a turn. The eye that had vanished from her face twitched. It was the eye stolen by Tumor of the Mountain, a symbol of a swordsman who stood against the embodiment of wrath for a day and a half. Let's see if you really measure up. What about Manas? There's none, they teach it, but there was no time to learn. Such complicated magic talks are too convoluted for us. But Jahan, what we have in hand isn't mana, but a single sword, isn't it? Edel laughed like a beast. Tying back her wildly fluttering hair, she looked at the elves who lined up behind her. All elves detest moving in sweat. They regard martial arts as a lesser version of magic. In the end, the meditation of martial artists is no different from mana cultivation, and their sword techniques are deemed just tricks beneath Windcutter. No matter how quickly one swings a sword, it takes years just to cut through an object 1 meter away. That's just to strike at a space and embed a blow. However, learning even the most basic destructive spell is just a fundamental course that can be mastered in a couple of months. Under the environment of Kallian, elves feel no need to learn any skills other than magic. But there are those who defiantly take up the sword, overcoming society's gaze and their race's instincts. Among elves, those most obsessed, the martial artists mad for martial arts, the disciples of the swordsmanship faction. Mana is merely a process to master martial arts. It cannot be the key that distinguishes martial artists from commoners. This is what they believe. Even if one has no mana, does that mean there are no arms to wield a sword? Are there no legs to take a step? With feet, they tread the ground. With hands, they grasp the sword. Thus, the posture they extend reaches the center line. The tip of the sword always points towards the heavens, yearning to reach that high level of divine reception with the human body. Towards the end of this path, for the ideal of martial arts that must exist somewhere. Those who raise their swords for that sole purpose. Now, brothers and sisters, I, Edelplat Kohenulf, the dual representative of the Privy Council, the undefeated of Kallian, and the master of the swordsmanship faction. At Edelplat's words, the elves simultaneously raised their swords in silence. And as a mere elf, as a single martial artist, I ask, what lies at the end of martial arts? At Edel's question, the disciples all turned to her. It was perhaps the master's final teaching. Edel finished her words with a cheerful laugh. There is a person. All martial arts begin and end with a person's hands. Therefore, at the end of martial arts, there is no technique, no secret, no mythical achievements or swordsmanship, nor any earth-shattering magical power. There is only one person holding a sword, that is all. Thus, the swordsman who had reached the pinnacle of this era looked at the winter deity with one eye and said, "Let's go, masters of swordsmanship. Today we will fight as mere individuals, rise to the top with the strength of one person, and overlook the world with the eye of a single soul." At her words, all the elves of the swordsmanship faction burst into loud laughter. Each of them chuckled and adjusted their weapons without much chatter. Swords are raised, spears go up. Whips and axes, and occasionally greatswords and cavalry spears are seen. Those who have trained in various weapons for at least decades, many for hundreds of years, move in unison. If you combine the years the elves here have devoted to martial arts, it could easily reach a millennia. So how could they not be compared to the lazy winter that has awakened from a millennia of slumber? Edel, what about the operation? What operation? Edel laughed at Ivan's interruption. I will open the path. You're my most proud disciple. I will offer my heart so you stab it. For a master is one who opens the path for their disciple, and the disciple is one who continues the path laid by their master and passes it on to the next generation. Thus, doesn't the way of martial arts continue on in this manner? Edel chuckled and jumped into the flow of the elves, rushing like arrows, starting her sprint towards the eternal palace. Senior Ivan, shall we keep the formation as it is? Yes. What about the formation? Single file for monster hunting. At Ivan's response, Dmitri nodded and gestured. The orders were immediate, and there was no delay in action. 30 agents split into their respective teams. They immediately slipped into the darkness of the city. You should take the front. After all, the most experienced agent should be in the most dangerous place, shouldn't they? Yes. No, I meant stand a couple of steps back. What? Dmitri threw a potion bottle to Elfera and gestured to the remaining agents. They quickly handed out bandages and potions as emergency supplies to their comrades and turned their backs. Honestly speaking, have I been active longer than you, Senior? You've taken a 4-year break. Dmitri Cherkatov. Lieutenant Colonel, now I'm a Lieutenant Colonel, Senior. Dmitri chuckled. When you were a Lieutenant Colonel, you had to deal with a guy like me, so what can't I do now? I'm with the finest men of this era. Orders. Oh, I'm the field commander here. You're currently under suspension due to treason. When you return, make sure to apologize to His Majesty. Now, kids. Dmitri smiled at the group, silently looking at them. Our role was originally as scouts. You could say we're the coachmen who bring you safely before the 7 dragon lords. We're just doing what we do best, so lighten your expressions. Smile, kids. The hero party stood frozen, as if they had just realized the weight of the burden they were carrying. And Ivan also silently looked at them. The cleanup unit, chuckling, the last survivors. the last agents holding onto the memories of departed comrades. The finest men of this era. They all performed military rites. For one person who had walked a step ahead of them to reach this spot, Ivan silently received the military honors. Do not mourn for those who departed first. The most representative military rite of the cleanup unit. Thus he had to respond. For I also stand in the same ranks as them. That's all. If we survive, I'll be the commander now, right? With that final remark, Dmitri waved his gloved hand. The cleanup unit members all turned around. The coats of the departing ones flitted in the wind and vanished from sight. In the distant haze, the noises of battle persisted. Screams, destruction, winter's storm, horrifically twisted mana, newly woven magic tearing through human flesh, the clammy sound of fresh ruptures. Ivan silently tore open the potion he was handed and poured it onto his arm. The wounds began to close. However, scars never truly disappear. Even if they fade, they never do. So, the presence of scars will become proof that one has survived. And once again, in place of better lives. The weight increases. Therefore, tread with more strength and move forward. You should have prepared for a much longer time than this. Ivan spoke bitterly. It's too fast. It's too much. This battlefield is too harsh for those kids who have just passed their first college class. The members of the hero party had already gathered, fully formed. Even they, who were seasoned, lost hope and floundered, enduring a grueling battlefield that drained their souls and spirits. The journey to slay the demon king was such. To kill the king who was called God, while alive, required that level of resolve and skill. In this era of preserved peace, the current hero party was unprepared. Their skills, mindset, and sense of duty were all lacking. However, there is no time to lament their inadequacies. Each step the hero party takes leaves behind a trail of blood and death of great individuals, marking the passage of time. So, they must move forward. A day's waste is no different from wasting the lives of thousands. If you're going to give up, now is your last chance. Today is not the last day of the journey, and despair like today will be merely a daily routine. Yet, can you lift your head, grasp your weapon, count the lives hanging behind you, and look up to find the morning star? At Ivan's words, the party bit their lips and momentarily lowered their heads. To accept lightly is the folly of those living thoughtlessly. The moment one realizes their true duty, no one can be without fear. The fate of the ethnic group rests upon them. They must have realized that. However, being a hero does not mean being the strongest. It signifies those bravest individuals who rise at any moment, becoming symbols of hope. The hero party should rise again. I will do it. An elf wizard, still bleeding, nodded. If Sir Yurimov falls, then it's my turn next. A vampire chuckled while gripping their weapon. By the way, did you know that, when I entrusted myself to Krasilov, the fate of my people was at stake? The dwarf princess, rummaging, pulled out an impossibly large cannon from somewhere in her sleeves. Now I understand Sir Yurimov's feelings. This is why it's a damned other world. The foreigner from another world smiled bitterly, gripping their sword and staff, rising to their feet. In response, Ivan nodded and turned around. It's time to head back to the battlefield. Although they had never learned it, they formed the formation of the ancient hero party. They organized themselves into a party supporting each other around Ivan as the center. So I dared to take the place of the hero. It felt a bit awkward, but I couldn't help feeling a little proud. Ivan wiped the wounds with potions and gripped his weapon, taking steps forward. He did not run, he did not dash hastily. The time for that was already being taken care of by those greater than them. So, with the most perfectly prepared breath and the most excellently prepared posture, he became a sharp dagger. Towards the heart of the god, carrying the lives of thousands in a single step. Step by step, steadily and without wavering, thus forming a straight line. He walks towards the morning star. Among the 694 members of the swordsmanship faction under Kohanulf, 70 were present. 27 out of 30, from the first team of the Domestic Intelligence Command's cleanup unit, under Dmitri. One arm of the greatest elf swordsman, and 2 legs of the most long-trained agent. Walking the peaceful path, paved with the blood and flesh of all these individuals. Finally, the hero party arrived at the heart of the collapsed Eternal Palace, passing through the fragments of the god. Author's note afterward, do you know how many people the hero has killed? What? It is estimated that at least 30,000, including indirect casualties, per year. The number of people who were pushed to die in battles that were certain to fail to attract the attention of the Demon King's army to support the hero's operation. Everyone present at that time knew that fact. The hero, I, and the soldiers on the front line. But the hero smiled even at that moment. A hero does not mean the strongest, but the bravest. Yes, we called those who never kneeled to any burden and never lost their smile in any moment a hero. EP05, Morningstar 6. What's your name? Oship Soranov, you probably don't know me. I'm from the 3rd Strike Team, and I've only seen you from a distance once. I remember now, Oship. Do not mourn for those who left first. Because I too stand in the same line with them. I heard you died, Lieutenant Colonel. I clearly saw your nameplate at the National Cemetery. I too did not expect there to be any survivors from the 3rd Strike Team. I survived in place of the finest men of this era. We are all like that. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (190). Chapter 190. EP 190. The newly woven magic fell with a brilliant trajectory. Boom, a dry explosion echoed, accompanied by a shout. Evacuate, damn it, Isser has been hit. Abandon it, give up. Life scattered like snowflakes, on the way to the Eternal Palace. Despite this, Ivan did not look away. His gaze was fixed straight ahead as he checked his condition, monitored his mana, and assessed the functions of his muscles, bones, and nerves while walking. I. Lucia's cautious voice could be heard. However, Ivan shook his head. Do not divert your gaze. Focus on one thing. But the battlefield we must fight on always takes this shape. The magic erupted without warning. Flames, cold, lightning, explosions, telekinesis, mind control, and hallucinations, all types of magic that elves could wield in all directions. Appearing out of thin air without any prior preparation, each time taking several lives. While dealing with such spells, they had to dodge the huge branches occasionally crashing from the sky. Each one was as massive as a building, rendering this threat even more deadly. Yet both the elves and the cleanup unit agents fought through gritted teeth, never fleeing, even when comrades rolled across the frozen ground beside them. A look here. The 700 or so present at this place fought solely with that thought in mind. A look at me. Not the hero party coming towards you. Look at us, who could disappear at any moment from just a slight touch. This is a kind of diversion operation. To draw attention by sacrificing troops and to allow the so-called hero party to strike. Ivan, who had always carried out this operation during his military service, knew that he must move without haste. Losing the one opportunity they had created, because of impatience, would be something he could never forgive himself for. Equalings. On the path to the Eternal Palace, a collapsed building exploded, sending something flying towards them. Turning his gaze to where it landed, he recognized a familiar face. Ivan remembered the names of all the agents present. The fragment that fell beside him was once the sole survivor of the 3rd Strike Team. However, do not mourn for those who have departed first. He bit his lip and once again resumed walking with the same stride and emotions as before. The best tribute is to lay flowers after the victory. I will remember you, all of you. Ivan moved forward with a cold, hardened expression. The eternal palace was now revealing itself. Beyond the distant swirling snow, the massive tree shrouded in a veil of red auroras appeared. Each branch was comparable to the spires near the eternal palace. A gigantic tree, composed of maggots and leeches, tiny magical beasts, cast its shadow on them. What do we do? Where do we start? In response to Rundi's bewildered voice, Ivan replied shortly. Straight to the heart. There was no need to be overwhelmed by the exterior's majesty. The heart of that thing was the milestone located within the eternal palace, and everything else was secondary. Even at this moment, the soldiers constantly challenging it were relieving the external pressure. The massive body, endless magical beasts, and the magic erupting sporadically, all of it. The battlefield of the hero party is not a place like that. When allies are engaged in a war of attrition, before all of them are literally worn out at the end of that fight, cutting out the enemy's core. A dagger, and the dagger does not need to be overwhelmed by the enemy's size and abilities. Timing it perfectly and landing a precise strike is all that is necessary. Lucia Rundi's. Yes. Carry Elfira and Oswald. From now on, I will run. Clicking into place, he checked his weapon one last time. Axe, pistol, dagger, explosives, and various potions. Quickly confirming the state of his arms, Ivan clicked the cylinder of the pistol and loaded a bullet as he spoke. Combat ready. The path to the courtyard of the Eternal Palace, where the milestone was located, was already familiar. Ivan moved forward without delay. The interior of the palace was filled with branches and magical beasts. The corridors of the palace, contaminated by the otherworldly mana, twisted and turned. Illusions projected the blocked walls like a path, while the opened roots hid themselves as walls. Some of the magical beasts charging at intervals were illusions, while others would suddenly leap out from nowhere, biting down with their jaws. However, 182. Kong. The axe swung by Ivan cleanly cleaved the charging magical beast in half. He wiped the splattered bodily fluids off his hand and took another step forward. 183. He was counting each step, memorizing every single one. The basic training of a cleanup unit, agent, starts with perfecting 3 habits. Heart, standardizing the maximum amount of activity that can be accomplished in a single breath. Body, recognizing the maximum efficiency possible with one's own physical form. Step training allows for each footfall to be measured precisely in centimeters without error. In other words, it treats a person's body as one of the military assets, training to secure a catalog specification of one's own body. Although Enrique scoffed and declared it impossible when this concept was first established, Ivan found himself having already internalized this agent basic training. 184. Hallucinations, auditory illusions, sudden assaults by magical beasts, complicatedly twisted structures, darkness, blinding light that paralyses vision, and noise that disrupts balance. All those obstacles are ultimately external matters. If one is a trained agent and a scout for the hero party, one must be able to find a path even in the midst of such circumstances. 185. If one has trained to calculate time in seconds, remember strides in centimeters, and never forget a map seen once or an area traversed once, then surely one can find a way even in the realm of kings that deviates from the rules of this world. As wish. Once again, slicing off the neck of a magical beast, Ivan took a step forward, the 186th step. The distance remaining to the support was 2318. Front. I'm reloading. I'll respond. Behind Ivan, the party continued fighting, wielding their weapons vigorously. They were clearing away the magical beasts pouring in from outside the area Ivan had forged a path through. One magical beast, taking the shape of an elf, lunged at them. When Lucia's dagger cleanly severed its neck and arms, a creature, reloading in the back, shot an arrow. A massive shield suddenly unfurled in front of Rundy's. The arrow that struck the shield rebounded and transformed back into a magical beast as it fell to the ground. Rundy's staggered back from the impact as Elphira stretched out her hand. 6 o'clock duck. As Lucia hastily ducked, a thunderbolt swept across the front. The electricity that bounced off the magical beasts acted as a bridge and dissipated upon hitting the wall. What remained was only the putrid corpse of the magical beast, exuding a foul odor. Roar! As Elphira staggered from the discharge, Oswald swung his sword beside her. The attack aimed at Elphira's nape was intercepted by Oswald. Day! With tears of blood streaming down his face, Oswald roughly thrust the staff he held in his other hand into the magical beast's body. Soon, bomb, a booming explosion shattered the magical beast into pieces. Reload complete, commence firing. That's he. As Rundy shouted, Oswald covered his ears and hunched over. Equalings. With an overwhelming explosion, the magical beasts that crawled in from the side vanished in a single strike. Literally, their forms disappeared above the ankles. The bullets, extending with flames, swept through the magical beasts and pierced the wall of the corridor. Beyond the pierced wall, the snow-laden sky and shimmering auroras were reflected. The group, shaking their dazed ears, took their steps once more. Each moment of entering the Eternal Palace, they experienced that process. 281. Ivan stepped forward at the lead. In the courtyard, not a single tree remained. This ancient forest, created for the eternal rest of countless elves, was merely a low hill now. On top of the snow-covered hill stood a massive stone pillar, standing alone. Receiving the red auroras, it shot its mana into the sky as if pulsing with a heartbeat. Thump, thump. With a single pulse, new auroras appeared and faded away. The mana covered the sky like an artery, and amid that, ill omens dribbled down, scattering across the battlefield of Callian. Ivan gripped his axe tightly and moved forward. He ascended the hill. The snow crumbled at his feet, and remnants like dried-up roots and branches shattered beneath him. Beyond that, before the finally revealed milestone, a woman stood with her back turned. "Ah, have you come?" Looking up at the monument calmly. "Oh, esteemed one, I have been listening to your voice, along with the voices of many people. Has there ever been a day like this, when you were truly the ruler of this land?" The woman's gesture was imbued with the auroras. Slowly, brighter and redder, it gathered like sticky blood. Holding the axe, Ivan nodded slightly. Elphira stopped the milestone. Oswald assist Elphira. Lucia and Rundy's support me. It's a futile endeavor. The woman finally turned her back. On her revealed face, Elphira barely suppressed a scream and released a suffocated moan. Oh my. The woman had no face, only a gaping mouth that opened like a leech, lined with saw-like teeth. However, her hair, attire, tone, and voice were too familiar. Indeed. Ivan nodded expressionlessly. When granting intellect, magic, and divinity to the milestone, one thing was still lacking. Among the countless technologies that the elven scholars had researched using the milestone, there was one thing that was missing. Their skills could certainly be deemed as the finest products a race could possess, but there was just one. The elves originally had no need for this and did not require any research. However, for the 7 dragon lords to be created, or rather, for any being to exist as an intelligent life form, there was one essential and indispensable element. Consciousness. So, you were the final piece for this guy who had a soul but no spirit. The goddess has descended into your body, not the power of some trivial artifact, but a true god in the truest sense, up in the sky. The woman laughed heartily. Ivan took a step forward and aimed his pistol at her. The woman's head turned precisely toward Ivan. From her mouth, a cacophony of voices, boys and old men, women and men, mingled in noise, overlapping like the flapping of an insect's wings. You, human, mortal, the descent of the god has ended, so kneel now and praise the eternal winter to come. Pray with all your wretched soul for your true God. With her voice, the group bled. Blood tears flowed from their eyes, and the clotted blood surged out from their lips. Ivan narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Vialgrin was right. The formidable pressure emanating from the woman felt sweet, to the point of discomfort. The divine power of that. Every time those broken fragments scattered through the air, new strength flowed into Ivan's arms and legs. There were many names for the goddess. The curses whispered every time you feared the sky, and the seasons are her names. You mortal, do you dare oppose the heavens with your own arms? This is not the first time. Standing before the writhing group like a breakwater against a tidal wave. Releasing the pressure and taking another step. I have met those who believed themselves to be gods. And in the future, he would meet even more gods. However, if there is one thing he has experienced, is certain, and can attempt, yes, there has always been only one truth. They died. Ivan raised his axe, took position, steadied his breath, and concentrated the divine power surging in his arms into a single point. Toward the sky. Ishruwo. He struck. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (191). Chapter 191. The aurora comes to a halt. The shimmering red lights split evenly apart. Along that line, the severed queen appeared below. Only a single offensive. That alone caused everyone to forget to breathe. Ivan raised his ringing arm and looked straight ahead. He took a deep breath and calmed his body momentarily. He reached it, the fragment of Maximilian from that era. That power. The split queen growled ominously. It belongs to you. With a viscous slime, her body clung to him. The halted sky began to flow again, and a more vivid, deep crimson aurora spread across the atmosphere. Elphira, do it. Ah, yes. Elphira hurriedly ran towards the milestone. Oswald, Rundies, and Lucia followed closely behind her. Even in the midst of that, the queen was gazing only at Ivan. Doubts about using her divine power, or the anger about having her power seized. No. It's fear, isn't it? The queen's expression changed at Ivan's words. The fiery emotion pierced her skin like arrows. The level of killing intent manifested so palpably, it could even wound a superhuman. You, how dare you? You should be more careful with your tongue. Should I commit suicide if I'm polite? What? Would you kill yourself if I showed you courtesy? If so, it might be worth considering. If this situation could end without fighting, it would be more efficient that way. Ivan was a person of remarkable self-control, but all the strong in this world were beings devoid of reason and rationality. The queen, insulted by his words and considering them a provocation, gasped and reached out. I will not kill you. Qualangs. With her hand raised, magic erupted. An aerial explosion, fueled by her formidable mana, possessed shock power comparable to a dwarf's explosive device despite being a low-level spell. He recognized the attack alongside its premonition, but instead of dodging, Ivan redirected the force of the shock. Thung. He absorbed the impact with his well-prepared arm, yet he couldn't avoid being knocked back. As he managed his remaining energy, the terrain around him rapidly changed. In an instant, he traversed a space of several dozen meters. Glancing to confirm the landing point, he quickly turned his body. Thud. His coat fluttered from the impact. Ivan watched the queen approaching him. Good, he had lured her. Now, he just needed to buy time until the milestone was neutralized. Even the best attack he could make wouldn't finish her off. She was a being whose very existence defied life itself. As long as the milestone operated, that entity would be resurrected endlessly. A vessel made from the endless flesh and blood of deep-sea magical beasts, mixed with the racial potential of the elves. And within it, divine essence poured in and sealed with the consciousness of the queen. A god created from such a process. There was no way to kill her through conventional means. But that's okay. I also cannot be killed through conventional means. I do not approach battle in a conventional manner. That's how I've been trained. Ivan watched the queen charging at him with cold, sunk eyes. I will not kill you. You will have immortality. You will be trapped in eternal frost, witnessing the demise of your race while being devoured by maggots every single moment. Equaling. Countless spells exploded in a chain reaction. Electric currents raced across the skin, leaving long burn marks, while fireballs tore through the abdomen and incinerated chunks of internal organs. Telekinetic forces twisted the nerves and muscles, freezing the flesh before it could fall to the awful frost. However, gripping the axe and steadying his breath. Once more. The aurora splits, the whirlpool scatters, the queen's body is torn in half. The divine powers that had briefly scattered among the broken fragments melted back into the bloodstream with Ivan's breath. Thud, thud. No matter what injuries were inflicted, the pulsing wouldn't stop. After enduring a gruesome curse, violence, magic, and destruction that could have killed an ordinary person a dozen times over, it continued relentlessly. Indeed, divine power, regardless of its directionality, adhered to a single principle: creation. That is why even the priests of any malevolent god can use basic recovery spells. After all, divine power was a fragment of the force that created life. Thus, regardless of which god's divine power it was, it is only natural to nurture new flesh for a mere mortal and breathe strength back into their creaky joints. Therefore, pain is an illusion. Gulp. He spat out the blood of the dead. As horrifying pain, like showering in potion jars, tore through him, he still stood up with widened eyes. Pain is a signal of crisis that living beings sense. It can be considered a sort of early warning system for recognizing anomalies within the body. Therefore, the current injuries cannot truly be considered a crisis. Pain is an illusion. It is phantom pain felt by a mortal body that handles this unusual power called divine power. It could be called delusion, it could be called self-hypnosis, but if only he could swing the axe one more time. It's useless. I know your insignificant plan. While you buy time, those inexperienced rabble intend to lay their hands on Her Majesty's philter. Thus, their fight can no longer be called a struggle. It is a form of mutual devouring, tearing into each other to fill their own bellies. Ivan, filling himself with the divine power that oozed from the queen's torn body with each step he took, and the queen, ultimately recovering and tearing into Ivan's body to refill her own divine power, fought it out. Do you think it will work? Do you believe those maggots can accomplish anything? Her Majesty's time was eternal, and her majestic seasons are everlasting. Am I fearful, unable to turn my back on you? What? Ivan, once again swinging his axe downward, spoke. I want to interfere right now, and I want to stop my companions. But aren't you truly afraid to turn your back on me? How dare? Go ahead, if you can, turn back and go to my party. If you're not scared, then act. However, the queen could not turn back. She could only glare at Ivan with an empty expression. Indeed. Ivan Petrovich Yurimov had experienced 30 winters. During that time, what he excelled at the most were ambushes, tracking, and hunting. He had survived by consuming those who turned their backs on him. The cleanup unit, the lives of all those men crumbled outside were the same as his. So do not turn back. Do not take your eyes off me." Repeating that to himself, Ivan raised his axe. Azizioyak. Divine power bursts forth, gnawing at the mixture of intense anger and fear. Dozens of attacks exchange, deforming and devouring each other's bodies, refilling indefinitely, like the cyclical change of seasons, as if they have become each other's mirror images. And at some moment, Uwadak. As Ivan's body came to a stop, the queen shouted loudly. The body may withstand divine power, but the weapon could not. Axes, daggers, handguns, none could escape. They crumbled due to excessive exposure to divine power. The queen laughed as she shouted, "What will you use to perform tricks now? Will you charge at me like a beast with both hands? Look, what can you do alone? You stand before eternal winter." The laughter of the victor echoed. Close-quarter combat, where flesh collides with flesh, is challenging. In this situation, where they fill flesh with divine power, one instinctively knows the outcome when their skin overlaps. They intertwine. Flesh mixes. From a lexical perspective, Ivan is not much different from the queen. Drawing on the same divine power to recover, bulking up flesh, delivering strikes in this unfolding scenario. The only difference lies in the will. That was the only distinction. "Come, embrace her. I will grant you eternal life." Despite her taunting words, Ivan merely stood still and glared, not moving closer. The queen also refrained from approaching Ivan. It could be due to instinctive fear, or perhaps she had other ways to secure a more perfect victory. It was likely the latter, the queen confidently thought. In any case, with resistance eliminated, even bombarding him with magic would leave him drained. Once he is completely exhausted and rendered powerless, she could take her time, starting from this island. To cover this world with eternal winter, endlessly devouring the flesh of the living. She would be reborn as the true god of this mortal world and ascend to the heavens once more. If you refuse her favor, so be it. You, the beast standing alone, you will die alone, fulfill your desires. The queen extended her hand. Auroras flowed, and magical power began to concentrate. Ivan smiled bitterly as he looked at the shattered axe handle. Did he buy enough time? It was hard to gauge how long they had fought. But well, if Vialgrin was thinking, he would help those kids. Everyone has a predetermined role, and it would be best to consider this his last role. Thinking that, he gazed at the gathering magic. In fragmented time, slowly warped space, beneath the undulating red aurora. In this still life where the candle and candle are superimposed. Appealing. The line of fire detection sparked. Appealing. Ivan quickly twisted his head, reaching out towards the trajectory caught by the fire detection. With a thud, something heavy was grasped in his hand. A Krasilov-style military sword. Dmitri. A small military insignia was engraved. Major Dmitri Cherkatov. The marking indicating his last rank, a dot meant to signify lieutenant colonel, was scratched out. Below, from the spire he stood upon, a familiar laughter echoed from far below, transcending this halted time. It was a voice he recognized. The cleanup unit is an army even when standing alone. Each person's training represents everyone. Ivan lifted his head. Dozens of lines of warning shot through his body. Whizzing, whoosh, some were too large, too small, too fast, and too slow, but all pointed in one direction. Dozens of weapons aimed towards him. Their meaning and will could be read. From axe blades, long swords, sabers, to daggers and spears. Ipervabervabuk. Countless weapons were thrust into the ground, forming a circle around him. His eyes widened, and dust from the broken spire spread around. Standing among them, Ivan quietly lifted his head. "I once called this scenery my hometown. Do you remember, Jehan?" A low voice penetrated his ears. The voice of a swordsman, claiming to be the strongest elf even after losing one eye and one arm to the 7 warlords. "At that time, I told you I would name this sentiment a memory." In the winter of the snowy coniferous forest, amidst a battlefield filled with numerous weapons, using everything within reach, replicating all the techniques he remembered, the essence of that time blends into memories that make up his entire life. So, no mortal can live forever but memories. Those whom you mourn will share eternity with you. Therefore, bear eternity. With those words, the swordsman threw his long sword. Whizzing, a line of warning like never seen before screamed. However, with developed lines of warning, all projection weapons become useless against a superhuman. No matter how intense the premonition, one can certainly evade, counter, and grasp. Igwak. The flying longsword seemed to move slowly. Ivan's left hand swept across the longsword's long blade and finally stopped the strike, grasping it firmly. And he let that momentum flow, pouring his divine power. Like the strike of Edelplatt, infused with his power, seamlessly passing down martial arts through generations. Azizizing. In the stilled time, Ivan swung his sword, struck down with an axe, thrust a spear, and plunged a dagger into the fray. Move 1 point tomb to the right, then 3 at 75 degrees. Go. Elphira poured out her mana, sweating profusely. She could hear her father's voice echoing in her ears. Kuong, the sound of a milestone shaking the ground, resounded. Faintly outside, the cries of fighting comrades could be heard. While holding back the countless magical beasts surging from all sides, not a single one was allowed to reach Elphira. The scream of Oswald was heard. It seemed a monster had covered his body. Over that, a sharp gunshot rang out. Rundies ran over, shooting while pushing the monster off with his shoulder. Lucia ran around, plunging her dagger into the monster's necks and quickly pulling it out again. She was drinking in the blood of the magical beasts, her eyes glowing red. And she, while still with her eyes closed, looked down upon them all from the sky. Her field of vision widened. Despite her body breaking, she saw Ivan fighting. The view widened again. Many elves were staring vacantly at the aurora or the towering giant tree. The view expands again. Callian comes into sight at a glance. The 12 milestones are interconnected by a web of mana. No, the flow of celestial forces is visible. The view expands again. Under the sea lies the submerged land. Traces of the ancient Callian continent can be seen. The black universe and the deep blue ocean create a stark contrast, while the sun rises again, completing its half-circle. And atop her hand, her father's warm hand overlaps. I'm sorry, Elphira. Yes. You were my final puzzle, my last piece on this game board to finally qualify to gaze upon the grasp of power. I was using you. The laughter in her father's voice fades away. It feels unlike him, and Elphira suddenly feels sorrowful. Do not forgive me. Live your life now. Whatever you achieve, you are a child who can make it happen, and if I may speak with a bit of regret. Her father murmured in a voice barely audible. I loved you, my daughter. The warmth that enveloped her hand disappeared. Lastly, a gentle breeze scattered her hair, as if caressing it. Elphira hurriedly lifted her head. Ah, father's no dad. Though winter has lasted for an eternity. Now Vialgrin's voice no longer aimed at Elphira. He was declaring towards somewhere in the sky. The sun rises and sets. The moon rises and sets, and rain and wind, clouds swirl and scatter. This world orbits that distant sun, year after year. Thus, no season can last forever. If the eternal winter has passed, spring is now approaching. If it is the season of renewal, it will once again be an eternity. Moreover, if we were to name that season, it is the spring of humanity. The winter of the gods comes to an end. All game boards crumbled. The gods descended to the ground, absorbing the scattered fragments in hand, stirring them around. Now, they distinguish this realm from the world of the gods. Only one thing. To kill the winter. A click. As Elphira touched the last circuit. In the snowy Idrenhill, an elf suddenly shifted his gaze to the sky. A pure white snowflake fell lightly onto his fingertip. As he gazed at the snow that did not melt even moments later, the elf pressed down on his misty eyes and looked back again. The snowflake, which was neither cold nor melting, gradually transformed into a petal, fluttering on his hand. Petal. Far away, the eastern horizon began to glow. As the elf knelt and shed tears, he stared blankly at the flower showering down in the eastern Idran hill. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (192). Chapter 192. Ivan has nightmares every night. Although there were days without dreams, there were never days without nightmares. He has lived this way for 30 years. According to his experiences, the subject of the nightmares has changed every time. A representative nightmare from his childhood would be the dream of dying in this primitive world in a pathetic old age. Ending his life frozen with cold, starving, and without experiencing any culture from his homeland, collapsing as a miserable peasant. If that was the form of early nightmares during his military service, it was different. Dying comrades, the burning Prichankaya, demons revealing their red eyes and wielding blades deep inside the coniferous forest. Under the broken flag of Krasilov, wandering while holding onto burnt corpses on the devastated and burning soil of this country, he often dreamed. And when his long military service ended, his nightmares became fixated on one scene. Lieutenant Colonel, live long, come as late as possible. If you come quickly, there will be an insurrection. The hot blood warming the back of his neck. The woman's body weighing lighter and lighter on his back. In the pouring rain, her cold, long hair clung to his cheek. The last breath scattered chillingly in his ear. Please. Ivan grabbed the sleeve of the responsible priest and collapsed. He begged to treat the wound that wouldn't heal no matter how much healing potion was poured. The priest closed the lifeless eyes of the woman he carried on his back and made the sign of the cross over her. He vividly remembers still. He hasn't forgotten, even for a single moment. Every night, the emotions of that time writhed in his old scars and constricted his heart. Sergei, Nikolai, Polina, Anna, Valeria, Elena, Leonid, Vizali, Sasha, Anatoly, Yulia, Victoria, Katerina, Yelchina, Roman, Artem. He remembers the faces, families, personalities, voices, hobbies, and favorite things of everyone who perished before Abaditas. Every night, he crumbles as he ponders all the comrades who died. As a dedication of flowers for the deceased, he takes in and feeds the war orphans. Instead, as he carries apologies for the dead, even when leaning on the sofa for a moment of dozing off to supplement the minimum sleep. Lieutenant Colonel. In the dark night, when he opens his eyes covered in cold sweat, the faces he always sees are reflections of silhouettes visible in the night window, the faces reflected in a mirror reflecting the swaying curtains. Live long. They are not blaming him. They always smile at him, just repeating the same words. Chernivika. She liked roses. It was thanks to Kim Sunwoo's small courage that he found out. That strong woman, who used to smile even when her abdomen was torn by Taurus, shed tears for the first time when she received roses from Kim Sunwoo. So Ivan whispered as he sat back on the sofa, sharpening his axe during the remainder of the night. Sergei, Nikolai, Polina, Anna. Even if wounds heal, scars do not disappear. People may fade away, but memories do not vanish. Even when all motivation is lost and twilight falls, this emotion, this alone will never fade away. Alexander. He remembers the young man's red smile as he stamped the order. Iskug skak. With a sharpness that could split the dust resting on the day into two, he continued mechanically pushing and dryly whispering. She liked roses. Not anymore. Krasilov is on the brink of civil war, and there is no system left to endure the next war. The economy of this country is extremely poor, winter is threatening, and it has just begun rehabilitation. Princess Elizaveta is fighting a tough battle. If he assassinates the crown prince, the military government will move immediately. Then, can a princess, who has merely grasped the counterintelligence command, really revive the kingdom? If another civil war breaks out, this nation will inevitably perish. And that would be an insult to all the heroes who died for the future of this country. The great king and countless comrades who gave themselves without reserve would not want that. He endures, he has endured. Is not endurance one of the things he is most confident in? Suck, suck, scug. In the deep night, pushing the sharpening stone against the axe blade, Ivan whispered the names of his comrades. That time has passed for about 4 years. There were days when he did not dream, but there has never been a day without dreams that were not nightmares. EP 31 remembers. It is raining flower petals in Idrenhill. The sky was opening with a warm breeze. A gigantic tree that crushed the Eternal Palace was slowly dispersing. A magical beast formed from magical beasts was slowly scattering. The corpses of magical beasts fragmented and transformed into mana. The condensed and twisted mana dispersed in the wind and sublimated into petals. While orchestrating all those miracles, Elphira slowly smiled. Yes, Father, I love you too. I loved you. A warm breeze tousled her hair. A single petal fell onto her pristine nose. It was so ticklish. Nahi. Elphira wept with her head bowed. Ivan felt the divine power ebbing away. He wielded all the weapons thrown at him by the survivors of the swordsmanship and cleanup unit until they turned to dust, sucking the divinity from the shard of God and converting it back into an offensive. As a result, the queen was crumbling before his eyes. Gazing at the rising east with her hands trembling, she flailed around. The shadow of God is fading. I can finally see the world opening. Slowly, the queen knelt down. The milestone came to a stop. The ancient artifact that had endured for thousands of years finally ceased to pulse. Divinity was escaping from the queen's body. As her divine power surged from her shoulder blades like wings, it scattered like scales beyond the sky. The queen gazed at her trembling hands. From the tips of her fingers, they were slowly turning to dust and crumbling away. I express my gratitude to you. Ivan lifted his head at her words. However, the queen was not looking at him. She was whispering towards his back. I will not forget your majesty's sacrifice. O astronomer of the queen, can you now see the auspicious day? Yes, your majesty, the entire sky is auspicious. I see, then it's settled. Even in the overwhelming lethargy, where moving a single finger was difficult, Ivan raised his head. Beside him, kneeling on one knee, stood a robed man. From beneath the hood, blown back by the wind, radiant golden hair swayed like fields of wheat. Protruding ears playfully poked up towards the sky. Green eyes looked down on him. Ivialgrin, our hunting dog, you've done well. You are alive. Still am. Vialgrin smiled faintly. Do not hold any grievances against your majesty. She is one who willingly gave her body to complete the vessel of God. I do not resent her. Ivan shook his head. He had never hated an enemy merely for being an enemy. He only fought out of necessity. At his words, the queen chuckled softly. Guessed, though we were all puppets held by the astronomer, now that the game is over. The queen looked up at the sky and then lowered her head. May the goddess bless you, you, the savior of our people. Do not kneel before any king, not even one among them. With those words, she scattered into dust. It felt as if the last trace of the deity was fading away. I needed a soul capable of maintaining itself amidst the malice of the gods. Even if they had lost their reason due to that dreadful distortion, someone who could die as a human in their final moments. Such souls are few and far between in this world. Vialgrin grasped a handful of the queen's dust that was carried by the wind and briefly paid his respects. He then scattered the dust towards the distant sea of Idrenhill and spoke. Would you be willing to yield the right to name? Ahem. Eternal seen as Jior. It signifies winter that lasts for eons in our people's tongue. That sounds good. The concept I was in charge of was appetite. I was the god of gluttony. I see. And I will take the blessing. Vialgrin looked at Ivan with a gentle smile. There will certainly be effects, though they won't last forever at least. Ahem. May I ask you to take care of my daughter? She has also contributed to this matter, and in such an ambiguous situation, her influence cannot be negligible. Now that child is alone. No one can prepare meals for her either, so just make sure my daughter doesn't go hungry. Vialgrin was gradually fading away. Ivan watched that sight and tightly closed his eyes while nodding. I will do so. Help Patricia. Understood. I'm sorry, I have asked many things. There are things I couldn't accomplish, but now that time is short, there's nothing that can be done. Ahem. A calm conversation continued. Ivan nodded in response every time, pretending as if it didn't matter at all. Seeing that, Vialgrin moved his nearly vanished lips and smiled warmly. Really, I'm sorry. It's all right. The things you have to do will be more difficult than what you have done. I should have helped you more. I've always ended up owing you since those days. It's my duty. Ha ha, is it your duty? You are an outsider from another world. Truly, many will owe you a debt. Vialgrin asked quietly. No one will understand your dedication. It's all right. Your achievements will scatter without any honor. I'm used to it. At the end of this journey, you will never be able to close your eyes peacefully. I see. The observatory asked him one last time. Even so, will you keep moving forward? Is that possible? I've tried. At Ivan's response, Vialgrin let out a hollow laugh and washed his face with cold water. He nodded and looked up at the sky. Really, thank you, Ivan. I'm feeling a bit tired now. I wish we could have spent more time together. I'm sorry. Rest. Ivan, who had been closing his eyes, replied with a cracked voice. Rest easy. My longtime friend. When he raised his head again, the man was gone without a trace. Only the clear sky was visible, and on the toppled spire of the Eternal Palace, he was the only one left. Slowly counting to 5 while sitting with his head down, Ivan, however, straightened up and stood up. He gripped tightly onto a half-broken longsword with an unknown master. Mana returned. The elves heading towards the Eternal Palace slowly adjusted their posture, gazing at the scattering shadows of the evil god. 12 societies were gathering at Idrenhill. Since all elves were essentially political beings, the time of arrival at Idrenhill did not vary greatly. Hundreds of ships crowded the waters near Idrenhill, and the airborne warships began to rise again, gliding through the sky. Holding high the emblems and standards of their societies, the members of the Privy Council began to assemble at the port. Now there are no gods. The milestone has stopped and winter has ended, giving way to spring. The meaning of the milestone ceasing, which had promised eternal prosperity, was clear. It meant that the elves could now engage in a civil war against each other. Since all forces constraining their prosperity had been forcibly removed, war was merely an extension of politics. The next throne, the Privy Council that would gather again, and the numerous vested interests held by the dead are to be acquired through such radical politics. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (193) Chapter 193. Islif frowned and scanned the room. No noble present dared to speak hastily. A heavy silence lingered. Since the establishment of the Privy Council, had there ever been such an air of solemnity among them? Losing their magic, with the milestone halted, winter had arrived abruptly. That terrible calamity, though it lasted only a few days, had substantial repercussions. They all gathered, leaving behind the numerous social unrests that could arise on their respective islands. What is there to fear when you nobles are so devoted to this country? Islif spoke jokingly. Had the reason for their gathering been to save Idrenhill, realizing the abnormal situation at the Eternal Palace? No, it surely was not. If that was the reason for their gathering, they should have bombarded the Eternal Palace with the warships they had brought. At the moment the 7 warlords arrived, hadn't all present withdrawn their ships beyond the sphere of that presence? Everyone is here except the swordsmanship faction, a counselor muttered expressionlessly. Looking at the empty seat, Islif smiled bitterly. Only those madmen willingly rushed toward death. All the nobles present had retreated their military forces. It was not out of fear of facing the 7 warlords. If they suffered losses in a battle with such an entity, it would be evident that they would lose influence within the elven nobility thereafter. Those who could not fathom such thoughts would not have been able to reach this place in the first place. At the peak of elven society, the Privy Council, and here in Idrenhill. Let us not waste time with idle chatter. The Queen has passed away. We must reorganize the royal family and re-establish the Privy Council, one suggested. Right, we are all busy after all. It is not right to leave Idrenhill as it is. How about a relocation? How could we know what that accursed being left behind in this land? The Eternal Palace is the essence of our people. Are we going to abandon the ancestral forest? Of course, is there anything left? At one counselor's remark, the Privy Council erupted into chaos once again. Now that they had regained their magic, they feared nothing, and their military forces were almost perfectly intact. The commotion within the society would be suppressed. Now, they began to turn their attention to how much damage the other nobles had suffered, and whether they could seize that as an opportunity. It was the moment when the authority of the Queen and the astronomy faction that supported it had entirely vanished. The Privy Council was no different from a den of hyenas. Who would mediate among them? With what authority? Is it true that all who entered Idrenhill are dead? Except for some humans and a few inferior noble houses, what was there in that city aside from the astronomy faction? Just the Eternal Palace. Even if they are alive, what state would they be in now? With the arrival of the 7 warlords, the elven warships were blocking Idrenhill from beyond the sea area. And not even the keenest elven sailor could see a glimmer of light. The city had lost its function, and that place was likely an abyss of magic beasts, no different from a magical wasteland. It had been confirmed that the swordsmanship faction had engaged in combat, but the overwhelming spells and violence wielded by the giant had swept through the city, leaving no survivors. Moreover, this was a moment when even magic was non-existent. Without magic, preemptive detection of spells, line of fire detection, and basic body movement of superhumans became impossible. Those remarkable superhumans of the swordsmanship faction had, at that moment, charged in like mere soldiers, like moths to a flame, and as expected of moths, they too would have been incinerated in the flames. The destruction faction proposes the flattening of Idrenhill. That's rather radical, isn't it? Are you opposed to it? The Privy Council was not stirred. Everyone was hoping for it. If there were any survivors among the swordsmanship and astronomy factions, they could be completely wiped out, and if the Queen survived, she could be dealt with as well. They must not allow the old powers to return and assert their past authority. The next throne must come from the puppets of the Privy Council, and the next capital must be ruled by their own faction. Remembering the prosperous island owned by the swordsmanship faction, several counselors were slowly licking their lips. I agree with that, but I recommend looking at it from a broader perspective. Sir Heodric, speak. Is there any reason we must devote ourselves to this narrow land? The lord of the psychiatry faction stood up with a sinister smile. Callian is a land that was once blessed. Overflowing with resources, abundant mana, and a mild climate, but is it still like that? Even if winter has just passed, Callian will wither and fade just like the lands of other ethnic groups according to the seasons. What are you trying to say? Don't humans have a good culture? With a wave of Heodric's hand, a giant map unfurled in the air. The map, made of mana, depicted the Callian Sea area, the magical beasts territory, and the continent of the United Kingdom. He poked the magical beasts territory as he spoke. Some human nations are colonizing this place, establishing military governance and exploiting the magical beasts. And so, as the world pushes us outside of Callian, is there any reason for us not to do the same? Heodric lightly brushed across the entire map. A few ships that had flown out of Callian began to turn parts of the map green. Isn't the 3 seas and 1 sky all our territory? Rather than gnashing our teeth at each other in this cramped land, why don't we divide this world amicably? The world? At Heodric's words, there was a brief silence among the crowd. If not for the overwhelming conditions set by the milestone, Callian is, in fact, no different from the other islands in the world. It is rather merely limited by its cramped territory. However, if one could effectively dominate the entire world, just directing a few airborne battleships to bombard the royal castle would leave very few nations unable to respond. Drovian, Callian, Tyles. The remaining small nations, excluding these 3 kingdoms, have no way to contend with even a single airborne battleship. So this isn't a bad idea. There's no reason to spill blood among the same ethnic group while fighting for power in this crowded land. If the council members accept this proposal, my faction will take charge of the Krasilov area. Krasilov, those powder-crazed barbarians will be the most troublesome. Since I made the proposal, I shall face the most troublesome opponent. Will you join me? At that moment, the door burst open. Despite the rudeness, the elves did not turn their gazes or show surprise. They merely furrowed their brows in displeasure with dignity. Since the temporary conference room was the flagship of Islif, he turned his head towards the unexpected intruder and scolded in a low voice. "We are in a meeting. Leave." "Pardon me, Your Excellency, but please." The one who rushed in was the deck officer he trusted the most. Nodding slightly, the deck officer hastily leaned towards his ear and whispered carefully. "The flagship of the swordsmanship faction is in contact. Is he alive?" Islif lightly nodded. He soon asked softly, "What about the military standard?" "Just the one from the swordsmanship faction." "Then that's settled. If the royal seal is not present, the queen is surely dead." Islif waved his hand to dismiss the deckhand and raised his gaze to the assembled crowd. "I hear that Sir Kohanulf of the swordsmanship faction has arrived. We will take a short break." The flagship of Edelplat, the pinnacle of elves, docked while flying a black military flag. Unlike other elf houses, she made her way directly across the bridge to board without launching an airship. The gaze of the gunners and crew on deck was fixed on her. The crew of that warship were those who had survived Hell, Idren Hill, the 7 warlords, or those who returned from regions where such beings had made their presence felt. The nobles paid this fact little mind, but the lower-ranking elves swallowed hard as they beheld the tattered appearance of the warship. The flag fluttered. The coat billowed gently in the wind. Dark hair danced about. One elf, with a sword strapped loosely around her waist and no sign of the aftermath of battle, strode confidently across the bridge. "Sir Kohanulf of Edelplat, congratulations on your victory." A crew member spoke in a trembling voice. This legendary elf had faced the 7 warlords alone in the past and now returned as a hero, having directly slain one of them. Under her coat, there should have been a left arm, but that space was empty. She had left one eye and one arm with the warlord. The wounds, still fresh, were stained with red where the bandages had been applied. Soon, one by one, sailors started to alight behind her, disciples of the swordsmanship faction. They bore the heavy scent of blood, limping as they moved, some missing limbs. Yet none of them bent their waists. They advanced with their chests held high, proudly returning. Thus, the elves present paid them their respects willingly. They had saved their people from threat, protected the capital, and ultimately slain the warlord. In all of history, only the hero party had managed to directly slay a warlord with such a meager force. Their achievement was thus regarded as equivalent. "Thank you, where are our counselors?" "I will guide you to the council hall, Sir Kohenulf." "Please do." Edel smiled softly and followed him. The elves of the swordsmanship faction and a handful of humans followed her lead. "Our kind and passionate lords have all gathered here." Edel crossed the wide conference room, heading towards an empty seat. "Did you enjoy your tea in this distant sea, while preparing to launch your ship immediately upon discovering the emergency?" As she removed her coat and hung it on a chair, she sat down, leaning back in a slouch, and placed her sword carelessly beside her. Not one person dared to speak to her until she propped her legs up on the table. Why did everyone suddenly turn mute? Kohenulf, show some decorum. "I have lost men to death in that hell, Islif." As the chairperson fell silent at her words, someone abruptly stood up. Lord Simon of the Destruction faction was frowning. "Are you saying this is our fault, Kohenulf? Wasn't it you who left when we suggested having a meeting before starting the battle?" "Simon, you killed the 7 warlords. Yes, quite the accomplishment. But was it for the right intentions? You, Edelplat Kohenulf, don't pretend to be virtuous. You think you're different just because it's you? Didn't you have the slightest desire to save the queen and build your reputation through that achievement?" "Simon." Edelplat silently looked at him. "Speak, Edel, don't just call my name. You are within my reach." Kying. As Edel lifted the sword hilt with her thumb, the atmosphere grew cold. Edel was the strongest in the range of her blade. No one present was unaware of that fact, and she was on her way back after proving it in Idrenhill. The council members quietly began preparing their spells. That madman could explode at any moment. "Calm down, Sir Kohenulf." "Heodric." "Yes, we willingly pay our respects to your efforts. We also wish to express our condolences for the many human resources from the swordsmanship faction that were sacrificed." Heodric slowly rose, leaning on the table. "However, this is a grave council that will determine the future of our ethnicity. How long has it been since our Privy Council faced such an encounter directly? Should such a meeting end in tragedy? Say what you have to say first." "We were discussing whether there's any reason for Callian to remain a kingdom. To abolish the monarchy. No, each faction now wishes to become independent. They want to move away from Callian without a milestone and venture into that distant world." What a remarkable way to wrap up colonization. As soon as she grasped the meaning of his words, Edel smirked bitterly. How is it that these damned people have not changed at all? "What should I do? If I wanted to kill everyone here, would it be possible? It might be if I were alone, but he is with her now." Calculating the possibilities, she started tapping the blade lightly with her thumb and turned to the side. "What do you think, Jans?" She had to hear Ivan's opinion, who was present as a protester. If he still had the strength to continue fighting, well, it might be worth a try. "Jan." Ivan was standing with his eyes tightly closed at her words. So still that even his breathing was inaudible, quietly. Is he very tired? Then again, just his movement is a miraculous state of his body. It's hard to believe, but that man just faced the 7 warlords alone. "Jan, are you all right? If you're too tired, you can go out and rest." "Quiet." "Huh." Ivan's voice sounded unfamiliar. It seemed trembling, like he was barely holding his breath. Edel tilted her head, looking at Ivan. Familiar. A trained agent would never neglect a sense of déjà vu. The feeling of familiarity could mean that someone disguised, whom one had encountered somewhere, had approached. Thus, as soon as Ivan entered the conference room, he cast a focused glance at Edel and stood behind her with his eyes closed. When encountering a person, Ivan often utilizes a variety of senses beyond just visual information. The special patterns that arise when hormones secreted from body odor, tension, and fear mix and evaporate with sweat. Auditory cues, the rhythmic pulsing of the heartbeat. Recognizing how the contraction cycle of the heart changes according to several emotional fluctuations of humans, such as fear, affection, and excitement. Voice, regularity flowing through breath and vocal cords. The depth of breath and the vibrations of the vocal cords are different for everyone. Yes, a person fundamentally cannot change those three. While they may vary slightly based on lifestyle habits, the essence does not change. It's like a fingerprint, as clear as a fingerprint. A trained agent can distinguish a disguised person when approached in a closed space. It's a level of difficulty akin to reading and distinguishing fingerprints with the naked eye. It requires high concentration, memory, and judgment. But that means the difficulty is merely at the level of distinguishing fingerprints with the naked eye. A superhuman can possess sensory organs as precise as modern machinery, especially depending on the training methods. Ivan was the kind of agent who embodied such training to its limit. Therefore, I remember holding his breath, suppressing even his heartbeat as much as possible, concentrating all his nerves on hearing and smelling. It was good timing. The extremely fatigued body was, thus, simply pulsing weakly. Now that his survival instincts were highly stimulated, the life activities of others were even more vividly audible. Ivan briefly scanned everyone present. He closely examined the heartbeats, body odors, and breaths of the 11 counselors, and all the attendants behind them. Jehan, are you all right? Click. As Edel's words brushed his ears, he mechanically extended his hand. Overheated nerves, torn muscle fibers. Despite the trembling fingertips from lack of energy, his actions were exceedingly mechanical. Without a hint of hesitation or mischief, Ivan's hand grasped the pistol from within his garments. He loaded the chamber and finished the cocking. In that fleeting moment, when even Edel found it hard to react, the pistol was firmly in his outstretched hand. As he lifted it, he aligned the sights. The moment he halted, his index finger dug into the trigger. As his eyes opened, he exhaled shortly, lowering his breath. Simultaneously, his blue eyes glimmered ominously beneath the scope. Bangs! I remember you, Alexander. He growled lowly as the gunfire echoed. You've been discovered. The attendant standing behind Lord Heodric removed his hood and laughed. Along with that, Heodric, who was about to get up from his seat, stumbled and fell in an instant. As he removed his hand from the back of Heodric's neck, Alexander smiled gently. I never thought you would come back alive. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (194). Chapter 194. Killing intent has a physical substance. It's not just a metaphor. In this pre-modern fantasy world, it is an empirically verifiable realm. Even a civilian or, at the very least, a teenage soldier cannot hide their killing intent when they pull the trigger, just before firing. That minuscule killing intent, if detected by a superhuman's heightened nerve response, leads to a technique known as line of fire detection. In the case of superhumans, well-trained killing intent can harm civilians. From that point, killing intent clearly begins to exert physical influence, as the mana mixed with it starts to affect the world. Thus, in this world, where all types of attacks contain trace amounts of killing intent, Enrique, known as the greatest thief and assassin in history, established a special training program for his disciples. Refining killing intent. Extreme control over all kinds of emotions, to the point of being utterly silent before taking direct action. During that time, the cleanup unit members had to be so trained that even while imbued with a terrible killing intent just before an attack, they would not leak a single trace of it. Therefore, if the condensed, intensely trained, and obstinately suppressed killing intent were to lose control and spill out, what would happen then? A crackle thud. As the magic lantern burst, the lights in the conference room went out. The elves present, all lords of the long-lived society, quickly began to respond, but even so, their basic instinct as mortals, as living beings, could not help but suppress their actions. Sunlight still streamed outside the large window of the conference room. The bright sky over the Iberenden inland sea, now welcoming spring, was a hue of green. And as that light pierced through the bars of the window and washed into the conference room, it lost its color and faded away. Gulp. It just had to be a round table, where one of the counselors sitting close to Ivan gulped down with great difficulty. He was so stiff and sweating coldly, unable even to think of turning his head, like a frog feigning innocence before a predator, craving for life in a shallow way. Killing intent surged. Mana flickered. Everyone in this room was skilled enough to see mana with the naked eye, so they could directly witness that black current. It seemed as if the darkened smoke filled the conference room. Each flow was dense enough to rupture a civilian's heart. Meanwhile, a pair of gloomily shining blue eyes were thankfully not directed towards them. Silently, like a flock of sheep before a lion. I have failed to keep most of the promises I made until now. Ivan's voice was deeply ragged, sounding much like scratching a steel plate. Live, survive. I will definitely protect you of those worthless promises. What I have accomplished can be counted on one hand. I am such a powerless human. The cleanup unit that followed him too. The great king and the royal guard as well. Tylus's excellent knights and Jill Burr. His longtime friends and even Vialgrin. Even the disciples of the swordsmanship faction. Survive. Please just survive. All those who asked that have ultimately died and disappeared. The lives, names, and deaths of those individuals. It all feels like wounds tearing at his soul. Wounds may fade with time, covered in dust, but scars never disappear. Ivan stands here, a body and soul covered in scars. He is such a powerless person. All the scars left on his body can be said to be traces of his incompetence. Yet still. But, even so, he has at least achieved one thing. A declaration. A plea to live, a promise to protect. All of those have failed within his incompetence. Among those who vowed to kill, none are alive to this day. That declaration, at least, is something he has always kept throughout his not-so-short life. Abadidas, the nobles of Krasilov, and the rebels of Tyles. Even the god born in Idrenhill has died. So, Ivan Petrovich, Colonel, my words. Do you remember, do you recall the last words I spoke to you directly? I remember. Never forgotten. Do not die, please live long, you must be alive before I come to find you. I said that. In this world, there can be opportunities, Ivan Petrovich. Compared to the countless people, what is the number of those who have died? Now I have come. The two men's conversation did not align. Ivan stared directly into Alexander's eyes as he hurriedly opened his mouth, instantly drawing his sword from his waist. The sound of the sword being drawn was late in comparison to his action. The moment the sound was heard, the blade had already been raised, reflecting the sunlight into the dark room. As confusion clouded Alexander's eyes, the blade had already escaped Ivan's grasp. Iswaya. Now I stand before you, and I will fulfill the one thing I have lived for and protected. The declaration to kill, that is something he has lived by unwaveringly. Ikwang. The shot blade shattered the bow and disappeared beyond the sea. The seething killing intent rushed through the arena, swept away in between the gaps. After that, neither Alexander nor Ivan remained in the conference room. The two jumped onto the deck along the broken wall. Iha. Someone let out a short sigh. It was one of the elves who had barely escaped the vicious killing intent. At that moment, everyone present realized they could only imagine their own lifeless bodies hanging limply. Even if one could be called a master of magic, one could not possibly defeat a swordsman of that level unprepared within this distance. As they regained their composure, the elves began to reestablish their dignity. What kind of rudeness is this? How dare you act so barbarically in the Privy Council? Those humans. In order to forget the powerlessness and fear they felt, the elves started to raise their voices. Seeing this, Edel pressed his temples and let out a low sigh. Kohenulf, look at the ruckus that barbarian you brought has caused. Shut up, do you have no shame? What do you mean? Being swayed by a mere human and talking about colonies and a broader world. How pathetic. As Edel clicked his tongue, one elf stood up abruptly. He gathered magical energy in both hands and growled. Do you really think you can handle everyone here, no matter how great you claim to be? Of course I can't. The elves of the Privy Council. The lords of the Academy were certainly not to be underestimated. They were great wizards who had devoted as much time to magic as Edel had to swordsmanship. Indeed, each individual represented the essence of their respective academies. However, this was a closed indoor space, and Edel was currently holding a sword. This meant that a prepared swordsman was present against unprepared wizards. Just 5. What? If you all charge at me from now on, I will certainly die, but I can take exactly 5 with me. From the first who casts a spell, I will take 5 of you as my companions. Come. As wish. Edel drew his blade with the tip of his thumb. The elf who had been glaring at him stood up and looked around with a startled expression. There were those filled with rage, those observing the situation, and those looking at him with curious eyes. Indeed, this place was a den of wolves. The death of one counselor meant an expansion of interests for another counselor. No one present was reluctant for their competitors to diminish. Thus, even if he went first, he knew that no one else would attack Edel in pursuit of him. He could only bite his lip roughly and sit back down. Seeing that pathetic sight, Edel let out a deep sigh. I'm not feeling very, very incredibly good right now, my kin. Half of my disciples have died by my hand, and the remaining half have perished under my command. And still, this is what I see right after the victory. So, as the lord of the swordsmanship faction with only 30 left, I must say this. Edel leaned forward and whispered ominously, if you don't have the courage to fight, please don't act tough. I'm in a state where I want to kill someone desperately. Standing on the deck, Alexander quickly surveyed his surroundings. He saw elves staring at him with bewildered expressions. He smiled as he approached them and swiftly disarmed them. In the moment of realization, the unarmed elves panicked and distanced themselves from him. There was no time to explain or use magic. Like a raging storm, like a tidal wave crashing down, as if magical beasts were surging up from the depths below. A palpable killing intent swirled around him, settling before him. Lieutenant Colonel Petrovich, you'll understand once you hear my explanation. The last sword had already been thrown, and bullets cannot harm a superhuman. So that man is unarmed. Alexander raised his sword and continued quickly. Don't think about those who died in the war. We must look at those who survived afterward. Never in the history of this world have individual rights been so high as they are right now. Cleanup Unit 711. A low voice growled like a wounded beast amidst the killing intent. Royal Guard 1132. The killing intent surged. An elf beside him grasped his heart with a pained expression and collapsed. Counting the great king, Conqueror Ivan, the soldiers who should have fought in that campaign total 6193. Humans rushed in, faces pale in horror as they gazed upon the undulating killing intent. Due to the internal conflict in Tylese, including Jill Burr, the soldiers and knights dedicated to that campaign number 20,000. And all that remains of the swordsmanship faction and the cleanup unit from Idrenhill. A person who had come with their assistance, a young man without legs, sternly replied in a low voice. Regarding the deaths of all those heroes, death sentence. Shadows flicker beyond the killing intent. The dead appear as phantoms, increasingly clearer. In the halted time, facing the oncoming death alone, Alexander gritted his teeth and raised his sword straight. Ivan Petrovich, you can use your strength for something more meaningful. I will change the world. Revenge is meaningless. Somehow, the killing intent is right in front of me. Amid the dreadful magic that bends even the brilliant midday sunlight, a darkly glowing blue pupil flickers like a flickering candle. There is no armament. The physical state is not normal, the mana has hit rock bottom, and the soul, once imbued with divinity, is on the brink of shattering. Since arriving at Idrenhill, I have not taken a moment's rest, only engaged in battle. In the last moments, I have died and been reborn dozens of times. Ivan is now in a state that could be considered close to a miracle just by walking. On the other hand, Alexander is different. The education and training received from childhood, the skills honed on the battlefield, his talents shining in both magic and swordsmanship, and the experiences cultivated while lurking in the shadows of the world. In light of all of this, he felt confident he could escape even if he faced a member of the hero party. So he thought. But at this moment, whack! A hand approached silently. A hand covered in scars, an arm, tattered and threadbare, where new flesh and old scars were entangled chaotically, a sinew writhing like a snake within it. He was unable to resist even as it grasped his head tightly. However, it is fitting as a tribute for those who have died meaninglessly. Therefore, I will no longer postpone your death. Taking a step forward to disrupt the balance, under the hand that crushed Alexander's crumbling head. Quack, he was slammed onto the deck. Only one person was moving in this place. A peasant from a barren countryside. He participated in the Great War as a conscript. Dreaming of the great king, known as the Conqueror, he joined the royal guard. Having lost all his comrades, after a long military service, he finally retired. Yet he remained wholly devoted. No rewards from the nation, no honor respected in the world. Stubborn, steadfast, and unyielding. Not a young man from another world, only a man from Krasilov. A man who remembers all the past scars. Whack! Silently, he is moving. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19+ here. (195). Chapter 195. Bang clang. Even in a state fully enhanced by magic, the shock penetrated his skull. Alexander barely swallowed the pooling blood rising inside him and reached out with trembling vision. He continued to conjure magic as effortlessly as breathing. Huak clang. He swung his fist and drove it into Ivan's abdomen. With a booming sound, Ivan's body lurched and lifted. However, crack. Even before the impact of the explosion finished, Ivan's hand moved again, slamming his head back onto the floor. Do you not realize that the structure of this world is wrong? I have seen and heard about your world. Colonel Petrovich, are you not from that world as well? A clang. There was no response. Alexander spat out blood and shouted. Even if there are hundreds of thousands of deaths, history must move in the right direction. It is tyranny for a minority of strong individuals to oppress the majority of the populace. Ikyuang. In another blow, Alexander's vision darkened. His survival instinct barely kept his head intact. Ending the gods, interference was even agreed upon by Vialgrin. Now that the day of man has dawned, the light of this world must be for the overwhelming majority. Iklang. Ivan still did not respond. Like a machine, he merely pressed his hand down hard against the floor. The fact that Alexander was still holding on was a testament to his training. Amidst a shock that could crush even substantial steel armor, Alexander gritted his teeth and unleashed a spell with both hands. Ikyuang. Ivan's body jerked again. This time, the impact seemed significant enough that he staggered back a few steps, unable to shake it off. Finally free from Ivan's grasp, Alexander swayed from the shock as he gripped his sword again. His brain felt shaken. In reality, his sense of balance was completely off. Clenching his teeth, he held the sword and said, "I will send you back. I will tell you how to return to your homeland, to where you came from, Ivan Petrovich. Don't you miss your homeland? Surely you have family and friends." Ivan remained silent, checking his physical condition. The killing intent was still thick around him, leaving the frozen crew members unable to move an inch. "This is not your world. Your devotion is misguided. Leave matters of this world to those who belong to it, and you should return to your world." Crack, Ivan lightly loosened his hands. Seeing that, Alexander fell silent. There was no will to engage in dialogue at all. Convincing that thing would be less hopeful than persuading a golem. He was someone who had returned alive, even from battlefields he thought he could never escape. He was somehow still alive, even in moments where he thought he would certainly die. From the start, he should not have left behind any potential future regrets. Alexander reached out towards the charging Ivan again and lightly flicked his fingers. "The Demon King, the hero, and you, none of you should exist in this world. The life confined in a cage created for the amusement of the gods has come to an end, and our world no longer requires a god to reign over it. The world being toyed with for the amusement of divine beings must come to an end. At this point, where the end is in sight, the social structure in which a few strong individuals reign over the majority of the populace living like gods must also collapse. At this moment, where the entire population has hit rock bottom due to the Great War with the demons, the rights of individuals have soared higher than at any moment in history. Through one more war, we can reorganize the entire social structure and build a nation by the people. You should have understood. The world you lived in was my ideal. A world without superhumans, a world where individuals can achieve their honor and status through their own strength and abilities. It was once upon a time, before the war with the demons loomed large. Young Crown Prince Alexander had read the memoirs of a person deemed forbidden by the church. He obtained information about the other world then. He gained conviction through direct conversation with Maximilian. He acquired knowledge by surveying ancient ruins and interpreting artifacts from the lost mythical age. This world is wrong. It is a cage created for the amusement of the gods. However, even if we eliminate the influence of the gods, what about the existence of magic? Magic is the universal substance that transforms individuals into superhumans. As one blossoms with magic, they can stand against thousands of their kin alone. Once such asymmetric power is held in the hands of individuals, the state system itself will crumble like a sandcastle. The appearance of the Demon King has united the demons. It was probably easier since they are tribes that venerate strength. But what if Maximilian, that great man, were more cunning and selfish? What form would the world have taken then? A society that must entrust its safety to the mercy and morality of a transcendent individual is grotesque. Thus, no one should stand above anyone else. Alexander sincerely believed this, acted for it, and now stands in this very place. the war with the demons, the many great figures sacrificed for it. Yes, a valuable sacrifice. But that was, in fact, a sacrifice for the hundreds of millions of people, for the countless children that will emerge in their future. Ivan Petrovich, if you have lived in such a world, you must understand me. Ivan did not stop. He leaped in an instant, stretching his hand toward Alexander, who was preparing magic. If not, do you have a better alternative? I want to change this world for the better. Alexander did not stop speaking and reached out. The spell completed, and a purple flash lit up before Ivan's eyes. It was the spell he was most confident in. Illusion, a mind sorcery crafted with such precision it could fool even elves. Even if it were a member of the hero party, it should be possible to deceive their eyes. As soon as he recognized the illusion, Ivan halted right on the deck. And soon, shut, clicking his tongue. With his eyes closed, he turned to face Alexander. Sasha liked chocolate cake. What? Polina started saving to gift silk handkerchiefs to her fiancé. Nikolai loved the smell of musk perfume. Anna used to knit socks for her daughter. Suit, clicking his tongue, Ivan stepped towards Alexander. Even with his eyes covered, amidst the illusions of all kinds of magical beasts, surrounded by flames, casting darkness in front of him, and deceiving his eyes with cliffs and maze-like terrains. Even to the extent of summoning tangible pain. If he got cut inside, the pain would be replicated, and if he got scorched, the burning agony would follow. In the midst of a meticulously crafted illusion that distorted both sight and touch, Ivan moved precisely towards Alexander, as if measuring out the distance. Chernivika liked roses. Before he knew it, Ivan reached out and grabbed Alexander by the collar. Even though he was part of the hero party, the illusion magic was enough to deceive his eyes. Having received the best education in the country, trained by the most outstanding scholars in magic, and accumulated experiences gained from maneuvering throughout the world. Therefore, even a hero party had managed to reach the level of mind sorcery capable of deception. Slowly, Ivan opened his closed eyes. Numerous illusions swirled around him, hostile environments rushed in from all directions, and he could not even gauge the black entities and falsehoods that sometimes came flying at him. The touch of the flames felt genuinely scorching on his skin, and the sensations of being cut or pierced by swords felt no different from reality. Right beneath him was an abyss, and in the hand he was holding, only the empty sky could be seen. However, in the magic realm turned demon territory, the warlords of the 7 warlords. In such an environment, the man who had to stand in front of the hero party as a scout could pride himself on excelling in one skill over the hero party. Walking towards a target, finding the way accurately in any environment. That was his unique role, something the hero party could not achieve. Please let me live, I can't die like this. I am the last hope left in this world. I remember all those I killed. Ivan's blue eyes glared ominously at the empty air. However, I will not remember you. Edel said that all mortals eventually die, but their memories remain. In that sense, even the dead would be eternal. Ivan had no intention of granting this guy more time than today. The relentless grudges, the old revenge, the nightly nightmares, and the mourning for those who had departed. Finally, regarding all those things, the man from Krasilov quietly extended his hand. Somewhere in the empty void, his hand came to a stop. The rough hand grip struggled to shake off his arm. Ignoring it, he moved his hand. With all his strength, he squeezed tightly what he had grabbed. A faint sound echoed in the distance. Stop, don't this, I can't. The suppressed groans and screams clawed at his ears. Through his hallucinated, tainted vision, vague silhouettes appeared. The faces of those who had left, his deceased comrades, were staring at him, just as they did every night from beyond the dark window. Silently, the faint forms gazed at him. Ivan Petrovich, you will not return to your hometown. You, an unwelcome guest from another world, will destroy this realm. Even if I die, my work will never be finished, for I. A faint sound. The dry crunching continued in his grasp. He felt the strength slowly draining from the hand that was twitching as it struck down on his forearm. The illusion shatters. The faces of his comrades looking at him cracked and began to slowly crumble. In the empty void, the shape of a man gradually materialized. Ivan did not release the strength in his grasp. Instead, he tightened it, pushing down forcefully. Finally, with his soaked hand, shaking off the slippery fragments dripping from between his joints, Ivan looked at his companions with a numb, expressionless face. Is that Sir Yurimov? Elfera, check for any magic resonance in this corpse. We need to ensure there are no remnants of possible resurrection, transfer, or hallucinations. Leaving future troubles behind would be a foolish act. Dmitri. Yes, Senior Ivan. Cut off his wrist. We're returning to the homeland. Yes, Senior Ivan. Revenge may be meaningless, but Alexander's death would help establish the legitimacy of the Krasilov throne. Oswald. Yes, Ivan. I'll stay here and be an ear for the Privy Council. We need to know first what actions the Elf Council will take in the future. Yes. With the Queen dead and Milestone gone, the elves are nothing short of a ticking time bomb. It's uncertain where they will explode, and estimating the fallout has become a burden. As long as Alexander is hidden behind the Elf Council, predicting their future actions is impossible. Arundis. Yes, Elder. Contact the homeland. We need to complete the anti-aircraft artillery capable of sinking aerial battleships. Krasilov will provide support, so ensure there are no setbacks in preparation. Yes. Assuming the entire elf population will turn against us, we need to act accordingly. It will require considerable effort to arm Tylese. And finally, Lucia. Yes, I understand. Do you remember what I said before we set off? You must be able to substitute for me when I'm absent. Do you remember? Yes, I remember. It's now. You will take charge until we return to the homeland. With those words, Ivan collapsed. As Lucia hurried over, listening quietly to the conversation, Ivan collapsed weakly, closing his eyes in her embrace. It's exhaustion. You've had a hard time, Dmitri chuckled softly, nodding. Didn't I tell you to live long? Did you forget? No. Ivan answered carefully. If you're going to live long, you should also live well, Lieutenant Colonel. That's true. The grumbling tone lightly teased him. Hearing a voice he hadn't heard in so long made him a little tremble. Even though he knew it was a dream, he liked it anyway. Can you promise me one thing? Anything. Kim Sunwoo reached out tearfully, waving his hand through the empty air a few times. Letting his hand drop weakly, he grasped the ground and replied. Besides living long and well, just one more thing. Okay. Live happily. I will definitely do that. For both of us, for our sake. 100 times no, 1,000 times. Chernivika. Kim Sunwoo paused for a moment. No voice called out to him again. He decided to wait a little longer. Even after a long time passed again, no voice called out to him. Left alone in the dark space, he grasped the earthen floor tightly, sobbing. Kim Sunwoo replied with a cracked voice. I will definitely do that, and one more thing. I promise to fulfill your one request. No matter what happens, no matter the moment. Even if I have to slaughter all the 7 warlords of this world. And finally, just like Maximilian, find myself in a situation where I can't control myself and must be confined. Still, even then, in that moment, I will surely. I remember. All of you. No mortal can live forever. But yes, within memories, I can be with you forever. Definitely. Kim Sunwoo got up from his seat and wiped his messed up face. Ivan Petrovich quietly opened his eyes. Definitely. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (196). Chapter 196. The first to notice the disappearance of the divine's influence were naturally those who had relied on it for their lives. The theology department of St. Jan's University was engulfed in chaos that day. Lord, where are you? A nun knelt before the holy image, tears streaming down her face. Countless faithful were praying with trembling voices. The huge hemispherical statue, designed to imitate the sun, continued to shine beautifully in the midday sun. However, all the priests present had lost their divine powers and crumbled. Lord, why have you forsaken me? Despite the anguished prayers of the responsible priests, the Lord remained silent. In the vine-entwined main building of the theology department, the bishop finally stood up and took a step forward. It was incomprehensible why they had lost the divinity. Perhaps there had been believers who had turned away from the Lord's words. Or perhaps the Lord would no longer allow their evil and sins to go unpunished, and this could be a test. However, whatever it may be, there was one fortunate aspect. There was someone in this school who was promised to sit closest to the Lord. The saint, Patricia, the woman who miraculously reattached her severed limbs with a single prayer, walked on water, and turned fresh water into wine. At the tender age of 15, she returned with the hero after defeating the demon king, and selflessly donated all rewards from various countries to care for orphans and refugees. The bishop knocked cautiously on the door to the dean's office. Come in. Dean, no, your grace. Though she usually rejected any titles related to the clergy, the bishop could not simply refer to her as the dean of the university at this moment. In a time when divine protection had vanished, these young lambs must rely on their shepherd. The bishop carefully knelt and humbly bowed his head. We have been unworthy and thus have lost your divine light. Your grace, please guide us. Lord, depart from me, I am a sinner. At her words, the bishop suddenly lifted his head. It was a familiar verse from Scripture, one he could even recite in the original language. However, for her to speak such words in this situation meant. What did the Lord say? The Lord said, "Fear not, for from now on you will catch men." Brother, we have not been forsaken by the Lord. Our original sin has been forgiven by the Lord, so how could our remaining sins fall short of his great love? Your grace, I find it difficult to comprehend your wishes. Man's sins and man's virtues belong to man. The saint spoke while wiping the leaves with a damp handkerchief over the lush greens. All things in the world are content in the harmony of the Lord. Man's sins and man's virtues are also the will of the Lord. He does not abandon us, and we cannot abandon him. If that is so, yes, the disappearance of divine power is also the will of the Lord, and I shall declare it with the authority of the highest ecclesiastical interpretation authorized by His Holiness, the Pope. The noon sunlight beautifully scattered through the stained glass. The woman clasped her hands and whispered softly, "The Lord loves us dearly and has finally permitted man to be truly human. When a child becomes independent, the parents must bless them. We must not rely on the Lord for our future. We must walk forth with our own hands and feet. Your Holiness, however, how will the Church understand this? I will send a letter to the papacy. We shall convene a council to summon the bishops. If divine power suddenly vanished, the authority of the Church would be plunged into despair. Many would think that the priests had fallen into corruption and had provoked the Lord's wrath. But that is a misunderstanding of the foolish masses. What could provoke the Lord? If God is truly omniscient and omnipotent, then humanity can never infringe upon his decree. For he already knows whatever actions humans take, and he could have stopped it. Simply put, it is thus. However, God did not reign in that manner. This means that the freedom of human will is also the will of the Lord, and all that happens under that free will is included in his grand plan. Therefore, humans cannot provoke the Lord's wrath. In fact, the Lord has only expressed emotions once in the Bible. In the beginning, the Lord created the heavens and the earth. He said, "Let there be light," and there was light. The day and night were divided, and a full day transpired. The skies, the earth, and the waters were separated, and it was good in the Lord's sight. All created beings were made according to the Lord's will, and he directly created this world and found it pleasing, so indeed. Are we not all blessed from our birth? The saint quietly made the sign of the cross. Now, due to the Lord's great love, a man has finally been able to reciprocate, and as a mere sinner, I dare to say this. Our Father who art in heaven. Just be there. Then we too shall remain upon the earth. Amen. Vialgrin Greichenkos, the greatest wizard in history, the savior of us all. Everything has occurred according to your will, so now. Please sleep in peace. Side ep, there is no God in this land. Is there still no news? Has someone suddenly died, or is there any revelation like that? Yes, it seems everyone is doing well. Eugen turned away from the chattering Isabel and ate his kimchi stew. Isabel no longer made kimchi, so now the cooking had become a role for him and Yuri. As soon as Ivan went on a business trip, it was like this. Isabel just lay about every day. Still not here. Isn't he coming? Such stubbornness. It's not like they weren't saying these things. Just a few days have passed, and already. Isn't it late, uncle? At this rate, I'll become a grandmother. She was saying such creepy things while waving a knife, and then just lay down on the spot. Honestly, this is severe. My soul is flowing with the stars of the prairie. Ecdysis started composing dreamily. She was doodling on the sheet music, aspiring for the roles of both the orchestral and conducting departments while crossing her support in composition. This was no longer even vocal music. It was as if she threw harmony to the dogs while writing the lyrics. In fact, her soul was indeed flowing with the stars of the prairie. Drovian was a barren land made of prairies and wastelands. I was sad that my uncle has disappeared, and I cried like a child because I didn't want to disappear. Everyone, to save me, you must spend lots of time with my uncle. Would frying the chicken and putting it between bread make me feel better? How should I make the white sauce? Thinking that, Eugen sighed and kicked these precious ones out of the clubroom. In the barely restored peace, he pressed his brows tightly and shook his head. What in the world are you doing? Quest registration. A level quest, Eternal Winter seen as Jiwar. The winter of the suspended time awaits as an elf. The sea is freezing, the sky is splitting, and the god is revealing itself. Pray, but do not expect mercy. Objective, eliminate Sina's Jiwar. Optional objective, eliminate Alexander Kirillovich Krasilov. Optional objective, persuade or eliminate the Privy Council. Optional objective, occupy Idrin Hill or the Eternal Palace. Selection objective, encounter with Vialgrin Greichenkos. Additional objective, stop 3 or more milestones. Additional objective, stop the milestone of Idrin Hill. Additional objective, ensure the existence of Kalyan. Reward, secure Krasilov's unmovable harbor, gain air superiority over the entire United Kingdom, reveal the design of the air battleship, extend the division of the United Kingdom by 3 years. Is it really balanced to give a quest involving a god here among first-year students? Eugene grumbled at the status window. It was hard to imagine what was happening, but since the quest had occurred, it was safe to say that chaos had erupted in Kalyan. At least at the level of the Tyla Civil War. For now, there was nothing more he could do in Krasilov. He had just been spending his time chasing away colleagues who occasionally barged in and caused trouble. Before a few days had passed, the quest window began to flicker again. Quest completed and asterisk 133 at hash. Thus he. When the characters in the status window started to garble, he finally had to acknowledge that the situation was not normal. Neskles quest hash dollar, eternal at hash. Now at hash %. What is it? What's going on? Eugene stared at the flickering blue window with a pale, shocked expression. With a crackling sound, the distorted blue window expanded, covering his view. Objective, you have killed a god. Supplemental objective, now. Additional objective, you all. The broken characters came together, becoming readable again, but the content was different. Reward, freedom. Eugene brushed down his arms, which were covered with goosebumps, and exhaled calmly. Due to signal interference, the connection to the live service server is lost. In honor of your achievement, we will reveal additional content to you. Now you, at hash %. Choose %. Impossible quest, warriors who became stars. Impossible quest, doctrine war. Impossible quest, prelude to the great collapse. Impossible quest, avatar of the morning star. Impossible, quest at $$ for true freedom. Objective, kill the god slayer, Ivan Petrovich Yurimov. Eugene gasped in terror, struggling to catch his breath. However, the blue window's rampage did not stop. As if it wanted to say one last word, sentences that even emanated malice began to rush towards him. Feel free to choose. However, any quests you do not select will be marked as failed. A dizzying array of goals, rewards, and penalties for failure swirled in front of him as if it were a threat. As Eugene struggled to read the text on the status window, a sudden poof sounded, and the window finally disappeared. Then, with the sound of the last candle flickering out, now you are finally free. There are no gods in this land anymore. Eugene felt the withering divine power that seemed to be severed, and had to read that sentence over and over. Side ep, there are no gods in this land. Ivan Petrovich drew a deep breath and opened his eyes. The dream was over. He cautiously looked around. Warm air filled the room, and he could see the crackling fire in the hearth. Suddenly, he gazed at the silky blanket comforting his skin. This situation feels familiar. Slowly, silently, Ivan pushed aside the blanket and raised his body. At the foot of the overly luxurious bed, where it was hard to measure its worth, lay a silhouette curled up tightly. Through the slightly rising blanket with each breath, silky hair peeked out. Is this a dream? It must be so, because that hair color is. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (197). Chapter 197. If only it had rained. Elizaveta turned her gaze away, lightly blaming the clear sky. Prichinkaya was welcoming spring. In Krasilov, spring was merely a slightly less cold winter, and the outer roads, made muddy by the awful Rasputitsa, had turned into slush. Still, it was spring nonetheless. The gray sky was disappearing, and little by little, the weather was clearing up. Because of that, Your Majesty, Lieutenant Colonel Dmitry Cherkatov is here to report. Let him come in. Without rain, there was no way to hide her face. Your Majesty, I, Dmitry Cherkatov, report my return. I've already received the report. There was no need for you to come here yourself. As the person in charge, I must report to Your Majesty directly. Who in this world has more responsibility than you in this matter? Dmitry smiled wearily from his wheelchair. Elizabeta staggered as she stood up and walked toward Dmitry, who was quietly sitting by the door of the Chancellor's office. I, Dmitry Cherkatov, and my total of 3 subordinates have returned. You yourself. Unlike the dry words laid out in the report, The survival report of the loyal subject who had lost both legs was enough to crumble Elisabetta's body. At that moment, she staggered and leaned on the table. A nearby maid rushed over to support her. "What face do you have to?" "Your Majesty." Elisabetta's blue eyes gradually clouded over. Drip, drip, moisture fell onto the wooden table. The attendants and guards hurriedly turned their heads. The king of Krasilov could not show tears in front of anyone, not even under God. However, Dmitri said, without turning his face away from her, even while bowing his head, "Your Majesty, do not insult their deaths." Lieutenant Colonel Dmitri Cherkatov. "They did not die by your Majesty's orders. Not at all. We, my subordinates and I, and our senior, Colonel Ivan Petrovich Yurimov, did not go to our doom by your Majesty's command. It is different from that time. It is different from the time when they had to go to their doom under Alexander's command. Believing so and saying so, we have saved the world. We lived our lives as sinners who could not leave a mark in history, yet in that moment we became the righteous as we walked towards our own demise. Your Majesty, please smile." Elizaveta raised her head. Dmitri's face came into view. With tears streaming down his face, he struggled to lift the corners of his mouth into a smile. "On that day, we finally shone brilliantly." He placed the box he had brought on the table and stepped back. Elizaveta's trembling hand opened the small wooden box. Inside, a hand preserved with chemicals was wrapped in silk. It was a man's hand with prominent veins, not rough but elegant, and it was a right hand with a thick ring on the index finger. She took the thick, black ring off the finger. It was a seal ring with the crest of Krasilov engraved on it, and it was, in itself, like an imperial seal. It could seal all royal orders with wax, a long-standing relic of the royal family. Elizaveta slowly slipped the ring onto her finger. The enchanted ring shrank perfectly to fit her ring finger. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Long live Krasilov." "Long live Krasilov." The attendants and the knight commander shouted simultaneously. Alexander was officially dead, and having severed nearly all of Krasilov's royal blood during his lifetime, now only the princess held the exclusive and legitimate claim to the throne of this country. Therefore, even though she had already wielded immense power, she had now effectively eliminated all internal sources of instability. No great noble could question her legitimacy anymore. The final objective of Lieutenant Colonel Ivan Petrovich Yurimov's operation was the capture and execution of the former heir, Alexander Kirillovich Krasilov, Your Majesty. "I am aware." Elizaveta turned her body toward the window. Looking at the clear sky, she spoke after a moment. "What about Bankas?" "Due to the absence of healing magic, he is receiving treatment from the doctors. It was concluded that he is overworked, but when he will awaken is uncertain." "Is that so?" Elizaveta leaned against the window frame, gazing at the bright daylight of Prichankaya. "The funeral will be a national one. Incorporate the names of all those who should have been forgot until now. We will hold the most magnificent funeral in this country. This is my first royal decree as the King of Krasilov. I'm ready to obey the royal command. Clear the throne. There will be no coronation. Now that the harsh winter is over, I do not wish for my unworthy father to gaze upon the same sky as I do any longer. It will be done as Your Majesty wishes." The one with the authority to command had always been her. All administrative bodies of this country operated under her sanction. However, from this day forth, the name to be inscribed at the end of the orders will be that of the great King of Krasilov, not the princess. It seems I will be busy from now on. The political situation is extremely precarious. The countries of the United Kingdom have been ravaged by civil wars and disasters, and the national system of the homeland remains in jeopardy. There are many responsibilities to fulfill as a king. One is sufficiently occupied with returning the country to the right track. Thus, I am too busy to love someone. Beginning another day like any other. Having breakfast with a loved one, greeting the day with tea, strolling through the streets, occasionally admiring flowers and fallen leaves, finishing the day while gazing at the same sunset. Such ordinary love is impossible. The most important thing for a ruler is the country, its security, and the future of the nation. The narrative that all power gathers in one person means that this individual must directly intervene in every matter of state. The essence of power lies in that. The act of stamping a seal, the right to oversee and coordinate all issues. An irreplaceable core institution in the machinery known as a nation. She had to embrace this if she was not going to share this power with someone else. She was a ruler who abused herself with overwork to establish the foundations of power. However, Dmitry Cherkatov, it is too hard not to love. She tightly gripped the windowsill, looking down at the small ring on her white hand, the black signet ring sparkling on her ring finger. To the man who brought her everything of this country. To this man who charged through danger and risked his life to cut away her only weakness without command. How could I not love him? At her words, Dmitry chuckled and lowered his head. Are you planning to move the residence of the high treason criminal? The reason I cherish you is that you understand my intentions far too well before I give any orders. I have been serving your majesty for over 10 years. Do as you will. I can no longer stand to see a high treason criminal frolicking outside of his own hands. The punishment will be imprisonment, with the execution site being his own bedroom and the term of imprisonment. Looking back at Dmitry, Elizaveta smiled lightly. I shall take it as the remainder of my life. I receive your orders. EP 32, An Ordinary Spring in Krasilov. So, did you say Uncle suddenly moved the ward? Yes, oh dear, what can I do? It's a royal command. You know, we're all public servants. If the king says to do it, what can we do? Isabel bit her lips as she glared at Dmitry, who was lying in a single room, chuckling. In response to her fierce expression, Dmitry shrugged and indicated the place where his legs used to be. I'm a patient, you know, a rather serious one at that. Can I just hit you once? Hold on, Bellis. Ectasis put down the instrument and sat glumly in a chair. This was clearly the hospital room that said Ivan Petrovich Yeremov, but when she came in, there was an uncle with a snake-like appearance sitting there without a lower body. She began to hum mournfully. To save these people, I need a lot of uncles. What a revitalizing visit, everyone. Dmitry replied with a grin. Just give up already. I've been cheering for you all as much as I could, you know, but what can I do? The person I cheer for the most is our Majesty. All right, now the distinction is clear. That's good, wars always begin with that. As Dmitry smirked, Isabel's brows furrowed deeply. What exactly do you want? Sharing such information, there's no need for that. I don't know. I just want someone I respect to be happy, but even after seeing them for a lifetime, I still don't quite know how they can be happy. I have a very curious job, so what can I do? I guess I have to find out myself. Dmitry finished speaking with a wave of his hands. So I'll gather as many as possible to test it out. Now go to your tasks. Time is short, isn't it? It seems like that person, who has spent a lifetime in winter, might face a spring someday. If there are many candidates, isn't there a chance that one of them holds spring? Isabel was a sensible person, so she wasn't particularly surprised to find herself in the situation of being a party companion, kidnapped by a lascivious high noble. After all, isn't such a story far too common? In the cultural powerhouse of Tyles, this was already an outdated topic. It mainly appeared in adult-oriented novels. Therefore, after quickly assessing the situation, she picked up her sword and chalk instead of succumbing to rage and horror. Ah, this familiar sensation. One by one, those who had been lazing around during vacation started to gather. Surveying the solid potential competitors gathered in the clubroom, she spoke grimly. It's time to return to the hero party, protecting the princess's purity from the demon king. Eugene pressed his forehead as he looked at the bold letters written on the chalkboard. Everyone, we are now second-year students. We are adults. So we've reached an age even more suitable for monitoring adult materials. Exactly. Where's the party withdrawal application? I want to leave too. Humans are just vulgar. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (198). Chapter 198. It's a strange ceiling. Ivan woke up amidst a headache and thirst. The monotonous sound of the fireplace burning was heard nearby. His assessment of the situation was swift, as always. He had fainted on Callion's ship, and waking up under silk blankets indicated that it was not a hostile environment. His limbs were intact, and his bodily functions were almost normal. Despite pushing himself to the limit, his body was functioning normally. However, he did not sense any divine power. It was hard to determine whether this was temporary or if it had vanished forever. He needed to meet the saint. He had to call Eugene to organize the information gathered so far, report to Elizaveta, and check the training status of the members of the hero party. There was a mountain of tasks to handle. The most crucial thing was to ascertain where he was. That was the first step. Krasilov. He realized it immediately upon sitting up. The scenery outside the window and the architectural style were close to that of Krasilov. In fact, the smell of the air made it somewhat predictable. If that was the case, it meant he had been safely escorted to Krasilov, but why was he waking up in an unfamiliar bed instead of in an infirmary? How much time had passed? What about the risk of conflict with Callion? What was the result of the Privy Council's decisions? He needed the cooperation of Edelplatt. As Ivan sorted through these thoughts, he pushed the blankets away and got out of bed. His body felt light. Looking down, he noticed that he was missing all clothes except for his underwear. There were no signs of injury on the bare skin of his upper body, only scars filled like shattered glass. Estimating the time lost by the muscle mass, it seemed to be around 2 to 3 weeks. His nutritional state appeared nearly perfect, but it was judged to be a loss of muscle due to inactivity. Ivan slowly turned his head toward the bed he had woken from. Then he stiffened as he discovered a smooth, silver-haired person with their hair messily scattered, curled up in the blankets. Oh, goodness! The silk blankets and each piece of furniture were luxurious enough to exceed the total cost of maintaining his orphanage for a year, thus indicating nobility. Among the nobles, it could be limited to those from the princess faction who would care for him instead of killing him. Among those nobles, the only woman with silver hair around a height of approximately 165 cm. There was only one such person in Krasilov. I need to get dressed. He couldn't seem to form coherent thoughts into sentences. With a stiff expression, he quickly scanned his surroundings. To his surprise, there was nothing that could be classified as clothing inside this chamber. Sadly, the rational thought came first. It was reasonable to undress an unconscious patient for cleanliness and care. The clothes he was wearing were tattered rags from days of relentless battle. Given the location, it was natural that they should have been discarded. Moreover, if this was her chamber, it was entirely reasonable that there wouldn't be men's clothes. In fact, there likely wouldn't even be women's clothes. Servants would be on standby in the wardrobe, ready to fetch garments at all hours. So, while it was rational, it was also unreasonable. Ahem. Ivan's hearing sharpened. He felt the woman curled up on the bed slowly rising. He could hear her heartbeat gradually quickening. Soon, the woman sat up disheveled and looked at him with vacant eyes. Ivanka. The woman playfully pulled the bed cover over her chest and smiled sleepily. Even without makeup, her face sparkled in the rosy glow of the fireplace. "Have you finally woken up? You were such a sleepyhead." "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty." Elizaveta raised a hand to gracefully sweep her hair back and tie it up. "I am Elizaveta I." "Congratulations, Your Majesty." "Your merit is great. I worried deeply about how to reward you, and in the end, I decided to give you the greatest treasure of this country." "I didn't do it for a reward." "But what can I do? I want to give it to you." Ivan stiffened his expression and looked around again. Even though he could hear their conversation, the officers outside did not move. He could sense their presence distinctly. "Come closer." "That would be against etiquette." "Do the laws of this country take precedence over me?" Silently, Ivan stood before her. His long shadow was cast over Elizaveta's head. A white finger touched his chest, gently brushing against a long scar. At that moment, Ivan cut off the pain. He felt somewhat relieved. "Am I lacking?" Ivan lowered his gaze to look at Elizaveta. She averted her eyes and whispered cautiously. "You hesitate, Banka." "Are you trying to say you didn't know? You're not the kind of man who is oblivious." Her small voice pierced him like a blade. Ivan looked down at Elizaveta with dry eyes. The hand gripping the blanket trembled, pale. "Don't you know? You must have known, even back then, you remain the same." "Your Majesty." "Call me as you did back then." Elizaveta commanded in a deliberately loud voice. Her attitude was more desperate than proud. "I didn't confess because I knew you would reject me. I didn't say anything for fear that our relationship would break once it exceeded the bond of lord and vassal. But didn't you know? Even if you didn't say it, you never refused me. You never turned away from me." "Elise." "Not as not as Ivan Sergeyevich Krasilov's granddaughter. Not as the last royal blood of the great royal family." Elizaveta cautiously reached out to Ivan. Her trembling fingertips grazed the air, lost in direction. "Please see me as Elizaveta, Sir Petrovich." "Elise." I admire you. How could I not? How could I possibly? How?" Her eyes blurred. Elizaveta trembled slightly, with her round, pale shoulders quaking. To give everything selflessly, and still offer up one's life for a man. From the moment Alexander was crowned as the crown prince, there was no possibility for Elizaveta, who was just a young girl. It was obvious she'd be sold off in a political marriage at the appropriate age, with only that value attached to her. Yet she grew under the favor of the late king, serving in the military. She was able to command a legion at a young age. She gathered considerable military merits and achieved success. Her only legitimacy lay in her bloodline, and the obstacles she needed to overcome to challenge the royal authority were beyond description. Since the death of the late king, in a capital filled with political rivals, she had to barely gather the surviving members of the nearly vanished cleanup unit to start a civil conflict. It was a precarious situation. There were no trustworthy men. The nobles who approached her were only after her bloodline or her beauty. In the midst of this, the only person she could trust wanted to retire. "Just my remaining in military service burdens your Majesty." He was too sharp a blade to stay in the era of peace. He was the man who returned after carrying out commands that bordered on suicide, even under Alexander's orders. Given Alexander's nature, he could never allow this man to linger. Having achieved the feat of killing the 7 warlords, Alexander couldn't possibly overlook him. Just having Ivan by her side put Elizaveta at risk. She would be exposed to increasingly overt offensives. "I can protect your grace." Krasilov cannot bear any more war. The moment the Northern Legion decides on civil war, Krasilov will be shattered. This nation can no longer afford any more warfare. Thus, it was a problem that needed a political solution. In such a dire situation, Ivan could not help her. His strength lay in war, but now the world had no war left. Elisaveta stamped her seal on his request with a smiling face. Just as he would leave to protect her, she resolved to send him away to protect him as well. A man who could receive the highest treatment wherever he went in this united kingdom. A man whose achievements, if known, could forever engrave his name in history. At that moment, such a man, with no desire for anything, descends into seclusion, quietly stating that he will care for the orphans and die in peace. If that is your Majesty's will, then let it be so. I shall bless your Majesty's future. No honor, wealth, or glory can be bestowed. Instead, with the intention of leaving no more scars on his body, I willingly agree. His absence could be endured, it could be celebrated. There was an understanding of his wish to live a second life. How much pain must he have felt? How much anguish must he have endured? Even though they were dear subordinates to her, were they not comrades to him? Almost all of his close friends lay in the distant territory of magical beasts. Thus, she approved of his retirement with a heart of blessing. The absence could be managed. However, solitude is hard to bear. Now, she had to stand alone in the royal family of this land. Among the nobles who cast subtle glances, the ambitious ones trying to exploit her bloodline, and leading the princess faction, always prepared to betray the crown prince. Your Majesty was my only sanctuary. How could I not adore you? Ivan knows Elisaveta's heart, in the past and even now. The feelings she harbored began with admiration. Although she commanded rough men, she felt gratitude, yearning, and reliance for the soldiers who quietly devoted themselves to her. It doesn't mean that it was wrong, but it cannot be accepted. Considering what the great king had bestowed upon him, she should have been a person to marry the most excellent man in this country. No, in this world, and live the happiest life. But how does he compare to her? A peasant, a conscript, devoid of property, fame, or titles. Inept at politics and unable to adapt to peace. Each night, he dreams nightmares filled with guilt and indebtedness, his mind trapped in panic as he sees the faces of the dead comrades. He is a broken person, one who cannot bring happiness to anyone, nor has the confidence to do so. Just a foreigner desperately wanting to return home, yet ultimately giving up that hope, waiting to die. Does he deserve to love someone, to be loved in return? No, I can say for certain that his fate is closer to killing someone, an enemy or ally alike. I am a broken person. Truly. At Ivan's low voice, Elisaveta looked up at him with a sad smile. Is there anyone unbroken in this broken world? But I will not say you are broken, it is all of us who are. Not broken, but merely lacking in various ways. So, just as there are paintings that become complete through filling in the gaps, I am just one of the inadequate people too. I will complete the scripture, so please complete me as well. Elise. SHH. Elisaveta reached out and brushed Ivan's lips. Her hand slowly moved, touching Ivan's dry cheek as if caressing fragile porcelain. If you're not going to push me away, it's rude to speak now. Looking down at the cautiously approaching Elisaveta, Ivan sighed and closed his eyes. A soft touch moistened his lips, and a hot breath tickled the tip of his nose. Let me out, lawyer, I will call a lawyer. There are no such customs in Krasilov. This barbaric military state. You should be grateful to the constitution of this country that you haven't been executed, considering you attempted to trespass into the palace more than 15 times in the past 3 weeks. Isabel glared at the soldier's back, who replied bluntly and left, letting out a big sigh as she buried her head between her knees. I told you to approach more amicably. Be quiet, you elf. Anyway, aren't you in a hurry? What's happening over there? It's been 3 weeks. 3 weeks. What can possibly be done from where to where in 3 weeks? Get lost, ectasis, your lewdness is contagious. Elphira arrogantly laughed, pushing the agitated ectasis away. In the end, I'll be the only one left anyway, so what's the rush? Humans die quickly. I'm not telling you to die now, so don't feel too bad. Wow. Get out of our cage, you monster. Even if a dog wags its tail at someone else while searching for a snack, it will eventually return home. Isabel and Ecdysis nodded simultaneously. There isn't a single adult argument that's wrong. When the paper is different, the mindset itself is bound to be different. Humans fundamentally cannot become intimate with elves. They're all just crazy people. Isabel and Ecdysis turned their heads and again grabbed the bars tightly, starting to shout. Let us out. I'm going to tell my dad. Do you know who my dad is? I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (199) Chapter 199. As is the case in all human settlements, proverbs inevitably bear similarities across countries, ethnicities, and even dimensional barriers of other worlds. For instance, the saying "a mouse hears at night" and "a bird hears during the day" can be interpreted in Krasilov as follows. Daytime rumors are gathered by the Domestic Intelligence Bureau of the Counterintelligence Command. If the target is a noble or a prominent figure, the collection is even more meticulous. The efficiency of the Domestic Intelligence Bureau reaches a level where it can even determine the number of teacups placed in the salons of regional nobles. As for nighttime gossip, at least within the city of Prochankaya, it is listened to by vampires. Bats have hearing capabilities that can reach at least 6 times that of humans within audibility frequencies. Of course, the Domestic Intelligence Bureau operates efficiently at night as well, and vampires have keen hearing during the day, meaning both are capable of collecting rumors regardless of time. Oh. Wow. Sitting closely together on the terrace beyond the curtains instead of the eaves, the master and disciple swallowed in awe. Lucia, with her eyes covered, continuously let out exclamations. For reference, she was eavesdropping on matters beyond the wall anyway, so covering her eyes did not render the information opaque. Rather, it was a means of focusing on her hearing. Is that happening over there? Wow, that's something. In the cultural powerhouse of Goryeo, during such moments, it was common to poke holes in the paper, Changhoji, to take a look. Unfortunately, this culture disappeared at a point when covering windows with paper was no longer practiced. However, the vampires of Krasilov possessed a relentless tenacity and meticulousness that did not wane just because the material of the window was not paper. Bats, being creatures capable of using echolocation, can convert sound within audible frequencies into visual representations. Thus, it is quite close to saying that they can see merely by listening. Especially with repetitive sounds. Especially with intense sounds. Fortunately, they were not dogs, so they did not feel anxious about repetitive and intense sounds. But Master, is it really okay not to block it? Block what? Why? No, well, us. Lucia, who had been focusing intently, tilted her head while gazing at the face of her respected master through her fingers. To put it frankly, the image that she had of Ivan did not exceed the realm of admiration for a competent yet unlucky older brother. He was an extraordinary person, capable and somewhat unlucky, and even had a bit of taste to him, but nonetheless. But wasn't her master different? Enrique openly tossed flirtations at Ivan. The depth of feelings and the sheer time they had spent together were not the same. And for Lucia, who was in a half-human, half-vampire state, the ethical consciousness of humans was somewhat greater, meaning that for her, a romantic partner was a one-to-one match fundamentally. Why, if our princess? No, if Her Majesty monopolizes this execution, then there's no chance for you, Master Right. What do you mean by that? Excuse me. The opinions of the complete vampire seem to differ. Will Elias live for another 60 years? What? Surprisingly, a nearby elf imprisoned in the same underground dungeon shared the same opinion. Will anyone else be around in 60 years? I'll still look this pretty. I can't deny that, well, if I must say, even the death penalty will age. Enrique chuckled and nodded. Since Ivan is human, he will inevitably grow old. Unlike the young elf, this cunning vampire had a clear alternative in mind regarding this matter. All you need to do is bite once. Wow. So what? I'm the elder, so what can they do? That's true. Lucia, who had allocated more ethical modules towards the vampire aspect than the human aspect, nodded in admiration. But wouldn't it be better to bite now then? I can't win right now. What? Sigh, who knows, it's about 50-50. A bit outmatched in direct confrontation, but slightly advantageous in a prolonged battle. It changes a bit depending on the situation and conditions. I don't know. I can't be sure. But humans cannot escape aging. Humans weaken as they grow old, but vampires grow stronger with age. Remember this, Lucia. Among all beings in this world, time is always distinctly on our side. Never be hasty in any circumstance. Thank you for the teaching. Yep, anyway, there's nothing we can do. Bring me a blood pack, Lucia. Lucia felt her respect for her mentor growing even larger and nodded with emotion. Enrique closed his eyes, savoring the emergency blood pack that Lucia provided. Glug. Wow, is it going up from there? Gulp. Ivan took a short breath before getting up. The scent was disorienting, and he couldn't help but pay attention to something else. He casually draped a blanket around him and walked briskly towards the window, throwing it wide open. Oh. Hello, my disciple. Enrique, who was waving his hands cheerfully, and Lucia, with her flushed face, were visible in the corner of the terrace. Under the cool night air, Ivan cooled his steaming body and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Just sightseeing. Visiting you." The two vampires chuckled as they replied. It was interesting that Enrique was more candid than Lucia. I can't get up right now, master. My legs are all numb." It was indeed too extreme a spectacle to use as educational material. Sadly, there was no axe in the chambers of the palace. Ivan didn't panic and raised his fist. At his appearance, Enrique chuckled and stood up swiftly. "Is Elias all right?" "She's asleep." "Shouldn't we say that she's passed out?" Enrique glanced at the situation inside the bedroom and clicked his tongue. There was a silhouette of a dignified lady collapsed in a compromising position. Is there something that needs to be reported? To whom? To Elias? Nah, really, I just came to see you since you woke up. I was just waiting because I felt awkward coming in for a visit. In cases like this, shouldn't one wait and attempt eavesdropping instead of coming back another time? Ivan shook his head at the common sense of this primitive, pre-modern fantasy world. A respectable noblewoman shouldn't make such troubling sounds. I want to make her a dignified vampire. All right, your rationality seems intact, and your emotional side appears fine as well. Let's take a quick walk. Enrique smiled and gestured towards the garden beyond the terrace. I have so many things I want to hear about. Vialgrin has vanished. Whether dead or obliterated is uncertain, but essentially, there is no difference. It means he is no longer in this world. The elves created the 7 warlords and died. In other words, it means the 7 warlords can be created. Although it requires artifacts of the caliber of a milestone, can one really guarantee that such things exist in this world? The important implication is the 2 of them. There are now extremely few figures within the allied kingdoms that can stop the 7 warlords, and at least 4 more exist that are as powerful as the 7 warlords. And somewhere, a new 7 warlord may yet be born. It is indeed a time of turmoil. Having heard all the explanations, Enrique smiled bitterly and shook his head. Moonlight illuminated the garden. All sorts of flowers brightly adorned the garden of the Prichinkaya Palace in the spring. Now the ones left are just me, Einar, that idiot, and Patricia. That's all there is. Patricia must have lost her power. Yeah, there are no more hero parties left in the Allied kingdoms. Ivan was not surprised by the news of the disappearance of divine power. If the world free from divine interference that Vialgrin mentioned had arrived, then it would be normal for divine power to have vanished. Even if blessings were granted out of whim, the disappearance of all forms of divine power would mean the weakening of the alliance. The healing arts of priests were an extremely valuable strategic resource on the battlefield. The authority of the church will fall to the ground. Was that the plan all along? Excuse me. Vialgrin asked me to protect Patricia. He must have anticipated this. Shall we take a guess at what will follow? Enrique stretched and continued speaking. Even if divine power disappears and authority diminishes, not everyone will lose their faith. However, now the integrity of the church, let's say, the purity of faith will begin to be questioned. Power holders whose authority is questioned tend to divert attention with extreme policies. Do you think the Pope will do the same? Was there ever any power as strong as the Pope's? Then what form might that extreme policy take? It will incite internal strife. Enrique nodded readily at Ivan's words. Divisive governance is akin to the basic tenet of control. What would be the justification? I would guess something like, the unbelievers have corrupted the church from within, and thus God has abandoned us. What do you think? I agree. Is there anything that comes after that, my disciple? Vialgrin asked me to protect Patricia. To ask someone to protect another, essentially, means the latter is exposed to danger. In other words, simply identifying and interrogating a few people would not be very helpful. To alleviate the Pope's burdens, it would be appropriate to dispose of someone whose presence would cause significant ripples. By the way, Patricia has been in this country since the year before last. It is a convenient explanation that a high-ranking priest who had gone abroad apostatized. Ivan closed his eyes heavily. Tyles has become a demigod, and Callion is no longer a single nation. The political landscape of the United Kingdom will now change. The United Kingdom consists of a loose federation of 10 countries, encompassing all human nations united against the demon army. Excluding the nations that perished in those days, there are 10 countries. Among them, Callion, Tyles, Drovian, and Krasilov are often classified as powerful nations. This classification isn't just based on territory, military mobilization capacity, and economic strength. It indicates those who had to endure the most sacrifices in the war against the demon army and still survived without perishing. Thus, these nations were able to reap the most spoils of war. Other countries, apart from these 4, did not dare to establish military and colonial rule over the demon territories. The power gap between them would only widen over time. However, now, Callion is divided, and Tyles has lost more than half of its national structure. In the aftermath, the current period could be aptly called the struggling times for everyone. The majority of the population suffered losses in the war, and the economy is in shambles. During these difficult times, rulers tend to blame their shortcomings on foreign machinations rather than their own. That's the more rational approach. If, in the midst of it all, the papacy officially condemns Krasilov, crusaders will rise. Crusaders. Crusader army. The Demon King's territory is too distant, inhospitable, and dangerous. The 7 warlords are beings that the Legion cannot contend with. However, there are hardly any strong figures comparable to the 7 warlords left in the United Kingdom. All who could be described as immediate deployment candidates have already perished. Vialgrin, Maximilian, Gilbert, Einar. These 4 constituted the real strength of the hero party. Maximilian's disappearance is already widely known, and the news of Jill Burr's death has long since spread within the alliance. Vialgrin's death, although not widely known, did not matter much as he was never held in high regard within the United Kingdom. Elves do not interfere directly in inland politics. Indirectly, they always do. Lastly, Einar. We cannot leave Drovian. As soon as Einar, who leads the troops, becomes absent, Drovian will fall into disarray. The kingdom of those barbarians is maintained solely by Einar's personal charisma. Einar even had to bring his wife and children to the battlefield, as he deemed the front line with the magical beasts to be safer than his homeland. My goodness! Enrique chuckled as he looked at Ivan. Are you isolated now? Without doing anything, he found himself in an isolated situation. In response to Enrique's words, Ivan nodded sagely. The alliance is over, Enrique. The dwarves, classified as a magical army, have allied with Krasilov. The elves, previously part of the alliance, have attempted to extend their reach inland. The papacy, which had led the faith of all and maintained the center of the alliance, is now declaring a crusade against the alliance itself. Now there are no gods in this land, and thus humans have become more human than ever before, living through the world in a more humane form than any time or moment in history. It is a chaotic era. This must be human instinct. Historically, humans originally belonged to carnivorous species that devour each other, whether through states, economies, cultures, or even ideologies. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. Chapter 200. As morning came, the vampire duo vanished like the wind. It wasn't because of the traditional reason that sunlight would melt them, but rather because one was a student and the other a professor. Attending school was a significant reason. Ivan leaned against the terrace, watching the sunrise. Perhaps due to the cool breeze, sounds of stirring were audible from the bedroom. Did you cough? Water. Elizaveta struggled to speak with her heavily cracked voice. At the same moment she spoke, the door to the chamber swung wide open, and a maid approached with a water glass in hand, her footsteps clattering. Ahem. That the attendants outside reacted even to such a small muttering meant. Ivan decided not to continue his thoughts for the sake of Elizaveta's honor. I think I might live. Elizaveta nodded brightly with a look of someone who realized nothing. It seemed she then noticed Ivan and fell into a daze. Elizaveta, wiggling her fingers atop the blanket, immediately flushed and pulled the blanket over her head. It was an act unbecoming of her stature. Your Majesty, the meal has been prepared. I have no appetite right now. Elizaveta mumbled as she fidgeted under the blanket. She peeked downward to glance at Ivan and then burrowed deeper into the bedding. Once, she was a formidable monarch who encompassed the entire shadow of Krasilov, but now she had become the absolute sovereign that encompassed both the light and shadow of Krasilov. At her royal decree, the maids bowed their heads and retreated immediately. If you will, my lady. What do you mean, my lady? No. Call the physician right now. Perhaps recalling something, Elizaveta shouted from under the blanket. As the maids withdrew, a pale hand peeked out from beneath the blanket. See, come here. Yes, Your Majesty. Without saying much, Ivan stepped closer to her. He quietly knelt on one knee 5 steps away. He presented the perfect demeanor of a loyal subject. Elizaveta, watching him through the gap in the blanket, suddenly shouted. Closer. Yes, Your Majesty. More, Banka, are you mocking me right now? Turn around and come closer. As Ivan turned his back and sat down, an arm draped over his shoulder. After fumbling around for a while, the arm quickly wrapped tightly around his neck. Instinctively, he prepared for an assassination, but the tension in Ivan's neck muscles was not subjected to any significant force. Instead, a weight of about 40 kilograms settled onto his back. My legs are weak, and I'm having trouble moving. To be honest, I don't know if it's my legs or my back that has given way. Yes, Your Majesty. I want to get some fresh air. You may stand up. Elizaveta's voice was unusually whiny. It was hard to imagine that this tone belonged to the iron-blooded Riza, who had annihilated dozens of houses overnight. Ivan silently endured her presence. As they approached the window, a cool morning breeze from Prichinkaya brushed through, ruffling his hair. Dubanka. Yes, Your Majesty. Speak as you did yesterday during times like this. Do I have to command you even for such trivial things? Elias. At his response, their conversation paused again. He felt her toes lightly tapping around his waist. After much grunting, Elizaveta regained her composure. Krasilov prohibits marriages across social classes. Ahem. There is no noble title in your legal position. The Yurimov family has an existing baron in the northern colonial territories, but you are recorded as the third son of Baron Yurimov. Ivan faced the wind without answering. Elizaveta's voice continued to murmur in the meantime. When observing succession through marriages across social classes, there is no right to inheritance. In other words, it means that royal blood does not continue. Ahem. To that end, I distributed the authority of the royal family. Do you know, last year, when the coup was successful for the first time, I announced a Kalian-style constitutional monarchy. The royal family of Krasilov can no longer reign above the law. The reason no royal family members resisted this is simply that all of them physically vanished afterward. The nobles did not oppose Elizaveta's command to distribute authority. They were not fools and understood that the actual power remained fundamentally similar to absolute monarchy. Although the administrative, judicial, legislative, and military powers were all divided, Elizaveta still kept them all in her grasp. It was even more evident that the counterintelligence command was her direct agency, and she approved all operations of the counterintelligence command. However, such authority could never be inherited, explicitly or implicitly. As the divine right of blood has disappeared, my descendants can no longer inherit the same rights I hold. Once my reign concludes, it will inevitably transform into a true, constitutional monarchy. As history accumulates among the nobility, such as the administrative aristocrats, the authority of the ruling royal family, which reigns without explicit power, will collapse like a sandcastle. Elizaveta was fully aware of this yet proceeded. It was evident, from a macro perspective, that it was a plan aimed at severing the royal family's limbs. You may call me a selfish monarch. I act solely for my own happiness. Elias. No, it would be better not to call me that right now. It carries too much destructive power. Ivan does not question Elizaveta's command. The reason the theory of divine right of kings prevailed is because it can be observed that gods and kings share similar MBTI traits. Both are capricious, and both can deliver divine punishment. Banka, my father, was incompetent. He was feeble, a reed-like figure, yet despite that, he had overflowing ambitions for power and wanted to give everything to his son, even though he himself was wary. Yes, Your Majesty. However, my grandfather, the late king, did not behave this way. And to be honest, my older brother was also someone not easy to consider capable. What do you think I felt upon witnessing this? No matter how great one's lineage, no matter how remarkable an individual may be, their descendants cannot also be great. If it were not for this situation, there would be no problem. If the nobles, the families, and the administrators are competent enough, is that enough? If capable people are holding checks, a monarch's incompetence cannot lead to national downfall. But the demon king has arrived, harvesting competent, great and kind people first. Thus, what remains are the maggots that burrow into the power, vacuum, left over the corpses after heroes have fallen. In the midst of all this, I succeeded in the succession of the throne. In the process, I buried everyone who followed my brother and was able to grasp that power in one hand. To be frank, at that moment, who could have opposed me even if I were to engage in the most debauched of acts? However, I did not do so. I did this not for my own happiness, but for Krasilov. A monolithic power structure that is incompetent will inevitably collapse. In such a malformed state, absolute monarchy is a poisoned chalice. If she can wield all rights and ascend to the throne at a point where royal authority surpasses legislative power. However, if her descendants are incompetent, if the local warlords and aristocrats are collapsing to the point where they cannot keep in check the incompetence of such descendants, the eradication of the noble families is my achievement, and thus I should bear the consequences of it, shouldn't I? Your Majesty, doesn't my statement remind you of something you've heard before? Yes, Your Majesty. Indeed, I am that selfish. Ivan closed his eyes as he listened to Elizaveta's words. That statement, that an incompetent ruler should not determine the fate of the nation, was entirely aligned with Alexander's argument. Therefore, her ousting of her brother and taking his place was not because there was a better alternative or she had a superior ideological stance. It was simply for survival. If the crown prince were alive, she would have had no choice but to die. She was confessing that this was the reason. And to say this to the man who had marched towards certain death upon the crown prince's orders, the one who had lost all his comrades and returned and ultimately killed the prince himself, was akin to a grand confession. Essentially saying, I am no different than my brother. Vanka, even so, can you pledge your loyalty to me? Yes, Your Majesty. Is that because you are the only blood relative of the late king? No, Your Majesty. Ivan shook his head firmly. The blade does not distinguish the goodness or evil of the hand that holds it. Should policies and ideologies be judged differently from the morality of the ruler? Yes, Your Majesty. Then how could I not cherish you? With that, Elizaveta chuckled softly. She gently brushed Ivan's tousled hair and spoke. Since you've shaved your beard, why not tidy up your hair as well? Yes, Your Majesty. Oh, then other troublesome matters will arise. Forget my suggestion. Yes, Your Majesty. Have you acknowledged that you are quite popular? No, Your Majesty. I often find myself curious about the range of vocabulary you possess. Yes, Your Majesty. It's maddening. Elizaveta laughed playfully and continued her conversation with Ivan. It was a morning sunlight gently warming the terrace. Let me out. Ectasis shouted as he banged against the iron bars, just like any other day. A soldier approached with heavy steps and silently unlocked her cell. Out of nowhere. Aren't you asking to be let out? Amidst the confusion, Isabel, who had been meditating cross-legged, suddenly looked up. We've been had. What do you mean by that? You've just put a gloss on it, hee. After robbing the palace 15 times in 3 weeks, they're now being let out. The intention is too obvious to question. It means they've already won. It signifies the composure of the victor. Gloss over, no way. That's right, Eshi, we've been pushed back. Eschides began to silently scream. Nevertheless, Isabel rose with a cold expression and lifted the fallen Eschides back up. In the dark and gloomy prison, her figure turned away from the flickering torchlight was truly an inspiration for the hero. But Eshi, isn't it our mission to seek out the morning star even in despair? Yeah. A hero's true calling is to break through in defeat. As long as we can fulfill our objective, the ebb and flow of the situation doesn't concern us. So don't just lie down and take it. With Isabel's piercing gaze, Eschides nodded with a stern expression and grasped her hand tightly with trembling fingers. Anyway, I can't stay stuck to the king of this nation forever. Have you forgotten? I'm also part of the hero party. That's right, there's still a chance. Yes, as long as we don't give up, the opportunity will definitely come back. Are you going to give up just because you fell a little behind? How can you call yourself part of the hero party like that? That's not wrong, is it? In the grand atmosphere, where it felt like they would swear brotherhood if there were a peach tree around, Elphira quietly shook her head. Seriously, you guys are fooling around. Hero party release. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (201). Chapter 201. Time rewinds back to 3 weeks ago, when Ivan was still imprisoned in a half-dead state in the chamber, receiving the queen's sole care. It's really maddening. Eugene sat blankly in a chair, his face filled with despair. Eli lama sabachthani. He recited the only Hebrew phrase he knew, but there was no change. Just in case, he tried carving a cross, roughly drew a Virgin Mary statue, and filled a bowl with holy water to pray, but it was all meaningless acts. His status window remained half-broken, only flickering. He even thought about whether he should get stabbed once while hanging on a cross, but he shook off such shameful thoughts from his mind. It didn't seem like the God of this world would resurrect him within 3 days. No, rationally speaking, right? If I was given a status window upon being transferred to this world, it shouldn't be taken away. Or at least give me a cheat before taking it away. To be honest, the status window rarely provided him any substantial help. What good was a warning saying it was dangerous just before dying? But the difference between having it and not having it was like heaven and earth. The status window was virtually Eugene's only asset in this world. Moreover, what was even more infuriating was that it had not completely disappeared. Connection to Live Service server has been lost due to signal interruption. To honor your achievements, we will reveal additional content to you. The status window had frozen on the last page he checked. Occasionally, sparks flickered, but that bluish window had not completely vanished. However, what use was that? No matter how he manipulated it, the screen wouldn't switch and no feedback was coming back. It was like pulling the plug on an online game. To put it plainly, that was the meaning behind it. The half-broken screen had just solidified. Eugene sighed deeply and glared at the status window. What good is it for me now? His swordsmanship was inferior to glass. He couldn't even use magic. Now that his divine power had vanished, he was useless as a priest. The only real use of the status window was to gather information, but that had become useless too. Really, what should I do now? Eugen sighed and began to reread the status window. After all, since it was the only information resource he had at the moment, he hoped he could at least make use of what he could see. Soon, he discovered something strange. You have killed a god. Now you are free. This sentence sounded like a warning. It felt like a chilling threat or perhaps a mocking challenge to see if he could survive. And then came the next sentence. Due to signal interference, the connection to the live service server has been terminated. The tone changes. Not only that, but the handwriting was also subtly different. A minuscule difference that's hard to notice. In honor of your achievements, we will unlock additional content for you. We will. In other words, the entity that typed this beyond the status window is plural. Eugen quickly straightened his posture and began to scan through the status window. Was there any other information he could deduce? You have killed a god. Considering that Ivan's nickname suddenly became God Slayer, it seems the object that killed the god is Ivan. However, the status window does not distinguish between Ivan and him. Reflecting back, the quest assigned by the status window did not concern itself with who the target was, as if there was no need to differentiate from the status window's perspective. Like a creator looking down upon mortals. Like a god. In fact, if this object were created by some other being rather than a god, that would be the stranger thing. This is an object that cannot be explained by magic. Then it can be inferred why the status window broke down when the divine power disappeared. Didn't the status window say, signal interference? In other words, if it means that the signal with a sort of heaven that transmits divine power was cut off. There is not just one God. And there is now no God in this land. The Bible said that God is the only being. The priests who can use divine power are only produced within the United Kingdoms in the same branch. Thus, it could be believed that God only means the absolute being of this religion. If there is not just one God, then isn't the doctrine itself messed up? Eugene began to read the other messages on the status window with a cold, sinking gaze. Soon, he stopped his gaze at one sentence. Impossible level quest, doctrine war. The moment Eugene uttered that sentence, he stood up from his seat. The term doctrine war is easy to understand. It must be a dispute over faith. War means a struggle between opposing parties. However, if an event worthy of being called a doctrine war occurs within a church that is otherwise intact, especially if it's described as impossible level, that means the church is undoubtedly divided. I don't know when my brother will wake up. Fortunately, there is at least one more person in this country who can provide counsel regarding such a situation. Coincidentally, this person has a close relationship with Ivan, has served on the same front lines, and holds significant authority and influence within the church. I need to see the saint. Doctrine war, that's an interesting phrase, brother. Do you believe my words? Didn't you say it was the Lord's decree? Even though Brother Yenijub isn't an ordained saint, didn't he swear to the 3 virtues of purity, obedience, and poverty? Could it be that you're lying to the church's saint right now? Definitely not, Dean. Yes, I believe you. The saint spoke, holding her pure white hands together with a smile. To be honest, if she suddenly said there was a word from the Lord, who would believe it? But it seems she genuinely believed him without much thought. Noticing Eugene's expression, the saint chuckled softly and said, "Well, it was something I expected. Even without mentioning the Lord's word, I would have believed you." Really, expected. If the church remains quiet at a time when divine power has vanished, wouldn't that be something frightening in itself? The saint continued to smile, without a hint of disturbance. Brother Yenijub is being mentored by Kirill's. No, by Brother Ivan Wright. Yes, how did you? I have many ears that listen. The saint offered a cup of tea to Eugene with a smiling face. As he took the teacup, she smiled and began to speak softly. Are you perhaps considering being canonized as a saint? What? Oh dear, please use this tissue. Cough. Yes, thank you, wait a moment. A saint. Suddenly, a second-class advancement event here. The saint couldn't use divine power, so what would change with a second-class advancement? Eugene's head was spinning. Where should I start? The gospel you heard, brother. Yes, let's summarize it. The doctrine war, the warriors become stars, the prelude to the great collapse, the morning star's embodiment for true freedom. Am I right? Yes, Dean. Here, the doctrine war probably refers to the war that will occur within the church. Let's set this aside for now. Eugene wondered if it was okay to set that aside, but he nodded for now. Warriors become stars, that's Drovian. Drovian. That region is completely unconverted land. Mixed with traditional myths, somewhat interesting doctrines have spread. They are not considered heretical enough to be decreed as such, but they are certainly far from traditional doctrines. It is said that the warriors of Drovian who died honorably in battle engage in eternal warfare by the Lord's side. The direct evidence of that war is the stars in the night sky. Generally, the Lord gazes upon the earth through the sun, so nighttime is the time of demons. Beyond that night sky, the warriors stand by God's side, fighting. The traces of their struggles are the stars in the night sky. The spears, arrows, axes, and swords thrown by warriors tear through the night sky, inscribing the daytime light upon it. So, if they are called the warriors who became stars, the brothers of Drovian are likely to martyr in large numbers. Dean, there's one more thing I must tell you. Yes, please go ahead. This isn't the first time I've heard, no, the Lord's words. While it wasn't a common occurrence whenever a quest of level, that is, a near impossible quest, arose. When the heroes of the hero party martyred, I heard those words. That means you heard those words when Brother Jill Burr and Brother Vialgrin ascended to heaven. Yes. Then the mention of Drovian might perhaps be related to Brother Einar. The saint continued to smile placidly, but her eyes were quietly sinking. The avatar of the morning star signifies Brother Maximilian. The morning star shines bright even on the darkest night. Historically, heroes have often been compared to the morning star. Yes. In that case, with the same implication, the prelude to the great downfall, this could be inferred to be Sister Enrique. The true freedom must be Brother Ivan. I think so too. It seems the Lord believes we all must die. At the saint's words, Eugene firmly shook his head. No, the Lord has always warned me of this and told me to ask. The dark cloud hanging over Tylus. The condition must surely have attached to the survival of Jill Burr. In other words, it implies that Jill Burr must be kept alive. In extension of this, in Callian's quest, ensuring Vialgrin's survival was also one of the objectives. The only individual that the status window commanded him to must kill was one. Ivan Petrovich Yurimov. Eugene swallowed that last word. It wasn't something he needed to say to the saint. Yes, this means the Lord has not forsaken us. Then, finally, shall we return to the Doctrine War? Yes, Dean. Though we haven't named it the Doctrine War, it had already been foreseen over a decade ago. Yes. To call it foresight would be a bit ridiculous. We did not hear the Lord's gospel directly like you did, nor did we gain prophecy, to put it bluntly. We had been preparing for this to happen. And the saint quietly smiled. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (202). Chapter 202. God is not benevolent. Patricia did not feel the need to refute Vialgrin's opinion. A true believer merely proves their faith, rather than imposing it. Thus, even when she aligned herself with Vialgrin's plan over a decade ago, her faith remained unshaken. God exists, is great, and is omnipotent. If this conviction is steadfast, then killing God is by no means heresy. If God is truly omniscient and omnipotent, then the death of God must inevitably be an act of suicide. If he considers all things, then it is logically impossible to deviate from his will. Therefore, this is a testimony for the faith that wavers in the harsh environment of the demonic realm. It is a desperate effort to believe in God's omnipotence and in his love. So, if the will of the brother is to be fulfilled, the Lord's grace and love will vanish. Yes, no gods will be able to interfere in the world anymore. Mortals will finally choose their own paths. If divine power disappears, the church will split. Indeed. This too is inevitable. The absence of divine power will bring about distrust toward the church. Unless the church collapses overnight, it will inevitably divide. It can no longer unify under the direct evidence of God. All the current clergy are good. They are congregants united under God's will. A priest who is not so will not receive blessings. Thus, the Pope, who can be said to be the pinnacle of that faith, was undoubtedly the most devout and kind-hearted person among all the priests the saint has ever encountered. But will that goodness endure after Vialgrin's plan succeeds and divine power disappears, even through the greatest trials he has lived and felt? That is unknown. However, what if I lost divine power overnight, without any warning from you, brother? With all the brothers. Truly, if my divine power and the grace of the Lord do not resonate anymore, I will surely think of one thing. The belief in the world conflicts with the Lord's will, and the Lord no longer favors man. If someone is to be held responsible, I will without hesitation point to your holiness the Pope, as the one favored the most in the world, teaching all the congregants. Wouldn't the direction of that teaching have been mistaken? Irrational. I know that your holiness is rational as well. Then what thoughts will your holiness have after that day? If he himself served the Lord without difference from before, yet the Lord's grace turned away from the world, then to whom does that responsibility fall? In the eyes of your holiness, I would appear as a sinner. I would have received the greatest grace under your holiness, and would be the only one in the position to teach all the congregants with the greatest influence. So, what do you intend to do? I will prepare from now on. If division cannot be avoided, I must at least stitch it up with the least amount of bloodshed. Plans to kill the unjust God, in other words, the plan to separate the world from the influence of all gods, has already been prepared alongside Brother Vialgrin back in those days. And we had predicted the resultant repercussions as well. If one can foresee the future, then it is only natural to be prepared. And she had a lot of time to prepare for this. All members of the church would have no doubts about her actions until the god disappeared. No one could doubt the saint during peaceful times. Thus, the saint's preparations were progressing smoothly, until the variable before her eyes appeared. At the moment when the Lord's gospel vanished, the brother who last heard the Lord's final words appeared. Could it not be fate? Oh, well, it's not that great of a thing. Yes, I know, but my job is to make small things great. The words the brother heard from the Lord are a kind of prophecy. One could view it that way. Quests ultimately warn of the disasters to come and provide guidelines for actions. Under normal circumstances, this would indeed be an astonishing miracle, but it's a grace that can be somewhat understood. The effects of divine power can differ slightly among the priests. But now that divine power has disappeared, the prophet is essentially a seer, in other words, a saint. Then, do you have any thoughts about being canonized, to become the only prophet left in this world? Eugene could not easily answer the saint's words. The more she pondered, the more something seemed to rise to the surface. Let's see, quests are dynamic. The activation conditions for quests typically appear when I come directly involved in or lead a certain incident. For instance, while apprehending a spy from Tyles, suddenly a quest related to Tyles's division was registered. Then, what do the quests in the current situation signify? I will reveal additional content. Please feel free to choose. Literally, it was not merely informing me of forthcoming events in advance. If, perhaps, divine power had not yet vanished, and the quest window was functioning as usual. I will disclose the additional content. This damned status window would not provide such information in advance. If it means that I must directly tamper with the quest activation conditions for it to be registered, then the doctrine war basically means, in other words, what happens if I accept? A war will break out. It was not a warning about things that will inevitably happen in the future. My actions were the trigger for all these events. No matter how much I think about it, it seems that the Lord is not a good being at all. How can we gauge the distinction between good and evil? It is merely that if the Lord truly loved us to the point of disappearing, then as his sons and daughters, we ought to stand alone willingly, don't you think? Amen. Amen. Eugene smiled faintly and prayed. Lord, Could you at least tell me that it's a situation where the saint delivers the first strike? Instead of something useless like a status window, could you give me something else? And thought, just a moment, just a moment. Dean, no, saint, isn't this strange? What is it? If I am to be canonized as a saint through prophecy, shouldn't that prophecy be proven? That's right. But if it's my prophecy, isn't it all? Someone from the hero party being on the brink of death, or at the very least events that would sever the nation. At Eugene's question, the saint nodded. That's right. So to sum this up, in order for this doctrine war to happen, I must become a saint, and for me to become a saint, other prophecies need to be fulfilled. So that means, yes, you must confirm that the other prophecies you have heard are being realized, and through this, prove your divinity. The saint said with a gentle smile, our goal now will be the journey to save my precious friends. At the saint's words, Eugene immediately covered his face and sobbed. It was a linked quest. Impossible grade quest, warriors who became stars. Impossible grade quest, prelude to great collapse. Impossible grade quest, avatar of the morning star. Impossible grade quest, for true freedom. Impossible grade quest, doctrine war. This is all. As the season was gradually changing from less cold winter to winter, with spring flowers blooming in the garden, Ivan quietly nodded his head. It doesn't matter. No, brother, this isn't just an ordinary matter. Even if it wasn't a linked quest, it was something we all had to do anyway. If the situations presented by the quests ultimately led to the deaths of the hero party, and if, as the status window suggested, unselected quests are marked as failure, then the option to not choose was never there in the first place. This is a clever play on words. Considering the impact that quest failure would bring, it meant that we had to pursue every quest from the start. What if we failed at Tyles? If Tyles collapsed, the alliance would be finished. What if we failed at Callian? If the new 7 warlords finally devoured the elves, then the alliance would still be over. Human forces would have to face disasters they could never overcome again. Both quests looked that way. In other words, none of the currently proposed quests could fail. Simply put, if we cannot choose to give up, we should proceed with all of them. And quests have tendencies. Tendencies. The goals and rewards of the quests are ultimately skewed towards preserving the survival of humanity. Excluding malicious content and impossibly high difficulty levels. If we purely consider the goals, outcomes, and rewards, the quests can ultimately be seen as aiming to preserve the Union Kingdom. The first quest is to prevent the division of Tyles, keep Jill Burr alive, and ensure that Tyles territory is minimally destroyed. The second quest is to stop the 7 dragon generals, who will be born in Callian, keep Vialgrin alive, and heal the divisions within the Privy Council. All of this means to maintain the Union Kingdom if ideally successful. In other words, the status window does not desire the destruction of the Union. However, the only problem is that the difficulty is designed to be alarmingly high. So don't waste your energy on useless worries. There's no need to spend mental energy trying to measure the moral alignments of quests or beings like gods. Ultimately, that's similar to what a saint would say. Eugene nodded. That being the case, the problem arises from a more fundamental aspect. Is it possible? I have no idea when, where, or how it will blow up. Whether it's possible or not isn't important. Ivan does not consider possibilities when carrying out missions. Is it necessary? It is obviously necessary. Then I will. Ivan has undergone extensive training and has participated in numerous operations, but he prides himself on never having mastered one thing. Giving up, at least that much. I'm sorry for interrupting the honeymoon with work. Nonsense. Seeing Ivan's turn back, Eugene chuckled briefly. If the status window was normal, that would have decreased his favorability, he thought. Ep 32, an ordinary spring in Krasilov. After Eugene urgently requested a private meeting and returned, Ivan remained alone, quietly surveying the garden. Even in spring, the garden of this royal palace always flourished with greenery. It was meticulously maintained to bloom flowers regardless of the seasons. However, the garden of the Krasilov Palace welcoming spring was particularly special. Dew-laden petals gently swayed in the warm breeze. Tendency, Ivan bitterly pondered. One day, when he revealed to the saint and Enrique that he was a possessed one, it must have been around this time last year. At that time, the saint had said this. In a century, two will emerge. As if each were creating their own narrative, passionately standing out. They finish their tales and disappear, fleeting outsiders. I envy them. The page that Eugene must turn is likely about saving the world, preserving the Union Kingdom in turmoil, and leading these individuals to secure humanity's future on that journey. The page that the hero has turned is perhaps about preventing the extinction of humanity. To save the Allied Kingdom, which is on the brink of destruction, from the hands of the demon race. It is splendid. Is this not a shining tale of a hero that will go down in history, perhaps even become a myth? Ivan smiled bitterly amidst a strange jealousy. How ugly. On the other hand, his page. If this ability allows one to siphon the divinity of other beings, as if it had come to his hand by fate. If, just like the status window suggested, all abilities have some tendency, then his tendency is solely limited to killing the 7 dragon generals. And if he kills the 7 dragon generals, he receives a blessing, a type that is hard to endure with a human body, one even more severe than what the hero could withstand. Even if Vialgrin diluted it, he is now. Vanka, so you were here, come in quickly. Today's fine dinner is eel. Yes, your majesty. All the food seemed like it was forcibly chewed down, like sand mixed with oil. Without frowning even once, Ivan silently picked up his spoon from across Elizaveta. It's delicious. You should try this too. I specially ordered it. Yes, your majesty. Every dish, carefully prepared and steaming warmly, tasted like sawdust and rancid oil. Ivan thought to himself, while swallowing it all without changing his expression. He had heard that the current curse was largely borne by Vialgrin, and that it was merely a diluted part of it. He would have to endure such a curse at least 4 more times in the future. If killing all the 7 dragon generals is his story, then he must endure a curse that even heroes could not bear, more than what the hero had to withstand. Can he do it? Such a question is not important. Must he do it? He must. Then he shall. With a crunch, Ivan swallowed something that felt like pebbles. You eat well, no matter what I serve you, you enjoy it so much that I feel it's worth preparing meals for you every day. How is it? Does it suit your taste? That one was cooked by me personally. Yes, your majesty. Ivan nodded in response, as he usually did. It was a splendid dinner. Elizaveta smiled glowingly, her face relaxed as she chuckled. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (203). Chapter 203. School reinstatement was not authorized, but they could not stop the management of the orphanage. Therefore, Elizaveta reluctantly had to approve Ivan's outing. Don't you think this is unreasonable? Your Majesty, the Interior Minister's approval documents have been submitted. Stop bringing them, enough. The main reason was the tasks that had been postponed for a long time. Essentially, Elizaveta was not idle. An authoritarian power meant monopolistic authority over state affairs, which made her absence lead to paralysis in national administration. Thus, during the 3 weeks she devoted to Ivan's care, all work in the Prichinkaya central administration had effectively come to a halt. Now she was paying the price for it. Ivanka, I miss you. It has not even been an hour since Sir Yurimov went on his outing, Your Majesty. Weren't you married? Why can't you understand my feelings? Since the 2 legs were cut off, I'm eating at home now. Honestly, working is easier for me. Elizaveta ignored Dmitri's words and sighed again. Has it only been an hour? He said he would return by night, so does that mean she has to spend at least 10 or more hours like this? If she keeps him by her side, it becomes even more of a problem because she cannot concentrate on her work. She was someone with exceptional self-control, but even a dam can break. That remarkable self-control, which she had maintained for over a decade, had left no trace in just a few days. When Ivan was out of her sight, she worried about what he was doing, where he was eating, whether he would return half-dead. When Ivan was in view at that moment, she wanted to do even more enjoyable things, rendering her work unmanageable. Honestly, could this not be a more significant matter than running the country? How much time has passed? 3 minutes have passed, Your Majesty. Honestly, this is quite serious. Do you think so too? Elizaveta gloomily pushed the report aside. And the moment she absorbed the text, the iron-fisted monarch began to overlook the state affairs again. She closed her mouth and started to turn the pages, resuming her work. EP 33, Interwar Period. Right, that's how it is. Isabel bit her teeth and, now familiar with the routine, walked briskly down the hall. The voices of her peers greeting her from everywhere did not reach her ears. The Isabel who always cheerfully greeted everyone was no longer there. That person died a fortnight ago. Now she had been reborn as Dark Isabel. Just like Anakin Skywalker and Skullgrimman demonstrate, Dark Evolution guarantees unconditional performance enhancement. Did you go first with this? Even in the classroom. If you come out like this, I'm done for 2. Even while having lunch. Honestly, what am I lacking? Tough, pretty, talented, fun, there's nothing I'm lacking. On her way home, her anger gradually intensified. She couldn't even grasp how the day had passed. She just woke up and got angry, and before she knew it, it was evening. Isabel prepared dinner alone once again. As she set the table with the now tiresomely repetitive specialty dish from the magical beast's territory, she slashed the cutting board with her chef's knife. Honestly, aren't you a bit lacking in principle? Lacking in integrity? Don't you think so? Yeah, I agree. Then what should we do? Calm Isabel down. No, you're not from Tyles, are you? Oscar, who was dragged into the dinner, could only nod quietly in front of Isabel's anger. Right. What are Tyles people best known for? Justice. What kind of place did Oscar think Tyles was? Isabel quickly dismissed her moment of reflection. A Jedi falling into the dark side and a space marine losing themselves in their immaterium never truly reflect. Adultery. What kind of place did Isabel think Tyles was? The answer is normal Tyles. Strictly speaking, adultery is nearly an archaic term in Tyles. Romantic behavior with spouses of the opposite or same sex is generally referred to as forbidden love. Oscar stared blankly at Isabel, who was dismantling kimchi with madness. The bright red seasoning stained her apron, making it seem as if she was dismantling a magical beast along with her expression. Do you, or I even know how much it costs to eat at the Tyles court? I've never been to the salon. Both outsiders of Tyles, Oscar, the son of the patriotic duke, who was never invited to the salon, and Isabel, the daughter of the hero, who couldn't be invited due to her commoner status, looked a bit glum. Do you remember when we were 12 years old, the royal tournament? I remember. Do you remember all the participants swearing to their ladies and receiving handkerchiefs? Is that so? In the traditional tournament culture of Tyles, it was a commonplace event. It was quite common for knights to speak the names and honors of the ladies they served, and for the ladies to present flowers and handkerchiefs to those knights to wish them luck. Isabel tore apart a piece of kimchi and ominously said as she tossed it into the stew, "That's all adultery. The participating knights are family men, and those ladies all have families too." Oh, what a novel thought. Oscar quietly admired it. Originally, Tyless people are more sincere when courting the married. Such a nation should perish. Tyless actually lost about half of its territory. So what do you want to say? The hero party needs to create external activities with long-term goals that everyone can participate in. What about classes? Are we just going to say we took a whole semester off for the past 2 semesters? Our entire life experience is the class. Isabel turned her body toward Oswald while discussing a story that could only be told by a specific profession. Whether it was because of the kitchen knife dripping with red liquid and specked with kimchi fragments, or the madness-laden expression on Isabel's face, Oscar found himself unknowingly stepping back a few paces. You're going to help, right? I want to attend the class. Are you going to help? I guess I have no choice. After all, the hero party is supposed to move according to the hero's guiding principles. A Tylesian knight never bows down before fear, and Oscar was not in agreement because of fear. When trying to seduce someone who is already taken, Tylesians become 3 times stronger than usual. This has been historically proven. Thus, one can see that Isabel right now is at least 3 times stronger than Oscar. Oscar knelt before this strict logic of power. Traditionally, Drovian culture adheres to monogamy. If one were to commit infidelity, they would either divorce or die, and these 2 consequences are effectively the same. In Drovian society, a divorce with clear grounds leads to a dual life or death. Among the old proverbs of Drovian, there's one that goes, "Beware of women, children, and the elderly." Naturally, one must also be cautious of healthy adult men, which means that the entire population of Drovian is a class of warriors. Since dying in a duel sends one to heaven, women in Drovian also tend to learn self-defense. After all, they would want to go to heaven. Thus, Ecdysis was pondering while sharpening a command staff. "Do you think I can win against the queen?" Ecdysis. The odds are 50-50, something like that. Where did that calculation come from? Every duel is either a win or a loss. Those are the only 2 outcomes, so that makes the probability 50-50. That makes sense. The music department does not learn mathematics. Yuri nodded in admiration at this surprising conclusion. Illustrators are not proficient in mathematics. Let's fight first and repent later. Ecdysis, just calm down. That's technically a crime. Challenging Yala is legal, though. I don't know much about Drovian law. Foreigners are supposed to respect the relativity of culture, after all. Is that the right thing to say in this context? Yuri was somewhat taken aback, but given that Koreans are extremely sensitive about the relativity of culture, she couldn't help but agree. Eugene, listening from the side, rubbed his hands together like a schemer. With nothing to do until the saint prepared some plan, he needed to relieve the stress that was piling up. There's a story in the folktales of Krasilov. Hee. Do you know about Romeo and Juliet? Yuri perked up in surprise, looking at Eugene. Eugene continued speaking, unaffected by her gaze. It's a tale about forbidden love between a man and a woman that society and law prohibit. Oh, okay, and... Skipping the details, they both committed suicide. Why are you telling this story? Just listen a bit more. According to legend, they were only around 16 or 14 years old. So, what do those kids know about love? Do you know why kids like them have considered suicide? What is it? To the suddenly cold Ecdysis, Eugene grinned. Don't do it. When you say you shouldn't do something, it makes you want to do it even more. Society, law, customs, Morality, the more they block you, the more true love burns brighter. Are you saying it's fake love? They shouldn't you prove it? Eugene, are you crazy? Should I send the dual invitation to the palace? Hey, that's not it. Do you think that if you defeat His Majesty, all of a sudden my brother who has shown no interest so far would suddenly hit the fa market? Think carefully. There's a better way than that. Although there were some words that were difficult to understand, Ecdysis began to get drawn into his words. According to ancient texts from Earth, priests who have lost their divine power can transition to dark priests. At this point, since all priests have lost their divine power, it's as if every priest in this world has the opportunity for transcendental evolution into dark priests. Originally, as a clergyman becomes more corrupt, their eloquence becomes more cunning. In that sense, Eugene began to whisper into Ecdysis's ear with a devilish tongue. We must seize it. By any means necessary, do your best. To prove it with all your might, isn't that real love? That makes sense. The old law of Drovian strictly prohibits infidelity by a spouse. This means that once you become a spouse, infidelity can be prevented. No matter the process, as long as you can get married, it means possession can be secured. Here, the will of the possession target is not very important. Ecdysis lowered her head. Her soft hair fell, draping over her face like a curtain. From beneath it, a chilling voice echoed. The outcome will justify the means. It is not contradictory to decide on a plunder marriage while ignoring social norms and international laws, yet to follow Drovian laws after marriage. This is because Drovian law falls under the realm of morality, not humanity. For the same reason that morality is not legislated, the eldest daughter of the moral state Drovian raised her hammer. At that moment, Elphira, tears brimming in her eyes, shook her luxurious blonde hair and stammered. It's too big to fit. It can be done. I don't want to. It's something your father asked for. Lies, my father wouldn't do that, Brace yourself. Elphira sniffled and struggled to move her chin. A terrible taste spread in her mouth like sand among the thick, rough texture. Chewing on a nutrition bar, Elphira glanced up at Ivan with a face that looked like she would throw up. I expected it, but how many days have you gone without food? 10 days. You've only supplemented calories with magic, Elphira. A human body cannot maintain performance solely with calories. If essential nutrients are lacking, all kinds of deficiency symptoms will follow. Symptoms such as scurvy and night blindness could occur due to a lack of vitamins. A lack of sodium and iron could lead to anemia and dizziness. Fortunately, elves are close to tree kin, so their caloric expenditure during non-combat times is not very high, but maintaining physical performance at all times is a crucial matter. Elphira, after struggling to pass the nutrition bar, shouted at Ivan. Why, you can't expect me to eat this for the rest of my life. The duration of the curse won't be that long, not for a lifetime. Do you think I would eat this if you weren't around, Ivan? You have to eat it to survive. W it if you made it for me each time then. At Elphira's words, Ivan let out a sigh. Considering Vialgrin's request, refusing wasn't an option. As he observed her expression, Elphira soon smiled slyly, but immediately turned back to a sulky expression when their eyes met. She quickly took a sip of water to rinse her mouth and opened her lips. Feed me again. You eat it. I'm going to throw it away. It seems like cheap dog chew, not worthy for our Lord Montblanc. Come on, hurry up. Vialgrin raised his daughter too spoiled. Well, what can you do about it? Why don't you go complain to my dad? Elves are a long-lived race, and they generally have a faint sorrow regarding the death and departure of loved ones. However, considering that, isn't this reaction too unnatural? It had only been a month since Vialgrin's death. Yet Ivan sighed as he looked into Elphira's eyes. All right. The face, dry from not eating anything but water for over 10 days due to the curse of the god of gluttony, reflected a mix of anxiety, sorrow, and impatience. Although she was pretending to be strong, how could he not know? Those eyes were the same expressions he had seen many times at the orphanage. It was the expression of children without a place to lean on, a mask of cheerfulness covering the remnants of unnoticed suffering. She wasn't just a displaced person who had lost her parents. She lost her support base and her nation as well. Considering the situation in Kalyan, she was no different from a noble of a fallen kingdom, now reliant on a foreign land without any backing. Hee. Elphira took another bite of Ivan's nutrition bar and grinned. An orphan doesn't refuse anything, especially a war orphan. Ivan was preparing a room in the orphanage for Elphira. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (204). Chapter 204. EP 204. Among the numerous countries of the Union, the two most proficient in espionage activities can be identified as Krasilov of domestic intelligence and Kalyan of foreign intelligence. Both can be briefly equated to a homebound goblin and a peeping Tom, respectively. However, if we broaden the scope beyond just nations to include organizations, surprisingly, there exists an organization that can gather more intimate information than Krasilov and is freer in terms of borders compared to Kalyan. The Church. All countries of the Union Kingdom are united under a single religion, and the priests of the Church are appointed by the Pope. Since they hold the authority for appointments, orders, and pardons, priests have no borders. Additionally, due to the system of confession, priests can hear the most private concerns and misgivings of the faithful. Although there are strict prohibitions on disclosure woven into church law, who has never made a mistake? Naturally, priests are human too and may occasionally slip up. Some priests are even suspected of making too many slip-ups. In other words, they can be regarded as fixed spies of allied nations. Considering all these factors, the organization with the most spies in this age is indeed the Church, and it possesses the strongest intelligence capabilities as well. My little precious status window. All theology students coming and going at St. Jan's, University's theology department in Prichinkaya, are also prospective spies. Who exactly is the spy, do tell me? Eugene, who must filter out this spy, could only cover his face and groan. He didn't know exactly what the saint's plan was, but that was all he could do for now. At this moment, as the theology department collapsed due to the loss of divine power, Eugene could do nothing but sit blankly in the courtyard. What are you doing, Eugene? Whining, praying, spying. It's nice to see you're so devout. If you have nothing to do, let's go attend a guest lecture together. Guest lecture? It's Professor Enrique's class, and it's so popular that I couldn't sign up. Remember the ecology of magical beasts? Isn't that the class where you messed up during the orientation and failed the whole course? Now Professor Enrique is taking over that class. They said it doesn't matter how many people attend, want to go together? After that, let's have dinner at Isabel's place. I can't resist that. Kimchi stew is a major reason to go. It's not like my brother got all excited for nothing. Eugene nodded firmly and got up from his seat. Enrique's class was fun, so he thought it would be fine. Enrique is excellent at teaching someone. This is evident from the cleanup unit. They were annihilated. None of the students who learned something from her failed, proving her teaching methods worthy of praise. A beautiful, glamorous, dignified, and entertaining young, debatably, female professor's class isn't likely to be unpopular, especially if that professor is from a hero party. It's a point that some, including Ivan, may not easily grasp, but Enrique was one of the heroes recorded in history. Even now, it's easy to find an exaggerated statue of her among the statues of the hero party. Last week was goblins, right? Goblins and orcs, definitely better than last semester's class. Teaching that the weak point of magical beasts is that they die if they lose their heads was far less systematic and rational than this class. Students were gathered in the outskirts of the forest, chatting leisurely and spending time. Soon, Enrique appeared at the lectern. "Hello, students. The weather is bright and perfect, just the right time for a game of tag, right? Today is a practical session. I told everyone to come dressed casually, yet the boys just don't listen." Ignoring a few students who had come dressed up as best as they could, Enrique said with a smirk, "Well, I won't know if you regret it. This practical session is about taking down Taurus. It's good for you, Tyla student, to pay attention. Taurus is a key magical beast on the Eastern Front, and small-scale invasions are still frequent over there." The students of Tyles and the hero party nodded gravely. "So, what should we do when facing Taurus? Honestly, there is only one correct answer. Kill it from a distance. If it turns into close combat, Taurus's charge is comparable in power to a knight's lance charge. If you're not mounted, you should avoid contact while on foot." Isabel, who was listening excitedly to Enrique's explanation, paused for a moment to ponder that part. She had heard that the old man just stood there and howled at them. The best way to take it down is to ambush Taurus when you encounter it alone. That's why we chose the forest. The forest provides a great environment for ambushes. Last class, I showed you how to move stealthily in the woods, right? Today, let's put that into practice as an assessment. At that moment, a student raised his hand. A male student, impeccably dressed in a suit and wearing cologne, was waving his hand with a serious expression. Over there. Sorry, I can't remember everyone's names at the beginning of the semester. Do you have a question?" "I'm Lunnan from the Dukes of Dunes, professor." Right, Lunnan de Dunes. What's your question?" "The implication that we will practice ambushing Taurus. Does that mean there is a Taurus in this forest? Even if I'm the great Enrique, I can't just release magical beasts in a forest connected to Prichinkaya. Instead, I found someone to fulfill that role." "Oh." At this point, Isabel and Ecdysis hurriedly glanced at each other. "No way." "All right, clap. Does everyone know who it is?" Thud. The heavy sound of footsteps echoed on the ground. It felt like the temperature of the pleasantly warm spring weather dropped by about 50 degrees. All the students shifted their gazes quickly while brushing off the goosebumps on their forearms. From the shadow of an ordinary conifer tree that none had paid attention to, a tall man slowly walked out. Ivan Petrovich stepped out from the shadows and stood in front of the podium. He scanned the gathered students with gloomy eyes. There were familiar faces and unfamiliar ones. And if there were unfamiliar faces at this school, it meant they were first-year students. He had memorized the personal details of all the undergraduates. In the cold silence, Ivan slowly opened his mouth. Pa. Isabel hastily covered her mouth. How cute, that old man. Damn it, is there nothing to be done? Isn't that tempting? Dark Isabel began to hastily plan to add a sleeping drug to the evening dinner. Various drugs, including sleeping pills, were part of the secret sauce of the dark chef. When you hear this sound, run away. Taurus only howls just before battle, and if you can hear Taurus's howl in the forest, that means it is watching you. Ivan bluntly continued. Taurus has poor eyesight but superior hearing and olfactory senses compared to humans. It is estimated that its hearing is about 3 times more sensitive in the audible range, while its sense of smell is about 5 times better. Therefore, when ambushing Taurus, you must be as quiet as possible and conceal your scent from the surroundings. How can I hide my scent in the forest? Good question. There are primarily 3 methods. The compliment took the female student by surprise. She instinctively shrank back and shivered. Submerge yourself in mud or stay submerged in water for as long as you can. However, if you stay in the water for too long, there's a risk of hypothermia, and as moisture evaporates outside the water, your scent will become stronger, increasing the risk of exposure, so I wouldn't recommend that. The most recommended option is blood. Blood. Just apply some blood around the area where you want to hide. The more the better. Tauruses are carnivorous and easily excited by the scent of blood. After that, ambush the taurus while it's preoccupied with feeding, and things will become much easier. Ivan finished speaking while scanning the students. I will begin tracking in 5 minutes. I will adjust to a level that a typical taurus can handle, so don't panic excessively during the ambush attempt. I will allow attacks that I judge the taurus will not be able to respond to. This meant he had the confidence to take hits from magical beasts like a taurus, with bare hands. Students who weren't intimidated by Ivan's expression snickered quietly. Everyone here was at least a noble, and nobles know how to use mana. Adults at the level of attending university are even more skilled, especially those dispatched to places interacting with foreign nations, who are bound to be exceptionally talented. In other words, they were people who had easily triumphed over knights or wizards with some experience in their domains. They had been told that they were geniuses since childhood. Talented young nobles couldn't help but be arrogant. So, when an unnamed professor, one they had never heard of before and dressed so shabbily, dared to say something like this, they could only laugh. After surveying them, Ivan took out a pocket watch from his cloak. I will start now, scatter. Hey, while it's good to stick together, you do know that the more you group up, the more noticeable you become, right? Strategically consider forming teams and moving. I'll give you 2 hours. Can we just run away? You can, but you haven't forgotten the name of this class, the Ecology of Magical Beasts. It tests your coping skills, so that will be a reason for point deductions. At least try to make one attack. You'll get extra points if you fail. Enrique giggled and waved his hand. The students scattered in unison, and soon only Enrique and Ivan remained at the lectern. Thank you for coming. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be so straightforward about it. Education is important. The hero party still had much to learn, and the other students also needed to raise their educational standards. As pointed out in reflections from the past, these are chaotic times. In this moment, when the Allied Kingdom is facing the risk of division, individuals capable of responding to the demonic beasts are always invaluable. Enrique nodded pleasantly in response to Ivan's words. And it would be good for you to get some fresh air and meet people. This guy would undoubtedly spend any free time alone checking weapons, or holed up in the counterintelligence command, inspecting intelligence networks and verifying intelligence documents. One should not live so bleakly. It's better to mingle with the young folks and gain some vitality. Vitality is quite infectious, after all. Doesn't the atmosphere feel much lighter already? In response to Enrique's words, Ivan nodded without a reply. He tucked the pocket watch back into his coat. After all, time could be counted in seconds, so he had merely taken it out to show the students. Don't go too overboard, okay? Don't worry, I'll act like a really ordinary taurus. Even if the kids are a bit mischievous, bear with it. You're being too worried. Ivan shook his head and turned his body. He trudged down the forest path. Enrique smiled at the sight. Even if he acts like that, after all, he's from my class. He seems to enjoy teaching the kids. Hey, they're coming. SHH quiet, get ready. Lunins tightly gripped his longsword and crouched down. Together with some students, he hid amongst the thick shrubs of the coniferous forest. It had been a long time since he practiced with these guys. Count Dwing's territory was a great domain, and among the baron families under him were many of his peers. The lesser nobles of this place would be useful allies when he later formed a faction. They were old friends who had been out hunting all sorts of fun things together. A typical combination of wizards and knights. The 5 students swallowed hard, gripping their weapons as they prepared to ambush. Soon, footsteps could be heard. It was hard not to notice as they stomped heavily and walked in a way that shook the ground. The scent of perfume easily gives you away. Be careful. A low voice rang out from afar. Even at a considerable distance, concealed by dense foliage, they could accurately hear it directed towards them. And soon, a monotone voice followed. Emu. Taurus howls only when he spots an enemy. A-A-A-H. Die, die. Are they close? Should we go? No, Essie, we're in the perfect position right now. Please save me, please save me, please save me, please save me. I'm sorry. Do you know who I am? A-A-H. What the hell is my uncle doing? He's probably doing what he usually does. You could follow along pretty closely, I think. Do it, what is it? An enemy, kill them. Ugh, hot hot. Ecdysis immediately toppled over, hitting the ground and bursting into laughter. The two, who had been giggling for a while, cleared their throats and straightened back up. This time you got it right, Essie. We have to take him down for sure. I think it's a bit too bold, though. No way, Uncle said he restricts power. Do you think there will be another opportunity? Are you going to just give up and hand over the uncle to the queen? Of course not. I'll go talk to him directly when we meet. Then you strike from behind, and when his attention is distracted, I'll charge in. Sounds good, perfect. Excellent. Ivan nodded as he gazed at the clearing stained with deer blood. Blood was splattered around the deer carcass, on the trees and ground, a clear sign of what had happened. Walking along the scent of blood led to this view. Clean and a perfect trap, Taurus wouldn't be able to avoid it. Satisfied, Ivan stepped further into the clearing. Uncle. Beyond the clearing, Isabel rose up. Dusting off the few leaves that had settled in her hair, she flashed a bright smile and drew her sword. Shall we make a bet? A bet. If I win, you grant me one wish. Why should I? If I lose, I'll participate in your training camp without complaint. You need it, right? For the hero to grow stronger. Fair enough. Ivan nodded, but there was a downside. It's foolish to expose oneself while setting traps for an ambush. Your chances of winning don't seem that high. Really, are you sure? With Isabel's laughter, Ivan's gaze quickly shifted to the side. Limited to the auditory and olfactory senses of Taurus, he hadn't noticed until the killing intent was almost upon him. Indeed, if it were Taurus, the ambush would have worked. Especially if the killing intent had been concealed. Ivan nodded in satisfaction. Clang. Using an axe. Taurus knows how to use an axe. The baton descending toward Ivan's head was blocked by the axe blade. He restrained his technique as much as possible and pushed Ecdysis back with sheer strength, turning away. Truly, the timing was perfect. Isabel, who had charged in, aimed the tip of her sword directly at his chest. It was flawless, especially considering she was utilizing her mana. Clang. You're using mana too. Taurus knows how to use mana. Ivan's axe deflected Isabel's blade, rotating halfway before sweeping away the baton that was coming down again. He immediately twisted his waist and delivered a heavy kick to Isabel. Cough. Isabel twisted in midair to regain her balance. As she landed on the ground, her long hair gently settled down. From a distance that had opened up again, Ivan smiled slightly. He was liking her more and more. Originally, she was an impressive child. Her talent was at least on par with the previous generation. She was becoming sharper through real experiences, and it was visible. The process of slowly shaping an inexperienced hero party, in itself. Or rather, as their skills improved, it felt like their chances of survival were being secured. Yes, there was no longer a need for anyone to die. It should be that way, and he would make it so. Therefore, feeling quite satisfied, Ivan slowly opened his mouth toward Isabel with a slight smile. Because Taurus howls right before battle. Isabel burst into laughter. Author's note, author's message. I attached it because it was too awkward to cut. Consider it as part 2 of the series. Haha. I haven't had a proper chance to check comments for a long time. I plan to catch up soon, but feel free to ask questions in the meantime. I will do a Q&A like the Tyla segment. Next episode. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (205). Chapter 205. EP 205. Isabel's hair was wildly scattered by the wind. She stepped back quickly and extended her sword. Clang! The sparks flying from their blades and the intense sound of collision felt slower than her sight. The moment she acknowledged the sound, the axe blade was already looming inches from her face. Letting out a shriek, Isabel hurriedly pushed her sword forward. Acceleration is cheating. How can Taurus use that? It's used from the white general onwards. No. Clang. The axe blade hesitated as it was about to slash her face, momentarily distracted by her words. Seizing the opportunity, Isabel barely sprang out of the attack range and rolled on the ground. Meanwhile, Ecdysis, who had already burrowed into Ivan's side, swung her baton. Clang! As the baton struck the axe handle and came to a halt, Ecdysis grinned crookedly and extended one foot back. I got you. Traditionally, batons are swung with one hand, and all conductors are masters of two-handed grip. This is because one hand conducts while the other hand gestures. Thus, at this moment, the best gesture that Ecdysis could prepare was charged. When declaring silence towards the orchestra, the conductor extends their hand and clenches their fist. Then, they must put strength into their stepping foot, maintaining tension against the ground. Vision, killing the mage, my first spell. With her left hand holding the baton raised, she assumes a guard position. Her right hand, clenched into a fist behind her waist, twists her body to add force. Punch. Qualing. Silent spell. She did it. The sensation of the fist felt good. The shockwave was enough to make someone, not a person anymore, come rushing toward her. Sometimes, bards use magic. Excluding the fact that they utilize mana, their techniques are not related to formulas or spells, but are simply acts of humming a song. However, Ecdysis did not have the skills to use anything other than a few buffing spells from bard magic. But Ecdysis knew the shared counter between bards and wizards. Both are rendered powerless when they receive a silence spell. Her silence spell even worked on knights. When she used it during sparring with the knight department, it silenced her opponent with a 100% success rate. Those who are unconscious cannot speak. I killed me. Very well. What? Ecdysis cautiously raised her gaze. Above her, a monstrous figure with brightly shining eyes was looking down at her. Swallowing hard under that cold stare, she opened her trembling voice. What house? Do not attempt to strike back against Taurus. They have superior muscle density compared to humans and thicker fat layers, making them efficient at dissipating shock. No, but Uncle is a human, right? Right now I am Taurus. What do you mean? Does that even make sense? Ivan stepped forward toward Ecdysis, who was hesitating and stepping back. And if you retreat after failing the first attack in the street, there won't be a second chance. When facing Taurus up close, you must charge in with the mindset of pushing forward. And Ivan tilted his head to evade Isavel's advancing sword and grabbed her by the collar, lifting her up. Ambushes are done from the rear. Taurus has superior lateral vision compared to humans. Flanking attacks are likely to fail. Is that so? Isavel let out a stifled gasp, but still smiled. The hero party is all about successful techniques. At her words, Ivan immediately threw Isabel. She thudded to the ground with a grunt and rolled over. Without even glancing at her, Ivan quickly turned around, axe in hand. The golden hair fluttered. From between the short strands, green luminescence surged like a blaze as it charged in. Kakakagak clang. The longsword struck the axe blade, sinking deep. After bouncing off the recoil in his wrist, they clashed again. 2 hits. Twisting at the waist and exerting strength to push back, another 3 hits. Kung! Oscar had already closed in beneath Ivan's chin, glaring at him with sharp eyes. Spirit, timing for ambush, strength, and skill all at stake. Excellent. It was a pass. A broad smile appeared on Ivan's lips. After deflecting Oscar's attack, he swept his gaze around. Ecdysis had already regained her posture, gripping her command baton tightly with one hand while the other was clenched, stepping forward. Isabel, rolling around on the floor in disarray, bit her lip hard and stood her sword straight. In front of him, Oscar stood ready to leap at any moment, with a sharp edge like a drawn blade. How does Taurus block this? Are you out of your mind? Time. Of the 57 people participating in this class, 43 have not yet completed their practice. The remaining time is 1 hour and 43 minutes. Therefore, I can't give all my time to you. As a citizen of the Republic providing universal education welfare, it's impossible to provide educational services to only specific students. The opportunity for education should equally go to everyone. It's a bit regrettable. I wanted to teach these guys a bit more. Well, if it's impossible during class, they can always take supplementary lessons. Didn't I make a promise? Isabel's bet. If I defeat this one, she will have to undergo training camp. It's a win-win situation. Debatable. From now on, assume you're facing the Taurus Legion commander and charge at me. Tuul Gallion, commander of the 3rd Legion under Tumor of the Mountain. One of the only 3 warlords of Taurus. Remembering the only Taurus commander he had faced, Ivan slowly took his stance. At that time, Tuul Gallion was a general who had painted half of a nation in despair. It was a time when people still lived beyond the Eastern Front, when the war with the magical beasts was raging. Ivan had faced him alongside a hero party dispatched to deal with Tumor. He was a tough opponent, but he was not one that required the entire hero party to confront. Thus, this combination is just right. If it were one-on-one, these guys would be unable to handle it, but in a situation of many against one, if they try, they would be able to win. Is he really insane? Uncle, I think this is a bit embarrassing. I'm fine with it. Since Ivan was a rational person, he did not entertain the grumbling of the trainees. He exhaled deeply and infused his muscles with mana. Did you enjoy yourselves? It was okay. Ivan answered as he handed the practical assessment report to Enrique. Enrique, grinning, looked around at the students. There were hardly any standing on 2 legs. Although none were seriously injured, it seemed that all the students had suffered some mental trauma. Heilig. This is Taurus. No matter how much you hit, it has stamina that doesn't get hurt and defense that doesn't get scratched by a sword, charging and breaking through obstacles. While followed by the knife, it comes dashing in and headbutts me, ugh. The sound of panicking students echoed through the area. Fortunately, in a world without student rights ordinances, somewhat bold teaching methods did not stir up societal controversy. Enrique chuckled and looked at Ivan. Ivan also looked like a mess, covered in wooden bits and dust. However, his spirit was still positive, prompting her to smile pleasantly. Her shoulders felt much lighter, and her subtly relaxed face was satisfying. Having known him for over 10 years, she could now recognize differences even in the same expressions. It was clear that Ivan was in a much better mood than usual. Enrique nodded thoughtfully. If you promise to tone it down a little, I'll invite you to be the teaching assistant again for the next lesson. Am I the one who should be making the proposal? Of course, I'm the mentor. You're the disciple now. Huh. Without saying much, Ivan stepped back. Due to Enrique's dreadful announcement, the students had to contemplate canceling their enrollment. Naturally, the enrollment adjustment period had ended, so they would have to face failing grades. Because Enrique was a historical hero not at risk of being dismissed even with low class evaluations, she clapped her hands lightly and spoke. All right, based on the practical assessment report, we'll reflect it in the next lesson. Since it's a relative evaluation, don't worry too much. Those who fall short won't face any disadvantages. Just pay a bit more attention in class, and it will be fine. Class, attention. A student mumbled blankly as they looked at Ivan. Ivan silently nodded. The students' faces turned pale. Everyone worked hard. See you next week. I'll see you after, sir. My teeth are really grinding, so my jaw really hurts. Oh dear. Really, it hurts. Isabel left the party, making a face that suggested her outfit was all messed up. Enrique, who had been chuckling at the sight, suddenly asked, "Our disciple, when are you going to the court?" "Tonight." "Aren't you having dinner with Elise?" "She's busy." "Ah, well, she's been away from official duties for quite a while. Since you might get busy soon too, get plenty of rest now. See you again, disciple." Ivan quietly nodded and left the scene. There's a saying that alchemy begins in the kitchen. It's true that cooking, which involves an oven, pots, various spices, and herbs, sometimes even minerals, has many similarities with alchemy. Alchemy has a close connection with modern chemistry and materials engineering. Therefore, it's safe to consider that cooking and chemistry are essentially two sides of the same coin. Dark Isabel, who has transitioned into a dark chef, really likes this story. All medicine is poison. It depends on how it's administered and the dosage, leading to toxicity. A well-prepared meal is a tonic. A person's vitality starts with food. Thus, according to syllogism, all well-prepared meals are poison. When applying simultaneous equations, the formula of food equals tonic equals poison holds true. Just as the leader of the dark chefs perfected vision poison dishes through pomapalgin, Dark Isabel also completed the forbidden great spell. A deadly temptation that could even capture the heart of the missing uncle. Everyone, listen closely. It's finally. The day has come when I can see this for real. I only knew the principles roughly, but I never thought I could actually make it. Eugen and Yuri held up their spoons in awe. The meat, marinated in a shiny, bright red seasoning, had a delightful bounce to it. In the large pot that Isabel brought, there was a meat soup floating with red oil. It was a stew that had been reduced a bit more than traditional ones, with the ingredients cooked down to the point of nearly disintegrating. Really, completing this. Eugen swallowed hard and gazed at Isabel with admiration. She had only explained the principle and concept, yet after weeks of researching something alone, she unexpectedly brought back a finished product. During vacation, thinking about a hero who researches cooking is certainly a matter to ponder. But in any case, isn't the result what matters? Chili paste. Malt, which is a major ingredient for beer, is made from malted rice. Naturally, beer and whiskey exist in this world as well, so the ingredients can be obtained. Using wheat flour instead of glutinous rice is similar. In fact, chili paste can be made with flour. The only other ingredient was chili powder. Therefore, as long as there is enough time, effort, and trial and error with the mixing method, creating chili paste is an easy task for a national alchemist. And at the moment the gochujang was completed, the cooking category underwent an astonishing transformation. With dishes like stir-fried pork and gochujang stew made available, countless Korean foods were unlocked. Eugene swallowed hard and turned his gaze to Ivan. Ivan was staring intently at the stir-fried pork with a dark expression for a long time. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" No. At Isabel's cautious question, Ivan shook his head. The effort and time put into this dish were visibly clear, so without saying much, he picked up a piece of meat. It was food he had always wanted to eat. It was one of the dishes listed on the top line of the first page in the notebook hidden inside the safe in his office. He couldn't resent it, let alone be ungrateful. He slowly brought the meat to his mouth. How is the taste? It's good, well made. Right, heh heh. Isabel puffed out her chest with a relaxed expression, as if she was never nervous. Do you know how long it took to make this? Oh my goodness, I really had the worst of times. I poured so much money to speed up the fermentation process with a time acceleration spell. Really, you're so bland. If you're happy, you can just cry and let it all out like last time. Ivan nodded and chewed. Even though he spoke like that, it felt rewarding to see him eating so earnestly. Yes, this is what makes feeding someone enjoyable. As Isabel smiled contentedly, the students clamored over the food. Eugene and Yuri stuffed their mouths with meat until their cheeks were full, while Ecdysis happily chatted as he filled his bowl with food. Having watched this scene with a frown for some time, Elphira finally spoke. Ivan. She opened her mouth next to Ivan. Ecdysis, moving his spoon, and Isabel, serving the meat into the bowl, froze up. Hurry, am I starving? Will Dad be sad, Ada? Got it, quiet. Ecdysis suddenly spilled his stew on the floor. What, it's edible. Elphira swallowed the meat Ivan fed her almost without chewing, and then smiled slyly while looking at Isabel. Isabel's eyes began to tremble. Author's note afterward. Has there ever been a day as faithful to the tags as these days? It's fun, let's keep it going. See you in the next chapter. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (206). Chapter 206. EP 206. What the hells? Oh my, how rude. Are you spitting on the food? What the hell is this? Isabel, with trembling hands, pointed fingers wildly at Elphira and Ivan. What is going on right now? Right, it's an illusion. Ecdysis hit me just once. Calm down. Calm down, am I out of my mind? Okay, this uncle wasn't originally this kind of character. What's going on? What's happening? There's a reason. It was merely to ensure meals for a poor elf war refugee who had tragically become an orphan and was made a refugee due to the war that broke out in Callian, since Elphira came as a refugee. He declared that he wouldn't put anything in his mouth unless it was hand-fed to him, but there was really no other way. I'm sorry, so sorry, ahahaha. Elphira took out a fan from somewhere and opened it wide as she burst into a commanding laugh. As a picture-perfect example of a villainous noble, Eugene couldn't help but admire her. Why use you? Degenerative disease has set in, Isabel. Calm down a little. It's not, you're making it impossible to calm down. The good Isabel inside of her fell into panic while the dark Isabel began to regress. In other words, the Isabel administration had declared a withdrawal from governance. Boasting of being a dark chef, all she was doing was capturing them with gochujang prepared diligently over the vacation. So, she had just cooked diligently, very much, and for a long time. Was this the price for that? A mediocre scheme that couldn't surpass moderation would inevitably crumble without direction. Was my resolve not enough? Well, in an emergency situation, extraordinary measures are required. For now, it seems I need to feed that elf. Brother, Isabel's eyes are going wild. Oh goddess, let your anger sing. Ecdysis's eyes are going wild too. Ivan sighed deeply, as he glanced over the crazed hero party. Did we eat enough? It doesn't look like there's a mood for more eating, is there? Then let's clear up and have a meeting. It's not suitable to talk about during a meal, so it's actually a good thing. Just one more bite, You can replenish your nutrients with mana, Elphira. Ivan pressed Elphira's mouth shut once again and stood up. Elphira clicked her tongue. Follow me. Let's talk about history for a moment. Ivan wrote something on the sheet of paper, spread across the table as he spoke. Isabel and Ecdysis, who were carelessly seated around the table, were still blank-faced, glancing at Ivan and Elphira. Regardless, it was a story that they had no choice but to focus on. Ivan completed his notes without worrying. The tumor of the mountain. The dragon of Sorrow's Abaditas. The evil Pernish. 2 of the 7 warlords killed by the hero party 10 years ago, and Abaditas, who died 4 years ago. A total of 3 of the 7 warlords are dead. No matter how chaotic it may seem, I had no choice but to regain my composure in this story. It was about our fathers and a history that couldn't be casually dismissed. In the atmosphere that had finally calmed down, Ivan continued his words. So, there are a total of 4 remaining warlords. The ruler, Tanishimmer. Lamrix of the Vale. Olga of the Great Rift. Nekkanen of Gold. Among these, the only one with a clearly known location is Olga, who has not moved a single time since the war era beyond the northern magical beast territory. This information belonged to military secrets that civilians could not access. It was common knowledge that most of the warlords were either dead or had self-destructed. In the past, a single warlord had trampled 2 countries. It was a time when no one dared to oppose the warlords until the hero party emerged. Even after defeating the Demon King and passing that era, if it were announced that most of the warlords were still alive, it would definitely lead to chaos among the civilians. All leaders of the United Kingdom willingly concealed information about the warlords. As long as the hero party was alive, those individuals could never invade under the magical beast territory. Those who believe themselves to be gods never gamble their longevity. As long as there exists a being that can kill a god within the United Kingdom, the warlords, who have no unifying center like the Demon King, will never join forces. To put that another way, this means they have no reason to hold back any longer. The room held its breath at Ivan's gaze. A foul stench of poison and dryness, reminiscent of iron and gunpowder, heavily lingered in the space between words. The current piece was like walking on thin ice. Maximilian has disappeared, Gilbert and Vialgrin are dead, and Einar cannot leave Drovian. Since Patricia has lost her divine power, it means there is no longer an active hero party equivalent to an immediate force, aside from Enrique. And even that Enrique cannot face the warlords alone. Her specialty is not direct combat. Therefore, it implies that there is now no one left in the United Kingdom to directly counter the warlords. And Eugen, continue explaining. Just before the divine power disappeared, the Lord delivered the final revelation. Could it even be called a revelation? Eugen still didn't want to hastily refer to her status window as divine. Evils, madness, or amusement. Such emotions stood vividly, as if mocking this entire situation as mere play. What does service termination mean? What about the quest? It signifies a great game board observing the pawns created within their own system. Like a classic tabletop game where dice are rolled and pieces are moved. However, there was no explanation more fitting than calling them gods, and I couldn't think of one no matter how hard I tried. A few weeks ago, I consulted with the saint about the revelation I received. This was during the time when Ivan was unable to awaken. The saint interpreted the revelation as, in the midst of a doctrine war, Patricia is in danger. In the revelation of warriors turned stars, Einar encounters a crisis. In the prelude to great ruin, Enrique. In the revelation of the morning star, Maximilian. In other words, the Lord was hinting at the deaths of all the ancestors, or a crisis equivalent to that. It may be a rude story, but even before the deaths of Archduke Edecry and Lord Greichencoes, such foresight was given. Does that mean it refers to something inevitable that will happen in the future? Yes, you could see it that way. Ecdysis lowered her head gravely. They were all parents of everyone present at this gathering. It did not just signify the deterrent against the 7 warlords, it meant the death of the parents. Thus, the party could only bite their lips in a murky emotion mixed with fear and despair. Until now, the prophecies had never been wrong. Lift your heads. Ivan heavily pounded the table. After gathering everyone's gazes, he slowly continued speaking. I have a different opinion from Patricia. It is too early to despair. Why yes, brother, but... Just as the saint has her methods, I have mine. Eugene does dealing with quests, that is, prophecies necessarily have to be self-fulfilling. At Ivan's words, Eugene flinched and closed his mouth. That's right. Quests did not merely present results and objectives. They suggested numerous auxiliary goals and secondary objectives simultaneously, showing the direction of the quest. Strictly speaking, quests are not prophecies. They are closer to achievable scenarios. They are not futures that will inevitably happen, but merely labels for potential disasters that may come. In fact, when he first encountered Ivan, he had received a quest to eliminate Ivan and survive. And back then, because he had done nothing, the quest had canceled on its own. In other words, it is independent of the subject's actions or judgments, which means the results are not predetermined. In intense shock, Eugene stared wide-eyed at Ivan. Ivan also nodded. Yes, most problems can be resolved by removing their causes. Before issues escalate, we will proactively eliminate anything that might serve as a cause. Ivan placed his hand back on the notes on the table. In the United Kingdom, what more could there be apart from the threat of death equivalent to that faced by the previous hero party? Aside from the 7 warlords, there was none. At least, there had to be a threat equivalent to the 7 warlords. A large-scale ambush that would be impossible to deal with could also happen, like in the case of Jill Ver. However, unlike Jill Ver, who had been unable to wield any power within Tyles and had succumbed to political infighting, the remaining individuals were the core of their respective nations. There was no reason for them to face a large army alone. Therefore, the approach of this certain crisis can be predicted. It mirrors the method the hero party used to deal with the Demon King. In other words, it is assassination. A concentrated strike by a small number of strong individuals. To assassinate the hero party, at least an opponent of that level should appear. There is no one else aside from the 7 warlords. The whereabouts of the remaining 3, excluding Olga, is unknown. And the remaining former hero party is exactly 3, isn't it? Yes, I do not consider this a coincidence. Einar, Enrique, Patricia. The remaining hero party thus consists of 3. Tanishimmer, Lamarix, Nekkonen. The remaining 7 warlords also consist of 3. As if the world were coordinated with malice, like an exact fit in a stencil. Light glimmered in the eyes of the hero party as they gazed at the notes alongside Ivan. We will now proactively strike and eliminate these 3. After all, the 7 warlords are dead. Who would dare threaten the hero party? Within the United Kingdom, there is no one who could do so, and the demons of the magical beast's territory would lose the minimal motivation needed to wage war. Yes, this is the only strategy that can promise enduring peace. Regardless of the lack or sufficiency of abilities, without discussing possibility and impossibility. What is needed, yes, is merely determination, as it has always been. From now on, I will prepare to pinpoint the location of the 7 warlords. Eugene, stick to the plan of the saint and assist her. We might need a multifaceted approach. Yes, brother. Ecdysis, get in touch with the homeland and assess the situation. Yes, uncle. Isabel. Yes. Ivan took a moment to choose his words. After a brief pause, he spoke heavily. Steady your heart. I cannot assure you of the condition of Maximilian, your father. I have already made my determination at the funeral of Grand Duke Ethelcrich. Maximilian killed Jill Burr. I cannot guarantee his current condition, but at the very least, it is certain that he did not assist Jill Burr. So Isabel quietly closed her eyes. Father would wish for that too. Indeed, he would, if it's Max. If it's that morning star of a man. The man who bore the curse of the Demon King and the 7 warlords alone. The man who, for the past 10 years, has endured without faltering. He would smile even before death. As always, he would smile brightly and say, I'm glad. In a peace built upon the countless corpses of virtuous men, he was the man who, instead of speaking to the dead, said to the survivors, I'm glad you are alive. Bearing all curses alone, even in moments when his soul was sullied. I'm glad to suffer this pain alone. He would say that with a smile. Therefore, when we meet again someday, if I must confront him, he will surely say that. It's good to pause here. Without expressing anger or despair over his death and corruption, holding only hope. He finished preparations to bid farewell to an old friend, as he always did. Ivan quietly nodded, then gently pressed Isabel's head down and patted it while whispering, Well done. While it was familiar to him, it would not have been so for her. How many days had she spent in pain until she could summon such determination? To kill the man everyone admired, whom she herself respected, to kill her parents. So Ivan quietly patted the sobbing Isabel and closed his eyes. Well done. At least in the realm of the mind, the hero party is as formidable as it was back then. On the way back to the orphanage, Elphira silently followed Ivan for a long time. Before long, they had reached the outskirts of Prichinkaya. When she caught sight of the orphanage's walls in the distance while passing familiar roads, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Carefully, she opened her mouth towards the silently moving Ivan. Ivan. Stopping in the shadow of the dim streetlight, Ivan slowly turned his head. About me, the food has been so bad, I've gone 10 days without eating. Yeah. Elphira kicked at the ground under the streetlight as she continued her words. I'm so hungry, but whenever I put something in my mouth, it makes me feel nauseous. I absolutely can't eat anything. It's like I'd rather mix sand and feces to eat. Is that so? Yes, and so at that time I had that thought. Elphira's eyes turned towards Ivan. She spoke while looking at his shadowy, dimly glowing blue eyes. I'm like this now, just barely touching the milestone. What about the man who directly plunged the sword into that being and cut off its breath? If that man were to rise again, how would he see the world? It's so sad. The destruction of Callian for someone who is merely human, not even an elf, to throw himself into danger and sacrifice his life to fight desperately, only to achieve this result. If this is all there is to show for it, with no compensation, only bearing a curse. The absurdity of it all made Elphira weep endlessly until Ivan awoke. It was a time too harsh for the starving elf. Weeks passed where she fainted, woke up to drink a sip of water, attempted to eat soup only to retch it all out, and then fainted again while sobbing. Don't try to do everything alone. We came together to fight. We gathered to save the world together. Elphira. If everyone shared the burden of the curse, then yes, the burden would be a little lighter. But that would only result in 4 more individuals falling into despair. There's a threshold to despair. Diminishing returns exist. No tragedy can be worse than death. In other words, there is clearly a limit to the pain one person can endure. So that means, no matter how many curses one takes on, it is clearly more rational for one person to bear it than for everyone to share the suffering. If the soul is already tainted by killing the 7 warlords, how much difference would it make if another layer is added on top? Even Maximilian killed the 7 warlords with that mindset. And if anyone from the hero party had recognized that curse by being the first to kill the warlord, they would have acted the same way. Because it was the most rational thing to do. And he killed Abaditas. His soul was already corrupted, and he had fundamentally broken down since that day. So, it's late. Without needing to explain such words, he smiled and gently pushed her into the orphanage entrance. Let us have breakfast together tomorrow morning. Elphira stared at his dried-up smile for a long time before quietly nodding and turning around. A damp sob could be heard behind her. Author's note, I'm sorry for the missed update yesterday. I will make up for it on Saturday. I packed all my apologies tightly. It's very reassuring. I once mentioned that, when I explained the 7 warlords, I drew inspiration from the 7 deadly sins. Now, after over 200 chapters, I'm finally happy to reveal all remaining 7 warlords. Some of you may have already caught on to the remaining details from the context so far. Next chapter preview. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (207). Chapter 207. The Counterintelligence Command is fundamentally competent. In fact, it remains one of the few effective departments within this country's administrative sectors. All departments that surpass its capabilities were utterly torn apart during the recent coup. Naturally, a competent department is always busy. Aside from a few exceptional leaders like Alexander, a reasonable administrator never allows a capable department to sit idle. As a result, the Counterintelligence Command continually faced a shortage of manpower, regardless of the changing seasons, time, and years. Even with personnel turnover, they were still lacking, resorting to outsourcing and supplementing their intelligence network with money. Thus, they couldn't even discharge agents with missing legs. If they had a fully functional arm and had no issues with hearing, speaking, or writing, they could at least manage desk work, right? They wouldn't have discharged anyone even if they had lost both legs and one arm. In fact, re-employing disabled veterans would be considered an extraordinary initiative for Krasilov. As a result, Dmitri was still an active agent today. Lieutenant Colonel, shall we brew some tea? He had become an absolute power, colonel who could order Pavel, who was still a lieutenant colonel, with just a nod. My leg is like this. While smiling weakly from his wheelchair. So, where did we leave off? Ah, right, did I mention that I saved one of our agents with my astonishing agility and ended up resting for a while under that blasted tree branch? Ivan quietly nodded his head. He had sought to hear about the Kallian situation after Dmitri fainted, only to have him start boasting about his exploits right in the middle of a fierce battle. Even when a comrade who had risked his life to fight together with him repeated the same story 5 times, he was too tender-hearted to say, "Cut the nonsense and get to the conclusion. This is true." He decided to quietly drink his tea and keep pace with Dmitri's rhythm. After all, the night was long, and Pavel was handling the work. I didn't come back to see such a scene. Pavel sighed deeply, buried under a pile of documents. Having been born a non-combatant and originally being unrelated to intelligence work, he was again forced to pull an all-nighter for paperwork. Don't you think it's absurd for you to even think about hitting up your senior? My only senior among the guards is Senior Ivan. Aren't you a soldier? Shouldn't we count based on the date of enlistment? Oh, I'm not from the military branch. I'm from the administration. The Counterintelligence Command had been part of the administrative office since the days of the War Intelligence Bureau. Dmitri, grinning and sipping tea in front of him, pointed at his own legs with a mischievous grin. If you're jealous, you know what I mean, right? When asked whether he'd be willing to amputate a leg to earn a commendation, Pavel pounded his chest and whimpered. Dmitri was promoted to colonel and appointed as the commander of the counterintelligence command. This promotion was more of a favor from Elizaveta for rescuing Ivan than a recognition of his achievements. Now that I'm a colonel like our senior, should I arrange for some tea? Dmitri. Yes, senior. You didn't come here to relax. No, I thought you had run away because Our Majesty squeezed you too hard. Despite Dmitri's irreverent remark, Ivan silently took a sip of his tea. Recently, Dmitri kept making married man jokes, which were far from the objective truth. He had no plans to get married, nor did he ever intend to. If Elizaveta heard this, she would surely be heartbroken, bursting into tears and then thinking of sentencing him to life imprisonment. But it was the truth. Not only did he lack the confidence to make someone happy, but his objectives had always remained consistent. Even though he was now in a situation where he had half given up, the reason he had risked his life until now was solely one: returning to his hometown. The image of his hometown had mostly faded. Its colors remained only faintly, like trying to grasp at the descriptions in a collection of folk tales. But regardless of whether it was genuinely what he desired or not, the goals he had built up over many years had become a kind of truth embedded in his life, even aside from their purpose. Having given up, having failed, yet it was still a truth he had never forgotten. Taking that aside, if everything went according to his plan and he ended up receiving the curse of the 7 dragon generals, what would happen to him? As someone who barely measured up to half of Maximilian, he could confidently assert that day would be the end for him. Therefore, he could not give Elizaveta false hope with his limited time left. That would be too cruel. Anyway, back then, one of those fools was stupidly standing there and nearly got crushed, so before I knew it, my body just moved. You know, that devotion to send the sons of the nation back to their homeland. Loyalty. With that feeling, I suddenly surged forward and went in. In the battle with Sina's Gior, outside the Eternal Palace, the survivors of the cleanup unit and the warriors of the swordsmanship faction were risking their lives to draw the enemy's attention. At that time, the survivors of the cleanup unit were just 3 in total, including Dmitri. To save one of them, Dmitri took a hit from an incoming attack and collapsed. He shoved that foolish junior aside and got pinned under a huge tree branch, losing both legs. Amid the pain, he gritted his teeth and barely managed to hold onto his sword. I can see my senior getting roughed up from a distance, and that unlucky Irelf queen is floating in the sky, mocking my senior as a country bumpkin without any weapon or manners, isn't she? I think we should strive for a more objective account. While that's not exactly wrong, I, as a junior, was so furious that I yelled out, "You heard me right. The cleanup unit is an army even when standing alone." Dmitri laughed heartily and threw his sword with all his might. Just as he intended, Ivan was able to catch the sword flying toward him and continue the fight. Ivan nodded, recalling that moment, and spoke with gratitude. "Can we move on to the conclusion now? I feel really upset and my legs are aching." "Oh, I don't have legs, that's weird." Phantom pain can be treated physically. Shall I get straight to the point? Let's stick to the 6 questions according to the cleanup unit style. Dmitri quickly adjusted his uncomfortable posture, gulped down his tea, and continued. "Right, you executed that bastard Alexander in style and then fainted, right? So, I first cut off your wrist to perform a monodiagnosis and then burned your body to scatter it in the sea." Ahem. After that, Sir Kohanulf stood up in the Privy Council and declared he would hunt down those who would cause chaos. Then he accurately killed 3 elves trying to make a scene. Ahem. And then what? The Privy Council chairman, that old man, somewhat managed the situation, and I, as the plenipotentiary ambassador, received a non-aggression treaty in exchange for keeping the events that transpired in Kallian under wraps. The fall of Kallian surpassed the scale that could be concealed. The 7 dragon generals crushed the capital of the nation, and there was no way this could be hidden. Moreover, Kalyan is a center of maritime trade. It's impossible to enforce silence on all trading ships crossing the sea. So, when rumors spread, if the weakening of the elves becomes widely known, those with other intentions might gradually appear. For instance, the inland elves who had been arrogant might realize they no longer have backing. While navigating normally in coastal waters, they might start asserting that passing through their maritime border is subject to taxation and try to collect tolls with cannons. Perhaps they would start contemplating creating a better international port instead of Kalyan, where the tax rate for trade mediation is already high. Or they might start controlling resources heading toward Kalyan after shooting down all airships, which would essentially lead to the demise of Kalyan. Among these, the most fatal means for Kalyan's Privy Council would be the last part. I mentioned that dwarf artillery is scheduled to be installed all over the Tyles port. Dmitri said with a sly smile, "Are they really going to confirm that fact right now? The Tyles defense is mostly running while indebted to us, and coincidentally, there's the dwarf princess there." The existence of Rundies itself serves as evidence that Krasilov has teamed up with the dwarves. Dwarves reportedly have records of shooting down airships even during wartime. Krasilov is already widely known for large-scale artillery operations, but the dwarves operated on a different level. Those little devils operate city-sized military factories and are known for being insane war enthusiasts. Krasilov has also been famous for being a mad warmonger even before the Great War. The commonality between the insane warmonger and the gunpowder enthusiast is that the alliance between Krasilov and the dwarves is evident in the eyes of the elves. Here lies the piece of our time. One cannot help but feel a strange horror from a butcher from Krasilov, smiling while bleeding from a freshly severed leg. No airships can be launched beyond the coastal border, that is, not even a meter inland. All coastal cities will be armed with anti-aircraft weapons, and at the intermediary trading port of Tyles, Krasilov's garrison will be stationed. As long as we do not face an airship attack, the elves will never be able to influence the United Kingdom through military force. Any type of military display attempting to land against this agreement will be met with shelling. Isn't that just as good as a declaration of war? Would you be satisfied if I brought a declaration of war? The declaration of war between Krasilov, Tyles, and the dwarves will never state that all of Kalyan is the enemy. Even in times of war, the United Kingdom has never truly been one in the true sense. The divergence in positions between countries in direct contact with the front line and those in the rear providing support was too stark. Despite the certainty that civilization would be destroyed upon defeat, the supporting countries relatively, leisurely, supplied military supplies. In fact, it is unavoidable. If an entire nation is managed as if it were the front line waging total war, it would collapse immediately. Numerous minor nations could not withstand this and disappeared. What of those countries capable of maintaining the front line? Among the four strong nations, Tyles, Drovian, and Krasilov, which are directly touching the front line, do not differ significantly. Unlike those who fought bravely at the front, the nobles who handled military support in the rear indulged in luxury and pleasure even amidst it all. War is fundamentally wrapped in the corpses of the righteous. The righteous die, and only the selfish survive to form the current United Kingdom. And this is no different in Kalyan. So, would the nobles of this country gather around the round table and chat amicably as they do now, even then? If war is declared, can we guarantee that those elves will not prey on their kin? Moreover, this war has no relation to destruction. Unlike the war against magical beasts, this is merely an economic or political war happening within the United Kingdom. Naturally, the factions that suffer relative harm were bound to participate relatively, half-heartedly. Therefore, truly, according to the words of our late king, Peace is not something that is seized by the sword, right? With that, Dmitri was able to leave with a pleasant smile. Kalyan has collapsed. The elves undeniably possess formidable military and economic power, but they will never again wield control over the inland as they did in the past. The royal family that could mediate this has fallen. The milestone that promised a future for the elves has disappeared. And on the inland side, forces are prepared to counter the airships. At this point, when the magic of civil war prohibition, guaranteed by the milestone, has vanished, the elf societies can no longer abide by peace under the system of the Privy Council, especially to monopolize the remaining resources. Therefore, the almost only authority that can currently thwart the Privy Council has sent Oswald to the Privy Councillor. He is engaged to the daughter of the Privy Councillor and is himself a son of the Council. Unofficially, it seems that a spy asset has now been planted within Kalyan. Excellent. Ivan nodded his head pleasantly. It was an impeccable decision. As long as the elves' attention is not diverted inland, they will be one of the most powerful forces to deter demon creatures. After all, it was once one of the great powers, known as the strongest of the Alliance kingdoms at one time. So, isn't everyone enjoying peace right now? How wonderful it is that everyone is quiet. Dmitri happily remarked as he spoke of the long-awaited peace of the continent. Pavel, while reviewing a bloodshot intelligence report, coughed up blood upon hearing those words. The Universal Council, how long has it been? It's a matter worthy of its saint. At least call me dean within the school. Patricia gently smiled as she unfolded a letter stamped with the Pope's seal. I need to gather the initiates. Thank you, brother. Yes, Dean, have a good night. The priest bowed deeply and stepped back. As the door closed smoothly, Patricia smiled while watering the shrub on the pot. I should seek permission from Sister Elise. With a hint of regret for her friend, who was currently in a honeymoon mood. I'm a bit excited since it's been a while for traveling. With a bit of anticipation for the journey with an old friend. Ep 33, Intermediate Period. A word from the author, author's note. The promise of weekend serialization must be kept. I was surprised. I thought I was writing a very hopeful story. Through the majestic appearance of the virtuous who do not kneel before any despair in the world. As I always say, even so, they never kneel, they seek stars by parting the despair-filled sky. Isn't it a wonderfully hopeful and happy classical hero tale? This novel is certainly not a despair piece. That is a great misunderstanding. Despair and bloodshed are replaced with happiness and hope. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (208). Chapter 208. EP 208. During Ivan's long military service, there were 3 operations where he had to infiltrate the warlords of the 7. The warlord of Tumor, the warlord of Parnish, and the warlord of Abaditas. Among these, the most horrific place was Parnish's lair, the Swamp of Stupidity. It was a region infested with all kinds of dreadful pests and slimy magical beasts, where there was hardly any place to hide due to the wide area. Consequently, when he returned alive from the Swamp of Stupidity, he found himself in no condition to continue fighting. It's been a while since I was this messed up, he thought as he opened the cap of a healing potion the moment he got up. That cursed drug is forbidden, Brother Kirill's. This is a healing potion. How dare you lie so proudly to a priest? Are you not afraid of divine retribution, brother? The saint frowned as she cast a healing spell and grumbled. Just wait here. After all, Sister Enrique and I will not participate in this battle. Are you planning to attack the warlords without a rear guard? Look at your current state. The saint gently reprimanded Ivan, who was almost a rag. Someone has to stay behind to protect you. How complacent. Those who are afraid their swords will break and do not swing them are fools. How can a scout sent to attack the warlords get injured and leave the battle behind? Ivan clenched his teeth and stood up. His hands trembled, but as he circulated the remaining mana, the shaking stopped. It didn't mean he was entirely fine, but at least to the outside observer, it seemed sufficient. Go, before it gets any later. Brother, you should lie down longer. You're not in a condition to move. I know my body best. Is that so? The saint poked Ivan's shoulder with her fingertip. As he tried to suppress the groan that involuntarily escaped him, he frowned, and the saint smiled lightly. I seem to know better. Winning against tumor and then being careless against the warlords. What would happen if someone dies? You can call it carelessness, but I'd rather call it trust. The saint turned her gaze to the gloomy plain leading to the swamp of stupidity. A thunderous noise echoed beyond the horizon. I deemed it better to leave than to lose you after departing. We all believe that even if we fail, we can withdraw without any casualties. They trust each other. They all know the maximum they can do in their respective roles. In that sense, Ivan clicked his tongue at this tiresome optimism. This was why he couldn't bring himself to like the hero party. And it's already been quite some time since they left. It's too late to go now. To not lose a single person. While it's a noble spirit, Patricia, do you know the number of soldiers who have died by distracting the front line mobilized for this operation? Do you know how many are dying every day as the operation gets delayed? Ivan bit down on his teeth and asked. He didn't hold an extraordinary loyalty to Krasilov. It wasn't that he valued the lives of countless unrelated people more than his own. In fact, at this point, Ivan was close to grumbling to hide his awkwardness. Since falling into this damn world, he had encountered very few people who had dedicated themselves to him in such a way. So there was no venom in his words. The saintess, being one who wouldn't miss such subtleties, instead gazed at the horizon with a faint smile. Beyond the horizon, a tremendous sound was resonating. What matters is not the burdens we bear, nor how we fight, brother. A light flashed at the edge of the horizon. A moment of silence followed. Soon, a burst of light soared into the sky, beginning to brightly illuminate the distant marshland. The saintess watched the spectacle, making a small sign of the cross. Regardless of the burdens we carry or the hardships we endure in battle. At the edge of the horizon, a faint afterimage flickered. Silhouettes smaller than fingernails were wriggling closer. Even at the end, to not lose faith. Isn't that what the hero party must do? We are not those who save people. We are those who must fight in place of others. We are assassins gathered not to protect someone, but to kill someone. How vulgar indeed. The saintess looked at Ivan and smiled. United not by noble ideals, but under the desperation of imminent destruction, how could we possibly save a life? Therefore, no one will save us. We must protect ourselves as we move forward. In Ivan's line of sight, the approaching hero party became increasingly distinct. Despite trudging along in a disheveled state, they were grinning widely. There was Einar, showing off his muscles while bursting into laughter. Gilbert, pointing stubbornly at his broken shield with a swollen face, and Vialgrin, smiling as he gazed at the sky without retorting. At the forefront of them, a man was walking with the heartstone of Parnish threaded onto his long sword, resting on his shoulder. With a gentle smile, he walked straight toward Ivan. Not just you, brother, but any of us would have made the same choice in a situation like today. If someone must fall back. We, who fight representing everyone in the alliance, can only protect ourselves. Just as the brother did, the saintess smiled and looked at Ivan. Ivan had to turn away to hide his awkward expression. He too would have stepped forward without hesitation if it meant advancing for someone in the hero party. That was the duty of a vanguard. The darkness parted, revealing the sunrise below. The light began to cast down on the marshes. It was a rare good day in the depths of the magical beast's territory. As the hero walked through that space, he spotted Ivan and smiled brightly. Jill Burr, who had been following beside him, saw Ivan dusting himself off and burst out laughing. "You're annoyingly tenacious. You survived again." Ivan, upon seeing Jill Burr's smile, mumbled in reply. "Annoyingly tenacious, you've come back again." The saintess, who was watching that scene, chuckled softly. "Do you remember that time, Brother Kirill's?" The teenage saint and the scout who had just stepped into his 20s were no longer there. Instead, two weary souls sat in the cramped space, burdened by the weight of the world. Looking out at the rattling window with a steady rhythm, the saint smiled gently. "It's nice to be going along with you, brother, don't you think?" "Indeed." "I apologize for not being able to inform you sooner due to the urgency of the situation. Please don't take it to heart." "It's fine." "Well, I'm actually more worried about Sister Eli's anger than yours." The saint turned her gaze to the side with a chuckle. In the narrow compartment, Isabel sat closely beside Ivan. Her brows furrowed slightly before relaxing again. "Why are you here, sister?" "Because it's my turn this time, saintess." Like a hungry cat purring, Isabel spoke rather threateningly as her eyes widened. "For the next 2 hours, it's my turn." "I see." It was a response that raised a lot of questions, but she didn't particularly want to delve into the abyss. The saint nodded quietly, soothing Isabel, and then opened her Bible. "I also need to prepare that, for lunch. Got it." "Do you also have anorexia?" "No, but it should be fair. We're all in the party together, and if one gets special treatment, that's not, It doesn't create balance, right? We should all eat together equally." "Equality." "Yes, they keep favoring that elf Elfera, so when something urgent happens like a sudden battle, in that case, they might only protect Elfera. So, we need to create an atmosphere where everyone enjoys the same together, That way, we won't make mistakes in actual combat. Heth, train like it's real, and make the real feel like training." Ivan nodded and turned his gaze away. The peaceful spring day's prairie flowed by quickly outside the window. The morning sky was clear. He let Isabel's chatter drift away into the prairie beyond the window, without having to focus on each word he picked up as it poured forth like a stream of consciousness. The old hero party was like that too. They used to get worked up over trivial things and compete. Given that such trends endured, it could be said the party was still holding its mental integrity. It wasn't a bad thing. Ivan answered Isabel's comments with a vague, "Oh, I see," while staring absent-mindedly at the scenery outside. This train had Elfera, Ecdysis, Lucia, and Oswald with Isabel, including her. In essence, they had brought back the same lineup from that time's hero party. So the saint glanced at Ivan and Isabel with a chuckle. "It was a day earlier. I'm going to the papacy for a moment. Is there any chance you could assist me, brother?" After confirming the cooperation document he received from the saint early in the morning, Ivan began to prepare. He checked his gear and packed convenience foods and travel tools. Since the semester had just started, it was not feasible to take students on an overseas expedition that could stretch indefinitely. From the outset, the only one the saint had designated was Ivan, so he was preparing for the journey alone. Where are you going?" As usual, while feeding breakfast to Elfera and Peking, Elfera, who had followed him to the director's office, asked about her thoughts on the decorations. "Vatican." "Huh, why are you suddenly mentioning that faraway place? With whom? No, could it be?" Elfera's eyes widened sharply. "Are you saying that you will hold a ceremony in front of His Holiness the Pope?" "I'm going with the saint." "A ceremony with the saint?" The stunned Elfera began to mumble incoherently and then collapsed onto the sofa, starting to scream. I don't know, no way, I can't go, I'll starve. I'm going to keep starving, I'm going to die like this. I'll become a tree." Since the eternal palace was gone, elves could no longer die and become trees. It would be cruel to remind her of that harsh truth, so Ivan ignored her and finished packing his things. "Daddy, sob, I miss you. Why did you leave me alone? It's cold and I'm hungry here. The humans are so indifferent, barbaric, and uncivilized." "It's work." "You won't even tell me what kind of work." Daddy, sob. The saint requested escort services. "Why only you, Ivan? 2 grown men and women going alone? That's utterly unacceptable. Humans are certainly indecent, but as a cultured elf, I absolutely cannot allow such a scene. I feel it's my duty as a superior race to guide you on the right path." Elphira straightened up and said. Ivan stared at her for a moment and then nodded. Well, having a wizard around wouldn't be a bad thing. Since the saint had lost her power, the rear was indeed lacking. It would be nice to have someone capable to deal with dangerous situations. At least Elphira could hold her own. And who would take care of her while he was gone? If he tried to force-feed her, she would just throw it all up. Yay! On the same day, after the morning class, it was lunchtime. "So, about dinner tonight, wait a second. You Irelf, what's got you smiling so much?" "Wow, now you're picking a fight over my smiling. Humans are something else." "No, it's odd that you keep smirking at me and Eshi. What's going on? What's happening?" Saying this to the fallen ones might sound too braggy, but sigh, what can I do? Ivan had a plan to go to the Vatican with Elphira on their honeymoon to receive the blessings of His Holiness the Pope and the Saint. At this, Isabel just stared blankly at Elphira. From her perspective, everything was based on calm statements of fact. From the elf's point of view, a few years before marriage or a few years after might still be considered a fresh honeymoon. It's true that they were going to the Vatican, and since they were going together with the saint, it was also true that they might meet the Pope. If they happened to meet him, wouldn't even a single prayer from the Pope count as a blessing from a human perspective? Lies don't lie. I guess you'd like to believe it, heh. Seriously, you must be out of your mind. I'm sorry, Daddy. Today, my daddy's friend's daughter is going to die. I'll cast a silent spell, Bella. Oscar let out a sigh from the corner of the clubroom, which had turned into a complete mess in an instant. Is this really the hero party? Were our fathers like this? Not much different. As Lucia watched this scene from one corner of the room, the symphony of magic, baton, and longsword continued until she clapped her hands. Just before the clubroom was half destroyed, Lucia stood up from her seat. "Isn't it enough if we all just go together?" "What?" "I mean, it's not like we're suddenly saying that the boss and Elphira are going to have a wedding out of the blue and are heading to the papacy, right? Elphira, it is true that we are going to the papacy." "Of course, why would I lie to a lowly being?" "If that's true, then it clearly looks like the boss is heading out to carry out some operation, and that she's tagging along." Lucia looked suspiciously at Elphira's face. Deduction and interrogation are basic skills for a trained agent, and Lucia was a direct disciple of Enrique, the grand master of all Krasilov agents. Isabel, having confirmed the facts, took a moment to catch her breath and then gazed at Oscar. "Hero party deployment. I want to attend class. Guys, we missed the whole last semester. What should we do if we miss this semester too?" "Deploying to save humanity." "No, have you heard what operation it is? It could just be a simple diplomatic mission between this country and the papacy, or for that matter, maybe Lord Ivan is just accompanying the saint for personal reasons. They've been close after all. But the party is one body, right? You don't let your left arm rest while your right arm works, do you? Did you just sleep through theology class? They say the right hand's work should be kept secret from the left. Surely the pious Oscar, who diligently attends theology, wouldn't miss the chance to meet His Holiness. Seriously, it's driving me crazy." Oscar looked at his companions while splashing cold water on his face. He shook his head at Elphira, noticed Isabel's bloodshot eyes, and stared at Ecdysis, who seemed lost in thought for a moment. "You said you'd help, Oscar. Are you abandoning your childhood friend, betraying the people of Tyles? What can I possibly do that would help among you guys?" If we all say we're going together, how could the uncle refuse? Is that the only reason? If you're not there, the uncle will have to book a single occupancy room for himself. Isabel leaned close to Oscar's ear and whispered very quietly. So, since you're included, we can book a double room, and when I signal, you can come out for a moment. You promise to help us, right? Oh my God. This sinister plan was clearly contrary to chivalry, and Oscar could only make a quick sign of the cross and pray to save the fallen, tireless person. But what could he do? His father's dying wish was to protect that girl. Just as Oscar nodded with an impious heart, two people who had been quietly waiting behind them lit up their eyes. An elf with naturally excellent hearing, and a vampire with extremely developed hearing had smiled in silence. In the suddenly calm room, Drovian Bard, whose hearing was exceptional either inherently or developed later, tilted his head in confusion. All right, party formation complete. Let's head to the papacy. Isabel clapped cheerfully and stood up from her seat. Author's note postscript. It's the start of a joyful week. Let's go fighting. Next episode viewing. I have reset due to slow performance from full memory. Starting fresh is easier than moving the old content. We now provide raw novels from Novelpia. You can request new novels, except 19 plus here. (209). Chapter 209. There are 4 characteristics of the Church. The Great Atonement, meaning the laws passed down from ancient times. Each of these 4 characteristics, known as unity, universality, intelligence, and apostolic tradition, has one common point. Those who do not fall under these criteria can be classified as heretics. A council is an event held to define this Great Atonement and to provide guidance on the direction of faith. It was a highly authoritative ceremony, held only 7 times throughout the long history of the Church. When a council is convened, all church members, meaning secular rulers, stop their work and hold their breath. The last council was held 172 years ago. At that time, there were 29 secular royal families. 29. Yes, this means that there were 21 secular royal families for 170 years until the Demon King's rampage began. Do you understand this? 8 nations perished within 2 years. The saint continued in a gentle voice. I mentioned that the council establishes the direction of faith. This implies that there were societal trends against the direction of faith, and it results in a great excommunication decree being enacted against the 8 secular royal families the day the council concludes. All royal families are typically baptized directly by a pope or equivalent cardinals during their coronation. This event guarantees the longevity of secular royal families. While war can occur between the same faith, conquest becomes impossible. It means that it is not possible to completely dismantle a royal family in any circumstance. Even if they win a war, expand borders, and impose unequal treaties, the royal family must endure. It is a kind of mutual aid. The papal enclave can wield immense influence by mediating disputes among secular royal families without an army, while secular royal families are granted nearly absolute longevity within civil society. Thus, when the Great Excommunication Decree was enacted, the 8 royal families deemed heretical had to immediately face the invasion of all neighboring countries. There was no surrender or negotiation. Making a pact with heretics is a sin that itself falls into hell. Even if they could devour freely, it's a war that is evaluated as opposing heretics. Secular royal families indiscriminately preyed upon their neighbors to grow fat. Therefore, at this point, the declaration of the 8th Council can be seen as foretelling a bloodbath akin to that time. Since once the council is convened, someone must inevitably be declared heretical. Was the council convened due to the disappearance of divine power? Of course, but wouldn't it be better to shift the blame for the disappearance of divine power onto someone? We all lost the love of God due to the sins of some heretics. Isn't that a very reasonable opinion? But this is concerning Vialgren. SHH, brother, always be aware of listening ears. The saint lightly chided Ivan and closed the scripture. The train was passing through the mountainous area late at night. The agenda of the council varies each time, but the results are similar. Under the teachings of the reigning pope, correct faith has been cultivated. This was referred to as the infallible authority. Are you not concentrating? Should we just assassinate the pope? I finally understand what Sister Enrique says every day. Truly, it feels like I'm going crazy. The saint continued to scold the half-asleep Ivan. Infallible authority, meaning there are no errors in the teachings. A priest is a teacher to all people, and the pope is the teacher of all priests. Yes, let me cut to the chase. When His Holiness the Pope declares, that one is a heretic, it means that kingdom will perish. Is that clear? It is an authority that cannot be used indiscriminately, but if sufficient grounds are provided, it is also an incredibly powerful authority. Then is there really a need for us to go? Why not just receive the results? I possess infallibility as well, brother. The Pope is the teacher of doctrine, and I am the teacher of faith. At this point, Ivan looked at the saint with a very suspicious gaze. The image of the saint he remembered was mostly of her burning demons on the battlefield or resurrecting the burnt corpses, not someone who preached any grand faith. Seeing his gaze, the saint sighed and said, "In the days when divine power existed, I was the strongest." Yes, during that time, we could interpret the size of divine power as the size of faith. The great love of the Lord granted me my rights. Which means now. Yes, while doctrine hasn't vanished, faith has. The position of a saint can no longer hold significance. Ivan straightened his posture and asked in response to the saint's words, "At the point where all divine power has vanished, wouldn't that mean the authority of the church itself is compromised?" That's correct. Then, even if a heretical declaration is made against secular royal families, its weight would be different from before. Oh, my brother, you now understand the church's politics. Truly, that is the case. The saint made a short sign of the cross and spoke. I have lost my divine power and have become no different from an ordinary priest, and His Holiness the Pope can no longer use excommunication to implement a great decree as he once did. So, do you now understand where the scales of the church will tilt? No. I don't know either. Is she joking? When Ivan looked at the saint, she smiled slyly. No one knows. No one knows who to side with, who to support. Initially, are they even in opposition? If they are, who is right, who is wrong, and why are they opposing? The church has fallen into unprecedented chaos. Since divine power has vanished, it's understandable. Yes, therefore His Holiness must make it known that authority remains intact. He must regain authority within the church and become a leader of faith once again. That is not because the Pope is power-oriented. The decline of the Pope's authority means that the authority of all priests will also be on the ground, which implies that the faithful across all secular societies could be threatened. The Church was not an organization that ruled through force. I heard the conversation you shared with Sister Enrique. That's correct. The most certain and effective method the Pope could choose for the Church as a whole is to excommunicate the saint. Those who cause trouble clumsily are not feared. However, no one dares to approach a madman who causes chaos beyond societal justice. If the Pope excommunicates the saint and begins to cut within the Church, the secular royal families will come to fear the current Pope, regardless of whether divine power exists or not. As long as doctrine hasn't vanished, even without divine power, the believers are still their subjects. All nations of the United Kingdom believe in a single religion. Who would dare to hastily point a blade at the Pope, who spiritually rules over more subjects than any monarch, especially one who is filled with wrath? Authority does not invoke fear. Fear itself is authority. It is the power that remains essential in a world where divine power has vanished. Then why participate in the council? Going there just to fill a seat will only lead to being accused as heretics and meeting death. Because we need to take one step further. Haven't I already mentioned it's a situation where no one knows who to side with? Therefore, with my infallibility, I plan to excommunicate His Holiness the Pope. Amidst the chaos, the Church will lose its momentum. Speaking in a tone as calm as choosing a breakfast menu, the saint smiled. My preparations are already complete. The final revelation from the Lord, yes. The student you cherish so much, Eugene Novikov Karamzin, has been declared a prophet. From the Lord, who withdrew love from the faithful out of disillusionment, this was nonetheless a revelation filled with His last affection. Given that the one proclaiming it is the saint, the impact, of course, would not be insignificant. Until a prophecy is fulfilled, it is merely a conspiracy theory. Patricia. Ivan unconsciously gripped his axe. The prophecy Eugene spoke of was all related to the death of the hero party. For his prophecy to come true means that at least one of the former hero party members must die to prove it. Looking into Ivan's eyes, the saint concluded her statement. The first to fall will be Drovian. Though she bore no divine power, the saint spoke in a deep voice as if pronouncing on behalf of God. Sister Enrique will be in great peril. Patricia, are you out of your mind? No one will die, however, chaos was necessary. For what? Soft landing. Boom. The train shook violently. Nevertheless, Ivan continued to gaze at the saint without changing his posture. For a world where divine power is absent, where no one's future is played with by numerous gods. This is what Brother Vialgrin meant. I agree. If the Lord is indeed omnipotent and He truly loves mankind, He must willingly let go of the world of man. Crash. The vibrations of the train started to grow more intense. Ivan briefly glared at the dense, rugged forest outside the shaking window. Therefore, the chaos that will occur is inevitable. However, if it is inevitable and we know it, we can prepare. Brother, my calling now is singular. To stop the world from descending into greater chaos and turmoil before it starts, in the fastest and most decisive manner. By declaring the Pope a heretic. Yes, if His Holiness intends to declare me a heretic for a soft landing within the Church, my actions will be for the soft landing of the entire world. The party, they won't die. Their existence is still our last bastion against the demons. We must still be alive until those dear children you teach grow sufficiently. Screech. The noise of the train, derailing through the tracks, grew louder. Without hesitation, Ivan embraced the saint's waist. Soon, boom, the train began to tilt with a shock. Even amidst the chaos, the saint did not cease her words. There was one mistake in Brother Eugene's prophecy. What is it? The doctrinal war, the one identified as one of the many upcoming chaos. That was not something set to happen in the future. The saint placed her hand on Ivan's cheek and whispered. From the moment Brother Vialgrin's plan succeeded, it has been ongoing. I have one question. If you have something you wish to know, please. Do we still believe that we must protect ourselves and move forward? Since that day until now, I have never doubted that even for a moment. Ivan took a deep breath and nodded. Was the train terror an act of our own, or a suggestion from the Pope? His Holiness may not have ordered it directly, but it was anticipated. That is why I asked you to accompany me. Which means we must survive and reach the council. It will be perilous. This is not the end. I'm used to it. As the train tilted, Ivan carefully lifted the saint while diffusing the impact as much as he could. You may also like Mesugaki Tank, enters the academy. (210). Chapter 210. Elizaveta stretched her stiff shoulders and stood up. It had been a fulfilling day again. Today, like every day, she had triumphed in the battle against the hot-off-the-press approval documents that were submitted to her desk. Krasilov was being rebuilt at an astonishing pace. The rough development policies continued without any resistance. Those who could oppose her were surely greeting Alexander in the afterlife. It could be seen as a type of administrative dictatorship. Most of the nobles and bureaucrats had been dismissed, and their positions filled with her people. As long as the direction was right, this kind of regime ensured definite progress. The downsides, after all, were only a matter of immediate outcomes. Thus, the demon realm was quiet, the elves were divided, domestic issues were eradicated. And in this situation where the two bordering nations were weakened, Krasilov had nothing but favorable prospects. It was a pleasantly busy feeling. Elizaveta even smiled subtly as she headed toward her chamber. Sweet relaxation awaited her after handling a busy workload. Banka huff, what shall we have for dinner? It should have been that way. What are you doing? Elizaveta stiffened at the sight of Pavel and Dmitri kneeling with their hands raised before her. Since Dmitri had no legs below the knee, he had joined from his wheelchair. They couldn't dare enter, quietly waiting for punishment at the entrance of the chamber with closed eyes. What is going on? It's not my fault, Your Majesty. Please spare me, Your Majesty. That was not a remark fit for a loyal subject. Information began to piece together in Elizaveta's mind in an instant. They came all the way here to apologize first. Dmitri and Pavel. Those two were affiliated with the Counterintelligence Command, and their apology meant that it was a significant matter for which they had to personally apologize. In fact, they had come to the chamber instead of just a formal apology, meaning this incident was extremely personal. No way. No matter how much, even if it's Banka, there's no way he would have gone out again without a report just after getting up from his position after a month again. Elizaveta looked at the two men with a stiffened face and laughed. Pavel turned his gaze out the window, and Dmitri smiled nervously, sweating. The smile quickly disappeared from her lips. Where is it? The Papal Enclave, Your Majesty. Why? There was a request from the saint. It was a personal request, and since a cooperation document was not submitted separately, we noticed it late. What about the agents we assigned? No matter how diligently the Counterintelligence Command manages the agents, how could we follow you, Senior? You could infiltrate Kalyan at will. Elizaveta laughed emptily at Dmitri's words. Of course, he was the best agent in this country. There was no use in attempting to track him. Maybe we should have detained him. With an administrative officer assigned to the orphanage, it would merely be a state project, and the Counterintelligence Command was not an incompetent organization that would be paralyzed by his absence. After all, how could they manage that lunatic who would skip an entire semester to wander off to a foreign country, even if given a professorship? Elizaveta chuckled for a long time before glaring coldly at Dmitri, who awkwardly followed her laughter. Is there something to smile about? Is there something good happening? You need a change of mood too. Do you care to share? Your Majesty, Lord Yermov is no child, so do not worry. If Lord Yermov has made up his mind to survive, there is no way to oppose him at the Papal Enclave. Is that the problem? What Banka might do is a bigger issue. When we visited the dwarves, he killed a byproduct of the 7 dragon lords, raised a civil war in Tyles, and destroyed the royal palace in Kalyan. You think you can anticipate what Banka might do at the Papal Enclave. The Papal Enclave was not a military organization. It barely had a few guards, and up until now, most military power had relied on the priests. In the days when sacred force existed, it was strong enough. But now it was. The current Papal Enclave was, to be blunt, just a den of frail old men. Meanwhile, there was no expectation that Ivan would return injured. Naturally, that was not the issue. Ivan Petrovich Yermov had laid waste to 3 nations in just under 2 years since his short retirement. Moreover, the saint specifically requested Banka on her way to the papal enclave. That obviously means they predicted there was a significant threat. The saint is no fool. She needed Banka, despite understanding it could tarnish her honor. Would the White Kings near the homeland dare to confront our nation without going insane? Or do you think Lord Yermov suddenly went mad and stomped down their armies? Ahem. Ahem. Dmitri's joke made Elizaveta and Pavel shut their mouths. After glancing at their reactions, Dmitri burst out laughing and made an effort to conclude. It's a joke, a joke. Elizaveta ignored Dmitri and turned her gaze to Pavel. How many usable troops do we have? If we leave the borders unguarded, we can mobilize the 2nd Legion, but, Your Majesty, we cannot manage the military funds. How could you handle the leaking treasury for Tyles's rearmament? What about fundraising for the war? Is there still a lack of deployment funds? If we tighten the nobles here anymore, we will have to worry about civil war first, won't we? The mobilization of the 2nd Legion during the Tyles campaign caused significant treasury depletion. Krasilov had no remaining national power to plan a large-scale overseas deployment. This country had mobilized all its strength for post-war reconstruction and was still insufficient. Even if the nobles were removed and administrative officers were placed, it wouldn't change anything. To extract money from each territory, raising the tax rate was the only way, and exceeding the current taxation would eventually collapse this nation. The resources exploited in the demon colonies were struggling to maintain Krasilov's 3 legions at the border. In fact, disarmament should have been the proper course after the last war. Elizaveta held her forehead and groaned. Bang, ta-da-da-dak. The sound of bullets striking the armored surface of the train continued. Ivan pushed the saint under the seat of the passenger compartment and leaped over the shattered window. Ping! At that moment, sharp shots were aimed at his head. He tucked his chin to dodge the bullets and reached out his hand. Firing in the direction of the shots, 1 line of shots diminished. He turned his head and fired again, followed by screams. Without stopping his steps, holding his breath for a step. Fire again. Counting the number of bullets, he separated the magazine, shook his wrist to insert a new magazine, and fired again. Bangs! It's a superhuman, cease fire. There was no mention of the saint being guarded. You're incompetent. Did we decide to support the saint from Krasilov? Murmurs were heard. Ivan quickly counted the fleeing individuals. These were individuals who knew how to escape when facing a superhuman. It meant they were trained agents. They were all running in different directions. It seemed they had planned to engage in a delaying strategy at the cost of losses. It would take at least 3 days by foot to the nearest city from this area, where the train had derailed. No matter how much of a superhuman someone was, rest was necessary. Sudden attacks and escapes without a moment to catch breath would inevitably wear down a person's stamina. By the 3rd day, someone weakened could no longer be called a superhuman. Of course, even if they struggled with depleted mana and food, they wouldn't lose to an ordinary person. If there were superhuman powers among them, handling them wouldn't be a problem. There must be superhuman strength among the strike team organized to ambush the saint. Ivan fixed his gaze on one fleeing man and spoke. You can come out now. What is the meaning of all this? Are they really ambushing the train with the saint aboard? Have they lost their minds? The group began to climb in one by one through the open window. In the sudden combat situation, they adhered to the principle of remaining in the safe zone until Ivan gave instructions. Once Ivan had deployed, a mere gun-wielding soldiers could not harm him. Patricia, do you have any idea about the identities of the attackers? Belacria Laurentia Leonor, one of the 3, but I can't be certain. 3 have already crossed from the southern 6 nations. Based on what we've confirmed, yes. The so-called great powers referred to four nations: Kalyan, Tyles, Krasilov, and Drovian. Excluding them, among the remaining human nations of the United Kingdom, there were a total of 6. The four nations directly bordering the demon realm were the only ones excluded. The other 6 nations were small states that had not developed significantly due to negligible resources and complicated borders. These were realms led by a small number of territories claiming kingship. In Krasilov, they were called the White Kings. They merely proclaimed themselves as kings at the level of great counts. Regardless of such derogatory titles, their national strength was hardly inferior to their glory days, as they hadn't directly been involved in the Great War. Thus, the council could serve as a blessing for them. If neighboring nations fell, they would be the first to gain, and in case the great powers faltered, there was a possibility to march under the pretext of the Crusade army. Just northward was the border between Tyles and Krasilov. Tyles was now significantly weakened after recent internal strife, so it was no surprise they were licking their chops. Jill Burr is dead, so there's nothing to fear anymore. Ivan clicked his tongue and loosened his hands. The closest region along this rail line is Leonor. It's 3 days away, and it's not much further to the capital. At Ivan's words, the group focused their gaze. The attackers are after the saint's neck. Remember, the saint is currently an ordinary person with no mana, so she could lose her life even to a single bullet. Once they arrived in a densely populated urban area, they could not launch another blatant ambush as they had done now. They knew that was why they had intercepted the train deep in the forest. Unless a decree was issued against the council, the saint remained the saint. If she were assassinated in front of the populace, she would soon become a martyr. Unless the reason for her forced absence from the council meant she couldn't refute the heretical judgment. The Pope's proceedings had to be official without exception. So, simply put, this situation was: until we reach the papal enclave before the council starts, we must remain vigilant. Any questions? How long will it take to the papal enclave? If we only travel on foot, it will take about 15 days. We would have to cross from Leonor to Laurentia to reach it. When is the council scheduled to be held? A week from now. Then it's over, isn't it? Ivan shook his head shortly. You can run twice as fast, while defending the saint against attacks. Correct, prepare yourselves. Ivan stretched his back and concluded. It will make for good training. That's insane, they murmured. Breaking through perilous terrains and making forced marches counted as basic physical training. Ambushes occurring at intervals could be seen as part of the training if done in a controlled environment. What he didn't say was, if things go wrong at the council, leading to a finalized heretical judgment, we will have to retrace the same distance to return. In that case, every nation along that route would officially pursue the saint. Under the pretext of the Crusade army, they would come all the way to Krasilov. On the contrary, the path into the papal enclave would be a walk in the park compared to that, for there would be no need to confront an army. This is the last registered episode. You may also like Mesugaki Tank Enters the Academy.